Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. With me today is my very good friend, Mr. Steve Gosney.
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. How are you?
Pretty good. I took off today just because I really miss you. You know, I mean, you've got a fun. I was saying Vice's is fun. You know, Vice's chat is great, but I was like, the Rekieta chat is also amazing, and I miss you guys. I've been off. I've been trying to catch up. I've took off so much time, so I'm finally like really caught up at my work. And I'm like, gee, I can take off a day and play. So
right.
I'm here to play.
Awesome. Well, I'm very glad to have you. We may be joined by some other guests a little bit later as the day progresses. We'll see. I got to send an invite to Andrew. I haven't sent him one yet, but I intend to. I got wrapped up in my morning because so I have narcolepsy, and so I take this medication called Provigil when I need to be awake. And I had a short night, so I was like, well, I'll take what I do sometimes for these early mornings is I'll take it right before going to bed. If I'm going to wake up in like 2 or 3 hours, the medicine will kick in by the time my alarm goes off, and then I'm awake. It's beautiful.
You really have narcolepsy, huh?
Yeah.
That's pretty unusual, isn't it?
It's pretty rare. But it runs through my mom's side of the family. Somehow skipped her, but everybody else we got.
I thought you'd have insomnia, man. You're always streaming. These late night streams kill me. I can't come on your late night show. Last time I came on your late night show, it was like it took me a week to recover. I couldn't believe it.
They're like, is he dead? I think he's dead.
I'm like, what? Like the world. I mean, my whole world is. You get older, man. Sleep is so much more important.
Oh, I've been sleeping a ton lately too. But I've been sleeping shorter during the night, and then needing like a maintenance sleep throughout the day. Mm-hmm. So I'll sleep like 4 and 4 or 4 and 5 type thing. It's not ideal, by the way, for getting things done. Kind of sucks. Yeah. But no, so I took this pill. And I'm like, okay, I'll sleep like 2.5, 3 hours, wake up, I'll be fired up and ready to go. I had to go to the bathroom after like an hour and a half. So I woke up and then I'm like, well, I'm just up.
Can I ask you how old you are?
Me? I'm 41.
Okay, because the problem as we men get older, you know what happens? You have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night all the time. It sucks.
Yeah, it's not a normal thing for me to do, but I had a bunch of liquid right before going to bed.
Oh no, don't do that.
Yeah.
What kind of liquid? Was it alcoholic liquid or was it?
No, I didn't. I had I think I only had like one drink last night. There was a toast. That's actually about it. It was just mostly, the problem is it's water or like vitamin, like this Propel stuff. It's a bunch of that because I don't drink soda anymore. Because I could drink soda all day and like never go to the bathroom, but you start drinking like just water-based things without salt in them, and suddenly you go, you're like, oh, I have to pee constantly.
Yeah. And Andrew Branca, I guess, wants in too. So
yes, I'm going to send him the link right now.
He is the guru of all things. Of course, this is really a self-defense case. This is an identity case, so it's just fascinating. I don't know how much did you cover the opening statements and the pretrial hearings?
I didn't do the pretrial hearings. I did the opening statements. I
got to speak about it on Legal Vices about there was a pretrial motion in limine regarding the shell casing matching evidence, which I think is built-in error already. It depends on
because the judge is going to allow it in.
Yes, the judge allowed in testimony from this scientific guy that says that they found a shell casing that's a 300 blackout shell casing, and that shell casing was ejected from the same firearm that ejected shell casings at the murder scene, and that is not science. That is not falsifiable. So in order for it to be scientific, it needs to be falsifiable. Well, how would you ever falsify that? He looks through a microscope. He says, these striations line up, and therefore it's the same gun. Well, there's no database of ejector shell casing, so you can't say that. You can't falsify it.
You can only do a ballistic match to the gun itself, not to another round.
You can't.
Right?
You cannot.
You can't even
match.
to a gun.
No. There's some science on this, and I'm afraid that it was let in. You can say this is consistent with a 300 blackout. This was a 300 blackout that fired this gun. There's a missing 300 blackout firearm, right? You can say all that, but you can't say this shell casing was ejected from exactly the same firearm as this shell casing based on tool mark evidence. That's going too far. I did a whole rundown of this when they let the judge let it in. And I think that's a built-in error. And also, it's a circumstantial case. And so on a close case, you got to be very careful on this type of evidence. And I'm afraid that the state is building that in there. You know, we'll see. I've got, if you want, I can send you a bunch of citations. There's a president's report and National Science Council, but
I believe you. Like, Steve, there's almost no one on earth that I inherently believe on damn near anything they say. You are high on that list of people where I'm like, you know what, if Steve is telling me about some sort of point of criminal defense law, I will never question it. You could tell me that the defense attorney has magic words that if they really needed to, it's like an ejector seat, and they could pull it.
They could play the coin, you know.
Yeah, they could automatically win if they said it. And I'd be like, yeah, I bet Steve knows what those are. I know that they've got to be there. Well, I am a sovereign citizen now because Steve's told me to.
That's right. Well, thank you. That's very kind. But one of the reasons that I think I have a little credibility is because I've done multiple appellate briefs trying to argue this issue. The problem is usually that the defense attorney does not properly preserve it by motion, like this case did, or the evidence is so overwhelming in other areas that it becomes harmless. Right. But in this case, now here you have, from what I see, it's pretty much a circumstantial case. And in that case, this shell casing matching thing is going to be a big deal. It's going to be, they're going to parade that.
Nothing. Like,
I don't know. I mean, I think that in Florida, we're so used to seeing everything out in the open. We know everything before it starts. Here, it's like, I'm very interested to hear what they have and what the circumstances are.
Let me say this. They have no direct evidence.
Right.
And that ballistic match would appear to be closer to direct evidence than a lot of the circumstantial evidence that they're going to bring. I'm not saying that they don't have a story and a narrative, but based on their opening arguments yesterday, the defense did, I think, a decent job of saying they've got some holes here. They've got a cell phone that is the opposite direction of the telemetry that they're relying on. And it's an opposite direction in a pretty far away, like a half mile. And the timeline that they have is like, at least the defense has framed it this way. And I think the prosecution is going to work really hard to frame it in the opposite. But the defense has framed it as basically the prosecution setting up a 10-minute window for him to kill his wife with one gun, kill his son with a second gun, return a third of a mile back to his house, remove any tainted clothing, change, clean himself up of gun residue and potential blood spatter, bring the tainted clothing, dispose of it somewhere else, drive conveniently to visit his mother right after this happens. I mean, the amount of stuff going on to make this happen, according to the prosecution's narrative, is tough. Now, telemetry is not complete. Cell phone data can be a mess. The fact that his car doesn't pick up or his cell phone doesn't track him going a half mile in one direction to throw a phone out a window doesn't mean anything. There could have been a co-conspirator that grabbed the phone and threw it. There's all sorts of theories to explain this stuff, but they haven't mentioned any of them.
We have not heard all of the evidence, and that's why this is going to be a very interesting trial to watch, because this will be very expert heavy. I think the cell phone tower coverage could be very persuasive. Now, there's a lot of pitfalls, and the prosecutors can step in it. And I expect this is a kind of a gold-plated defense team. So I expect a very good defense expert on the cell phone tower coverage, which will be fascinating because the state will probably put on their expert. and talk about how the cell phone shows a certain timeline. But there is some good rebuttal defense that you can do. I've done multiple classes and multiple cases involving cell phone tower tracking, and it can be very good. It can be a very powerful bit of evidence. However, we'll see. You can also take it too far, and let's see how it plays. This is going to be a lot of these cases we come in, it's like the guy is so guilty, or he's got a really strong defense. Here, it's really like this is going to be a circumstantial case. It's going to have to be very carefully built by the prosecution, and they're going to have to overcome this beyond a reasonable doubt standard, and we'll see if they can do it. I mean, that's one of the reasons I didn't think I was going to be in this trial, but then it's so intriguing because of the physical evidence here. And I've dealt with all of these issues: gunshot residue, shell casing, tool mark matching, and cell phone tower stuff. And I want to see how they weave those together. And I guess there's also body cam video of him when he's first confronted with this. And his statements to police are, from what I understand, are inconsistent with the cell phone tower coverage, that he lies about that. And a lot of people go away for lying rather than for the actual crime. So if he lies about his geolocation and then the cell towers contradict that, then that becomes very hard for the defense.
So two things. One, with the cell phone towers. Now, is part of the counter argument, I think this was the counter argument back when they first introduced tower evidence. I don't know that it's improved much, but the idea that a cell phone is pinging a particular tower and they're able to triangulate based on the towers that it pings is predicated on the assumption that it's grabbing the first tower. But cell phones, if for whatever reason, when they hit a tower, it's busy or there's some sort of interference, it'll just grab a different tower, and it can actually alter the appearance of where someone is because it's grabbing a further tower away. But they kind of like go out in a spiral pattern looking for the next one. That's
exactly right. And what you'll see a bad prosecution, the mark of when somebody does not know what they're doing, is concentric circles around the tower. If they draw circles around the tower, that's bad, because that's not the way they work. Okay, let's hear what he
This is really hot on the volume, so I'm going to bring it down. I'm going to bring the boost down.
An email was sent to my chambers at 5:52 p.m. yesterday by someone by the name of Chris Wilson.
Hey, what up, Chris?
I don't know whether it's the Chris Wilson who's on the witness list or not, complaining about the violation of my court order prohibiting the
showing of jurors,
the identity of jurors.
Yep.
Did not respond to the email, and I'll make the email part of the record in the case. If counsel can look at it.
Yesterday Law and Crime biffed up a little bit, and they did show briefly a bit of the jury when they panned out. It was really stupid. I don't know how they did. I don't know that Law and Crime's cameras are in the courtroom. I think they are. But whoever's running the cameras did have an oopsie there and showed the jury. Good job, guys. Way to go. Thank you for making our lives more difficult as we try and bring this to the public by screwing up something simple. Just don't point your camera towards the jury in any case.
Now, Nick, you should leave it to the professionals.
Yeah, no kidding. Gosh, I could operate a camera better than some of these people, and I can't operate a camera to save my life. It's mounted and fixed in place for a reason. Oh, shocker. They could just mount the camera and fix it in place. Wow, that'd be a great idea. Anyway. I don't think it's Court TV. I think Court TV is doing, is Court TV on this one? Yeah, I think Court TV. Actually, I think it is Court TV on the Murdaugh one. So, anyway, my second question for you, Steve, and this has been passing around my locals, and I'm not 100% confident in my answer, but I think you will be, because it involves criminal law. So, let's say, hypothetically, he did not commit the murders. However, he hired someone to commit the murders. Now, at trial, they failed to get a conviction on first-degree murder. After trial, some evidence arises that there was that he solicited and hired someone to commit the murders. Can he be retried under a theory of solicitation or conspiracy?
That's a good question. That's a double jeopardy question.
Right.
I would say probably not, based on double jeopardy principles. There's a case, the double jeopardy case is called Blockberger, and that talks about analysis. But once you find there's double jeopardy is such a mess. All right, let me just
right.
put it
It's
that
not
way.
as simple as it is supposed to be.
Right, but I would probably say not in state court. He could be charged federally because they're
Comment by
separate
the state or
sovereigns.
the defense.
But I would
None from Mr. Murdaugh.
None from
I
the
would
state.
say if he gets a not guilty on the first degree murder, that he cannot be retried for that same murder. But it's quite complicated, and it would require a very deep analysis and South Carolina law. There's a lot of questions, but probably not, because in Florida, principal theory, as in principle, is
Anything before the
encompassed
jury
within the
comes.
charge. So I'm looking from a Florida
Nothing from the
perspective.
state, Your Honor. Your Honor, the video he's about to show has, I believe, and I believe he agrees, images which are under the order signed by you. And so as they're being proposed to be shown, if I have something or he has something, we're going to, obviously under that order, we have to disclose that to you. And if you approve the showing, we've got some logistical issues. If you give me just a minute, these monitors are, that one is not working, but this monitor is viewable from the audience, and we'd like to cover it up with some MacGyver-like device that's been developed by Mr. Waters, where you tape paper, we can flip back and forth. So if somebody has some tape, I'd like to do that before he begins, so that.
Did you say, did Branca text you?
No, the chat, the chat. Judge is on the bench.
Sorry.
No, but I meant earlier you said that Andrew wanted to come on. Did he?
Oh,
did he
that was
message you?
I'm just echoing some chat.
Oh, okay.
He was doing a little pre-show of the opening statement. So,
Gotcha. Well, I sent him the link. I thought he had messaged you, and I was like, okay, I sent him the link. I mean, he's certainly not just ignoring me. That'd be crazy.
I'm just making sure we're all set. I like the judge too, by the way. He's such an old-timey South Carolina by the book kind of guy.
He just rings South Carolina when he talks, like slow, Southern, drawn out, but not like the interesting thing to me about Southern accents and dialects is people mistake them for like some sort of ignorance or whatever, but they're they're just plotting. They're just plotting, and it's a great way. You know who I love who does it? It's that is it Kennedy or whatever, the senator, I think, from Louisiana.
Oh, right. Don't ever mistake Southern drawl for stupidity. That's
he comes in and he will sit there and he'll sit and talk, real deep Louisiana.
Yeah.
And he'll go through and now I got to ask why this is this way and why this is that. And then all of a sudden he turns it and he just slices you up because the guy is clearly like an old timey trial attorney.
Yeah.
And he always annihilates people and they never see it coming because it's like some smug, fast talking California or New York government worker or whatever. And he's like, now, why do we have to wear masks in public when I'm outside? It just does not comport with the science. It's like, who are you? Why are you like this? I love you. Will you please teach every class I ever need to take in the future? Every CLE I'd take from you.
Yeah.
They just take twice as long.
Of course, the nice thing is you can play it back at like 1.5 and you're still okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well, so we're waiting for the jury to come back. Yeah. A lot of people are streaming this. This is quite a complex bit of cases. And one of the things I think there may be reasonable doubt. Now, we haven't seen the evidence. This is why the evidentiary portions of this trial will be interesting. And I expect the first witness up. Well, now they're going to show a video, which is interesting. And I wonder if hopefully we'll see that video. But the first witness, you want to lead with your strongest. You really kind of want to hit hard. And then it kind of dips down, and then you lay a bunch of predicates, and then you kind of lead, then you end strong with your second best witness.
Right,
That's
you sandwich
usually the
them
way.
in.
What?
You sandwich in all the boring stuff because you gotta capture the jury. It's just like a book. You gotta capture the audience in the first 10 pages.
Right. And this prosecutor did that. His opening, I think, was strong. Was very dramatic.
I liked the dramatic very beginning of the opening. And then I thought he kind of got lost in the weeds towards the end of it, where he's like, well, like, really, though, like, I mean, we don't have any direct evidence. And like, but like, there's this other stuff that happened, and we swear totally that it's going to line up. Speaking of things that line up, what's up, man?
There he is. It's the whole team, man. This is awesome.
How you doing, brother?
Back together. I'm doing awesome, man. How about yourself?
Great. It's been way too long, but I'm glad to see you.
Yes. Well, that's very kind. I've been getting notifications of all your hot tub streams. Often when I'm sitting in my own hot tub.
It's the best. Winter is the best time for a hot tub. There is no comparison.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing, and I never had a hot tub before I moved to Colorado. But one nice thing about Colorado, at least the part I live in, it's high desert, really. So at night, even in the summer, it gets cold. All the heat goes away. So the hot tubs are useful. I use it pretty much every day.
Yeah, in the winter time, I use it most
Welcome
days.
back, ladies and gentlemen.
But in summer, I kind of ease off a
day
little
number,
bit because it stays hot and humid
day
here
number 4 of this
in the summertime.
session of court. Day number 2 of this trial.
We are streaming on
As
YouTube
I
and Rumble.
Instructed you prior.
Thank you for everybody on both platforms.
Commencing yesterday with the opening statements, you're not to listen, watch, or read any news accounts of this case or discuss it with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. Has that occurred as to any jurors? All right, very good. It's very important that you keep that, follow that instruction. I know that many of you are not accustomed to sitting for long periods of time, and certainly not in settings like this. But if at any time you need a break, notify the bailiff, who will bring it to my attention, or raise your hand so that I could see, and we'll take a break at any time any juror would need a break, or any court participant for that matter. And we're ready to proceed by the state.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would call Sergeant Daniel Green.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is supposed to have a 45-minute body cam video of the scene. I'm wondering what they're going to show. I can't imagine they're going to show like brains on the street.
Well, the important evidence will be the any demeanor evidence of this witness or any lie he's caught in. That'll be devastating for the defense.
Well, and the lie that I think that they're going to catch him in is the one that where they contradict the
location,
the location data. That's going to be the key.
Adjust that microphone so that it.
I mean, this could be the whole trial right here, really.
If you'll
Yes.
state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My full name is Daniel Green. My last name Greene.
Sergeant Green, how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right, tell us where you work.
I work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and your rank is sergeant, obviously, is that correct?
That's correct.
This dude's
Tell
got
us just a
some
little bit about yourself.
lit up
Just a
eyes.
little bit of your background that led you to your career in law.
He's alert.
Sure.
Yes.
I went to school here, grew up here, went to college at Charleston Southern University. I got a degree in social studies education, taught for a little while, and then got into law enforcement. Just kind of fell into it and liked it.
There we go. It's the middle school
and I've
shell
been here
shock.
since 2014.
You started with the Sheriff's Department in 2014?
That's correct.
All right, and what was your first job that you did, or how does your career progress?
I started at the jail. I worked there for just over a year, and then I was moved to the road patrol. I was on road patrol for several years, moved up the ranks to sergeant, where I was a road patrol supervisor, and now I'm a detective.
Okay. When did you become detective?
Nobody likes these
Earlier
jail
last
assignments.
year, it would have been June of last year.
Back in June of 2021, what was your job at that particular time with the Sheriff's Department?
In June of 2021, I was a road patrol sergeant supervisor.
All right, and explain how that works. What's your exact role as a sergeant and a road patrol supervisor?
So for the most part, I'm assigned a team consisting of 3 to 4 deputies, just depends. that include a corporal as well as several other deputies. My job primarily is to supervise them in their
Defense already
the
rested in the
12-hour
dumpster
shift.
defender's case.
We
So
answer
we're-
calls
Oh,
for
no kidding.
service.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes I'll go with other deputies.
Provocation
to
with
calls that
intent
require
all
more than
day
one
on that
officer to
one.
Be present. But the majority of my job is supervising what they do.
And during June of 2021, were you working day shift or night shift, or how did that work?
I was on night shift at that point.
They probably just
what are the
played the
hours of
video
night
and sat
shift?
down.
So we swap every 2 months. So 2 months you'll be on days, 2 months you'll be on nights. For those hours, it's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And let me take you to the evening of June 7th, 2021. Were you working that particular evening?
I was.
What shift were you working that day?
We're on night shift,
So what hours would that be?
working from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So you went on duty at 6 p.m. Is that
I did.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you're the sergeant. What was do you have a squad that you're supervising that are out during that shift? Explain that to the jury if you would, please.
So that shift consisted of myself being the sergeant. I had a corporal and 2 deputies working as well. And at that point, I had a lieutenant who was my immediate supervisor. He was working as well.
All right. Can you tell me who those people were?
Sure. So my corporal was Corporal Janicki, and the 2 deputies working with me were Deputy William Pruitt and Deputy Chad McDowell.
And the lieutenant was who?
Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
Did you, on the evening of June 7th, 2021, get a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
You remember approximately what time that was?
Later in the evening, several hours into my shift.
And did you ultimately respond to that location?
I did.
What was reported to you that led to the call for service from dispatch?
That there was a caller who stated he had found his wife and son shot.
And so tell me what happens then. You get that report. What do you do?
So I get that call for service. Obviously, we immediately respond. In situations like that, we would respond with lights and sirens to get there as quickly as possible.
You're driving fast to get there?
Yes.
The lights are on?
Lights were on, siren was on. I think it still took me close to 20 minutes to actually get to the scene from where I was.
You have to ask dispatch to clarify the address?
I did. Once I got out there, it's a very dark area, very rural area on Moselle Road. There were not a whole lot of residences in the area, and I did need clarification once I got out there to confirm the address. Then I located the address on a mailbox across the street from a driveway.
So you saw the mailbox in the driveway you entered, is that correct?
That's correct.
The driveway that you entered that had this mailbox, where did it ultimately lead? What structures were there as you pulled up to the scene?
Those are real
As I
tears
pulled down the
coming out
long
of his
driveway,
face.
when I got to the end of it, there was a dog kennel area on the left as well as a shed area on the right.
And that was the driveway with the mailbox, correct?
That was.
Is this
a
location
better actor
where the
than Amber
scene was?
Heard.
Is it in Colleton County?
It is.
Yeah, I saw tears dripping out of his
Um,
glasses. I mean, he's
Tell me
he's
just a little bit
flooding right
before we
now.
get into more specifics. What was the, you said it was dark. What was the weather like? What was the conditions of the scene or the weather in the scene like?
So quite normal for June around here. It's rather hot, humid. It had been raining a little bit off and on that evening. It was not raining at the time that I actually responded to the scene.
Were you the first law enforcement officer or first responder on the scene?
I was.
Were there others, other first responders following close behind?
The additional first responder that was directly behind me worked for Colleton County Fire Rescue. He pulled in almost the same time I did.
When you would arrive at the scene, before we talk about what you actually experienced at this scene, what is your main job at a scene like this? What are you there to do as a first responder, the first officer on the scene?
So a major crime scene like that, my job is to get there, secure the scene. And what I mean by secure the scene is ensure that there are no individuals there that would potentially cause harm to additional first responders coming there or any witnesses or victims that are already on scene. Preserve any evidence that might be there, and then wait for investigators to arrive as I gather information from anybody else that is already on scene.
Okay. So you're going to gather basic information, but your job's not to investigate it in great detail. Is
That's
that
correct.
As you arrived at this scene, again, what had been reported to you by dispatch?
That a male caller had called and said he found his wife and son shot.
And from that report to you, about how long did it take you to ultimately make it onto the scene?
It was roughly about 20 minutes.
When you arrived on scene, when you said one of the things that you do is secure the scene, were you at all concerned about any perpetrators still being there at that point in time?
When I arrived, not necessarily, just because he had already been there for quite a while. Whenever he called, it seemed the way the call came in that he discovered them like that, and that there was nobody else there other than
Just
him
remember,
and the wife
in the
and
case
son.
of a murder,
You're
the
first
police
officer
are
on
just
scene,
a
but
short
you're not
20-minute
thinking
drive
the
away.
perpetrators are still there. They just
It's something you have to keep in the back of your mind, but not necessarily at the forefront.
You didn't come in hot with guns drawn or anything like that.
No.
When you arrived at the scene and you walked and got out of your car, what did you see?
So as soon as I got out of my vehicle, I was walking down the rest of the driveway, which went between the dog kennel and the shed. As I could see Mr. Murdaugh down at the end of the driveway. As I approached toward him, I could see the male victim laying on the ground to my left, as well as the female victim on the ground to my right. The male victim was close to a small shed in the dog kennel on the left. There was a large deal of blood that had pooled around his body. Same thing for the female victim on the right. Also a large amount of blood around her body.
As you approached and at first saw the male victim and the female victim, what was your assessment? Was there any possible signs of life from your?
My initial assessment was that there was not. There appeared to be a large amount of blood around each of them, as well as brain matter.
Did you ultimately have a conversation with Mr. Murdaugh when you were out there?
I did.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today, the person that you talked to?
I do.
And can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. He's right there wearing a dark blue or black jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
No, he identified you.
When you ultimately approached Mr.
Checkmate.
Murdaugh, what's the first thing that you did?
Prosecution.
The first thing I did was ensure that he did not have any weapons on him. That's standard procedure for arriving on a scene like that. Any kind of weapons that are anywhere on the scene, I want to be aware of, just so I can know whether they're there or not, and if they are there, who has access to them at any point. And that's for my safety as well as other responding officers and for anyone else that's on scene.
Did Mr. Murdaugh give you any possible explanation for this when you approached him?
His immediate reaction was to start telling me about an incident that had happened with his son with a boating accident.
With the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
Had you asked him anything about that?
I did not.
You ultimately, were you wearing a body worn camera that particular
I
day?
was.
You ultimately had a conversation with Mr. Murdaugh for a fairly extended period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever see any tears in your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh?
He did not appear to be crying. He was upset, but I did not see any visible tears.
Did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that he had any sort of firearm?
He did. He stated that he had left from that scene, went to the residence, grabbed a shotgun from that residence, and then brought it back because he felt like he needed to have it just in case something else were to happen.
He told you he had gone back to the residence after finding the victims to get that gun.
He did.
What, if anything, did you do once he told you that he had gotten a gun?
First, he pointed out where the gun was. It was leaning against the vehicle that he was driving at the time. I could see that it was a camouflage shotgun. I spoke with him for a few more minutes, and just based off of how nervous he was acting and anxious and upset, I decided it was in everyone's best interest to get that shotgun and secure it in my vehicle so that no one else had access to it.
So you put that shotgun in your vehicle, is that correct?
I did.
What did you ultimately do with that shotgun? Did you later turn it over to additional law enforcement?
Yes, after it was secured in my vehicle, once SLED arrived on scene to do their further investigation, it was then turned over to SLED.
Bear with me 1 second.
Already we have location testimony, right? That may be inconsistent with what the cell tracking indicates.
Submitted without objection.
May I ask that we have the Elmo working, please?
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I
So
wonder-
I'm going with not guilty on dumpster defenders. I'm contradicting you, Branca.
Oh yeah,
putting it down.
I wish I
think
could have
so.
seen the trial,
See it first,
Me
without
too.
objection. It's
but it
not
doesn't
a
look good.
graphic image. Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it to the jury?
Yes.
On the legal merits, I mean, who knows what a Texas jury might do, but provocation with intent is all over that case, and that loses you self-defense under Texas law.
They had
right, I'm
apparently
looking for what's been
substantial
marked.
testimony of knowledge of his explosive temper, that he had accosted or even assaulted several people, and that was known to the
I'm gonna put what's
Millers.
been marked as state
Oh, that would be
Exhibit
helpful.
3 up on the screen and see if I can get it the right way.
He certainly came across as a lunatic, the victim in
Yeah.
that case.
I love how the first like normal speed murder trial that pops up ever isn't
You can't see-
broadcast.
Can you see that?
3
Oh,
days.
I can. You can? All right. And do you
Bam, bam,
recognize
bam,
the what's in that particular image?
I do.
All right. And tell me what that is, please.
That's the shotgun that I secured in my vehicle on the scene.
Okay. See,
No, I'm not going to turn off the caption because sometimes it helps people who might have to be at lower volume or have hearing issues when the court is quiet, or like if we're talking and StreamYard balances the court down or something like that. Sometimes that caption helps people follow along. So I like to keep it on, even though it does obscure a little bit of the screen. So to the person who asked in the chat if I would turn it off. I've just found that overall, on balance, it's better to have the captions on. And sometimes the captions are retarded, which is funny.
Now, the interesting thing here, I would say, is that there's two murder weapons here. There's an AR style rifle with a 300 blackout caliber, and then there was a shotgun to the other victim. This shotgun is recovered. Now, you cannot do ballistics on a shotgun, so you can't. It's a buckshot type thing. There's no projectile. It's a consistent with. Now, I'll be interested to see if they think that this is a murder weapon or how they're going to characterize this, because otherwise it's just a shotgun that they recovered, right? So this could have. I'm a little curious to see how this fits into the state case and what they're alleging the relevance of this shotgun was, other than he went, because another thing is that they're talking about gunshot residue. He goes and gets that gun. Now he's got gunshot residue on him, right? So any gunshot residue is explained by him getting this shotgun.
My understanding is some of the testimony around the gunshot residue will be testimony that the gunshot residue that was present is consistent with someone who retrieves a firearm, but not someone who has recently fired a firearm.
They can't say that. They can't say that. That's false science. If they do, that's way out of line. There's no way they can do that. In fact, Florida stopped doing gunshot residue testing for that very reason. You can't tell whether it was fired 8 years ago or eight days ago or 8 seconds ago, or if you shook hands with somebody who recently fired a shotgun or you were in proximity. You can't. Gunshot residue is very weak.
Sergeant
testing.
Green, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4.
I think the two guns poses a narrative problem in this.
And
Maybe a lot of people are
see
saying
if you
that.
recognize this particular
It
item.
just doesn't make sense.
Yes,
You've
sir,
got a
that'd be the shotgun
rifle
that I secured.
Your Honor, this
and a-
time we would move
a shotgun.
Exhibit 4 into evidence.
and neither have expended a full magazine of ammunition.
No, sir.
Or well, the shotgun doesn't have a magazine, but unless it's double
May I have
barrel,
Sergeant Green show
but
this
this is
firearm to the jury.
It's a
pump
pump.
action. So,
Be sure not to point at anybody.
I mean, I just don't get why you would have a swap. I mean, unless you're elaborately planning it to look like somebody, two people, but
So that's what I think they're saying, is that this is very planned out. Yeah. I always get anxiety when firearms get handled in courts after the abuse we've seen in other
After being-
cases.
All right. Sergeant
how's the jury
Green,
doing today? Huh?
I'll show you one other document before we move on to some other matters.
Or that crazy case Branca and I covered where the prosecutor's like, fight me for the gun in the well of the jury. It's like,
Right.
what was that?
The Dean Cummings trial.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Your Honor, I believe I'd move to admit that State's Exhibit 2 without objection.
And no objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show this exhibit to you real quick and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir. That would be the chain of custody for the shotgun.
All right. Is there a signature on that document?
It is.
All right. And what does this chain document reflect? Can you just generally explain what this means to the jury, please?
That I originally took possession of that weapon and then turned it over to SLED investigators.
May I publish this exhibit, Your Honor?
Yes.
So up here it lists that there was a Vanelli Super Black Eagle. Did you unload this particular shotgun?
I did not.
Okay. But you ultimately turned the shotgun in its loaded state over to the agent listed here, is that
I
correct?
did. I did.
Did you alter or change the weapon in any way between the time you took it and the time you took it over to SLED?
No, I didn't manipulate it in any way.
I etched "Get Wrecked Nerds" into the barrel, but then I turned it over to the state.
I forgot. I forgot that yours is the entertaining stream. Right?
Like, I hate court because look how long it's taking to introduce the shotgun as evidence. It's like
So
there's
long.
so much just
Oh my
dead
I'm going to show you
time.
what's been marked for identification at this time. It states exhibit number 1. See if you recognize this.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury what this is on this disc right here?
That would be the body camera footage from that incident.
From your arrival at Moselle
Hey, what's
Road
up,
and,
Dave
through
from
the
Mars?
investigation
How you
until
doing?
At some point, you turned it off after you no longer needed to be on. Is that
That's correct.
All right, Your Honor. At this time, I'll move to admit state's exhibit number 1.
That clarification, that is this officer's body cam, which is a camera that's mounted on his body. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's mounted on.
So admit it.
Your Honor, permission to publish this exhibit to the jury. I'll need the
So the body cam footage they talked about yesterday, the state was originally planning to use
there are
snippets.
graphic images on this.
The defense moved to admit the entire 45-minute recording under the rule of completeness. So we will be in it for a long haul once it starts.
Control what is presented and published in accordance with the court's order. The parties to police that yourselves.
We intend on screen up when he gets to the graphic images and then uncovering it.
They come pretty quickly, yes.
I remember. So, Mr. Griffith.
They come pretty quickly. Yeah, I would expect.
What
So
does?
both victims were shot in the head. One with a shotgun, one with the 300 blackout. You should expect. I don't expect they'll show us the images, but I've seen photographs of similar injuries, and generally the head's just canoed open like a bowl.
That's what was described in graphic detail by the defense during the opening statement, that that there was basically like a little chain of skull left and brains everywhere.
Survived a female shot in the head. The son is shot also, not breathing. That motherfucker.
So yeah, we're going to be sitting here through 45 minutes of audio.
So there's not going to be any video shown at all, huh? That sucks. See, in Florida, we get a
Body
lot
cam
of.
video, is that correct?
That's correct.
The first 15 minutes or so of this
Well, maybe-
video are you running code, running at full speed or at least reasonable speed to get to this scene as fast as you can. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. My lights and my lights
Objection
and siren
leading.
were activated, so I can get there quickly.
Be a dick.
Your Honor, at this
South
time, I'm going
Carolina.
to fast forward until he arrives, I believe, without objection from the defense.
Without objection, Your Honor.
We get very. We're genteel. We don't object on things that don't matter. Come on. Thus, to Andrew's point, 15 minutes away from your from the shooting and the murder scene, right? This is why we have firearms in self-defense.
And have it accessible, folks. If it's buried away, it doesn't help you.
Or in New York, you have to have it disassembled. Wasn't that the
DC, yeah,
DC
previously,
case?
right?
Yeah, and we really don't. I mean, I think that there's this speculating. We really don't have a good idea of.
Past the driveway that I was supposed to have turned down, like I said, everything's kind of dark out there. It wasn't clearly indicated, so.
Of guilt or innocence, it depends. We got to watch the evidence.
4147. Should be a vehicle in the driveway with the flashes on. That's going to be the caller.
Copy, I'm going on scene. It's got a long driveway, but the mailbox out front is labeled. He's not at the end of the driveway. He might be by the house.
This dude's gonna
The
lose
correct
his
number
shit
for
when he sees the bodies.
4147 Moselle.
It is.
And is that the incident location where you discovered the victims?
That's correct.
Copy.
I'm getting out of the call right now.
Copy.
I'm not sure I've seen this multi-camera setup in the courtroom before.
They're
I
getting
think
more
the-
sophisticated.
Code, the defense attorney right there just put a paper over
There
the
to the
video.
left screen. What did you see right there?
To the left was Paul's body. He was laying face down on the ground. Large pool of blood around him, as well as a great deal of water that was immediately around his body.
Was it
Trying to
that
spare
water,
him.
Was it just around? Was it down the entire kennel concrete pad, or was it mostly just?
No, you could see walking down the kennel as I got out. The closer I got to Paul's body, the more water there was.
Had it been raining enough at this point in time to wet the entire to cause that amount of water?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Objection overruled.
Answer the question, please.
I don't recall if it had been raining a whole lot that evening, but given where the water was, it did not appear that rain had caused that water.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an objection. If I sustain the objection, you are to then disregard the question and any responses. If I overrule the objection, then you may consider the responses and the question is deemed appropriate. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. Apparently too far, so I'm just gonna roll from here again.
Central 717 scene is secure. Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike.
What are we seeing to the right of this image?
So on the right would be Maggie's body, also laying face down on the ground. Large pool of blood around her head.
And we see an individual standing. Who is that?
The individual standing in the background would be Mr. Murdaugh.
The person you previously identified in this courtroom?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, this location that you're standing right now is in Colleton County. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
I want to let you know because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir, it's leaning up against the side of my car.
You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have it.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son? Okay.
I noticed you shined your flashlight just a few seconds ago on the black vehicle. What did you shine your flashlight on just then?
You could see the shotgun leaning up against the side of that vehicle.
Were the flashers on the vehicle right there in the image?
I
Do you
believe so,
recall?
yes.
It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Sir, yes, sir. I went and this is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
He's been getting like punched. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did,
Was that when you previously testified that he mentioned the boat case or the boat wreck?
That's correct. Prior to me asking him anything about it, he did.
Well, I
mention
mean, in context, it seems kind of
You mean-
relevant to mention the boat case.
called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are, that's what they're gonna do, okay?
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are, yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs, okay?
Right before that discussion, did Mr. Murdaugh offer to go on his phone and check?
He
What
did.
time?
He did. He wanted to verify exactly the timing of his arrival.
How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call,
Okay.
and then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
So you're putting stuff on your hands. What are you doing right there?
Those are just gloves so I could put on my hand to limit the contamination of any evidence.
You put those on before you handled the firearm. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
Copy.
What are you doing right now?
At this point, I'm walking back to my vehicle to secure that shotgun inside my vehicle.
We can actually see you holding it to the left of the screen. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's me holding the barrel of that shotgun.
Explain to us real quick a body worn camera. Where is that located, and where are these images coming from?
I generally put it right here on my chest, dead center on my chest.
And how is it activated? How is it turned off? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit? as well?
So most of these cameras are activated in the patrol vehicles that deputies on patrol have. They're activated whenever you activate your blue lights. So as soon as I turn my blue lights on, it activates my dash camera as well as my body worn camera.
And then how do you ultimately turn it off?
It's got a button on the front of it that you can press. If it did not originally activate it, you would press that button to turn it on to start the recording. And then whenever you're done recording, you press that same button to stop the recording.
In this particular instance, how did it get activated? Was it when you turned on your blue lights to run code to the scene?
That's correct. It was activated with my blue lights.
And I've used the term run code. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Running code is just whenever you turn your lights on as well as your siren to get wherever you need to get fast.
When you're moving quickly to respond to an emergency situation.
That's correct.
653 outside. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal.
Right there, you laid the shotgun inside your vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct. I laid it in front of the passenger seat in the front.
Did it remain there until it was turned over to SLED?
It did.
Did he mention if it still had rounds in it?
He didn't.
To the left of the
He
screen.
didn't unload
Again,
it.
that's
Is all
where
he
the,
said.
Paul was. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's Paul laying on the ground.
And is that where you
Presumably,
saw
we'll
water
have the
that you
It is.
described earlier?
It is.
person, the state forensics who examined it, to tell us that later.
Contact them. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents. Roger that. No, they come out. They are dead, aren't they? Just turn all those.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Where are you now?
What is Mr. Murdaugh doing at this particular time?
He's on the phone pacing around talking to someone. I'm not sure who he was talking to at that point.
Did he ask you to confirm if they were dead?
He did. He asked multiple times while I was on scene.
Did you ever see him, any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
Oh, wait a second. I don't know.
Did you ever see him approach the bodies?
I did not see him approach them. No.
Did you observe any visible blood on him?
There was no blood on him that I could see.
The bodies, as you saw them, was there a lot of blood around them given the injuries they had suffered?
Yes, there was a pool of blood around each of the bodies that extended out from the body.
All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now.
I mean, he sounds pretty damn shook.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I don't see this no tears thing. I don't quite
That's
understand.
my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul? Okay.
Somebody go to check him.
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check him.
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
When you observed these victims, was it obvious that they had injuries incompatible with life?
Yes, any reasonable person that came upon those bodies would have come to a conclusion that they were deceased.
I mean, objection. That's speculative.
I'm very sorry. Call her. Yeah.
What's her name?
Her name's Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
Pause it right there. What did the defendant just say? Let me back it up.
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What did the defendant say right there?
So while I'm in the process of gathering information about the two victims from Mr. Murdaugh, somebody walks by behind me and he pauses what he's telling me to say, "Hey, how you doing?"
How you doing?
Yeah.
And who was that he said that to?
I'm not 100% certain. I believe it was a fire rescue individual.
What's her birthday?
I don't. Yeah.
9/15/68.
Okay. And what's your son's
Trying to
first
play
name?
on the
You said
idea that
Paul?
he's faking the
Terry
crying,
Murdaugh.
but that doesn't make sense. If you're acting the crying, why would you break character to say how you doing?
Four.
Come through town, if you stop and pick up that tent, I see lights off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to. Preserve what we can.
Well, it's understandable why the defense wanted the whole video shown.
Right.
Yeah.
I should try to be.
You can hear him sniffling the entire time.
That's Paul's birthday.
Yeah. What's the right way to react to your murder of your son and your wife?
1999, sir.
Put it up as
Even
wide
if
as you
he
can.
did it, I would expect this type of reaction.
You said 99.
Sir?
He was born in 99.
He was born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Let me ask you this. In your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh, was he able to understand your questions and respond appropriately to what you were asking?
Yes.
Was he catatonic in any way?
No. He was able to answer all the questions that I asked him.
Was he panicking in any way?
He seemed upset, but I wouldn't say panicky.
Did you notice any labored breathing or anything like that from Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah, he
I was hoping you weren't going to say no.
was breathing heavily. Never once did he complain about not being able to breathe. I mean, there were fire rescue guys out there. He didn't ask for any kind of medical attention or anything like that due to not being able to breathe.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
You familiar with the location?
No.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Be affirmative.
Cody,
It's what I'm thinking
come around the
about
truck
before.
and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then. Yes.
I don't know if it's
What's that?
ours or not. There's a set of footprints behind the trailer there too.
Who's that individual right there?
I'm not sure of his name. I just know that he works for Colleton County Fire Rescue. Colleton County Fire Rescue.
That's why we kind of stepped out there and just so we step over it.
the last one in and grabbing it here.
In the background in the center of the screen, it looks like somebody's doing something with some yellow tape. Can you explain what that is to the jury, please?
That's correct. That's Deputy Pruitt, one of the deputies that I supervised. I instructed him to put up crime scene tape to include that vehicle. We put up crime scene tape to try to keep people out of the immediate crime scene area, preserve any possible evidence that's there.
At this point in time, had you noticed any evidence of firearms such as casings or spent shells or anything like that?
Yeah, as I was walking through, you can't necessarily see it on my body camera, but as I was walking through, I could see shell casings, particularly around Maggie's body.
All right. And a shell casing, would they be for like a rifle round or a pistol round?
They
or-
appear to be rifle rounds.
And could you tell just from walking by what type of ammunition at that point in time?
I couldn't tell what type. I could tell that they appear to be rifle, and that's about it.
And again, you weren't stopping to collect those. You were managing the scene as you described before.
That's
So-
correct.
They're gonna have the dogs testify.
Just go over to that corner of the building.
I'm almost here. Let me see what we have first and whether or not we're going to handle that part or not.
Well, we know ATF didn't respond to this one.
What are you shining your light on right there?
So there in the background behind where Mr. Murdaugh is standing, you can see several sets of tire tracks. The grass was really wet that night, so those tracks appeared to be really fresh. So it caught my eye.
All right. And why did it catch your eye?
It just seemed odd that it appeared to be that many sets of tire tracks since he said he pulled up, went to the house and came back. It just appeared that there were more than just that.
It appeared that there were more tracks than just that.
That's correct.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
So that's multiple vehicles consistent with multiple people with firearms, right? Is that
Okay.
Only two were mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Really, right.
Hey, stay here. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want to disturb.
After I found the door, we can kind of get around that way.
Your best way is probably going to be back through those rocks because we can't get any tracks off those rocks anymore.
No, we'll go back around the other way we just came.
Okay. Thank you.
This is one of those insane cases where they had like a dog medium.
Yes.
Okay, I'll get that in a little bit.
Okay.
The dog whisperer.
Who did it? Who did it, boy?
who did it?
Murdaugh.
That's great. Good boy. Good boy.
Whose vehicle are you approaching right now?
That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh said that he had approached that scene in.
Was that a black Suburban to your recollection?
It is.
And I will get to
23 on Mosaic.
I will get to super chats when there's like an obvious break
Unit on scene. Are you behind the house?
where we can read and answer.
There's several of us out here. There's
Right there, that would be Maggie's body right in front of that shed. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's covered up by a sheet at this point.
a long dirt driveway right next to the mailbox that says 4147, and you'll see all our lights down here at this shed thing.
You didn't come through Brick Hollow.
Negative.
Nothing. I'm on duty here out of Moselle.
Who's that standing way off in the distance there?
That would be Mr. Murdaugh.
Where did he spend the majority of his time while you were there after your initial interaction with him?
From this point on, his general time was spent in that area where he's currently standing.
Pretty far away from the scene?
That's correct.
the problem with this is his status and his family status does make them actual targets for some type of killing too. I mean,
Right. Yep.
Right.
They're political and revenge reasons to go after someone like this.
What was occurring right there? With the
So what
other
was
deputy?
occurring right there?
Yeah.
So both of those deputies, or Deputy Pruitt would be on the left and Deputy McDowell would be on the right.
Yeah.
Deputy McDowell was taking small pieces of crime scene tape and just setting them by shell casings, I believe. As road patrol officers, we don't generally have those little placards that you'll a lot of times see in crime scene photos. But to prevent somebody from accidentally stepping on them due to it being so dark out there, we tend to take something small like a piece of paper, a piece of crime scene tape, set it next to it just to indicate it a little bit better.
Again, part of the job of a first responder to sort of protect the scene until the crime scene investigators get there.
That's correct.
Both these individuals, were you supervising them that night?
I was, yes.
Yeah.
Looking at this perspective right here, to the left of the screen is whose body?
To the left right there in the forefront would be Maggie, and in the further back you can also see where Paul is laying.
Was Paul next to or in the kennel area?
Yes.
I think his brother. He said he was calling somebody. Said he was calling somebody. Yeah. There's a couple of shell cases right there.
Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple of them where it was in the ground, it might be harder to see somewhere. Y'all familiar with this family? Yes.
I wasn't until he told the names. Last name and Murdaugh.
Did you know this family prior to this?
I did not.
I don't think it's gonna be.
Oh, so the son's boating accident killed a woman.
Yeah.
He said,
And he was under the influence, the son. Oof.
Hey,
Who was Evo?
Evo would be Deputy McDowell's K9.
And then he also said that he had been getting death threats following that, so there could be a retaliation from that. I mean, it makes the defense theory.
Who is that approaching right now?
That would be my immediate supervisor at the time, Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
The gentleman in the white shirt is the husband of her, father of him. That is Paul Murdaugh. This is his mother. Paul Murdaugh was that guy in the boating accident from a while back, if you remember.
Yeah.
Just then, were you describing the boat wreck?
Yes, it had been in local news previously, so.
And it was your understanding that Paul was involved in that?
In some way, I had no idea about the actual details of the case to know what his involvement was, honestly.
Most likely. He did have a firearm whenever I pulled up. It's a shotgun. It's been secured in my vehicle.
We're in a blackout.
When you get a chance, can you give dispatch a phone call?
You'll have to give me just a few minutes, but yes, I will.
That dispatch call, was that related to the case in any way?
I don't believe it was. I don't remember what that phone call ended up being about. As a supervisor, if a lot of us are tied up at one time, they will tend to give me a phone call to let me know that a certain call is pending or something else is going on. Just to help keep the radio traffic free, they'll call me on my cell phone instead.
Did your entire squad respond to this this particular call, or did somebody
There was one deputy that remained in service.
did not respond here but remained on the road?
Correct.
653.
Who can start a log? Who's the most expendable that can start a log? Let's put it that way.
This is, can you start a crime scene log, please?
A log started. Sleds on the way. Let's push. Can we run the tape?
2007 Brady
there to there?
Yeah.
Yes.
From that last pole right there
log.
to that last
Get a
pole.
piece of paper, start writing names and times. You don't have any kind of paper?
Who's that individual right there in the center of the screen?
That
To the
would be
right?
Detective to the right.
Yes.
That would be Deputy Pruitt.
And what did you just ask him to do?
Start a crime scene log.
And tell the jury what that is.
Sure. So a crime scene log is established as soon as additional people start to arrive on scene. We document exactly who comes into the actual crime scene, as well as the exact time that they come into the crime scene.
Here, borrow that.
We can push it from that pole to that pole.
Yep. Sure.
Oh, Steve dropped.
I do see some.
You demoted yourself.
That look old.
Wrong button push.
Yes.
What are we doing right here with the tape?
So I'm securing it to the corner of that part of the shed to run it along to a shed on the opposite side of that area. We just expanded the crime scene out a little bit further.
To protect a larger area?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You need to speak more directly into the mic, or can you increase the volume, Madam Clerk, of that mic?
Oh, a judge who cares about the audio in the courtroom. Wow. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm referring to the witness.
Sorry.
Increase his volume, or
How's the witness not speaking to the mic? It's literally right there.
thank you.
One job.
First,
Yes, sir. I usually don't have a problem being too quiet, but speak up for us if you would, please. All right, so you're securing the crime scene tape. Let's proceed.
I'll just hold the light for you. Go all the way to that there. Marty, let's just keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, I think we got it.
This is 5-3, all the responding units to Moselle Road, stop at the road. No one else come down the dirt road. Stop at the road.
I don't know what that high pitch sound is, but I want it to die.
Is it the unscroll on the tape?
Could be.
This is here, 27, probably doing that 66 on 95. Copy.
What's the other way up here?
From back that way, I guess. Where the house is, I guess.
Okay. It must be.
You referring to the Whiskey Mike, left you off with a key?
We've heard on this video the term Whiskey Mike. Can you tell me what that term refers to?
Yeah, when we say
Whiskey
whiskey
Mike.
Mike, referring to a white male, a whiskey fox, or a whiskey foxtrot would be a white female.
And in the context of this particular scene, who's the Whiskey Mike and who's the Whiskey Fox?
What do
or
you call a
Whiskey Foxtrot?
blackmail?
As I was approaching,
Is that a
you could
BM?
hear me
'Cause
say
that
to
could be
dispatch
bad.
from a radio that there was a whiskey Mike, the whiskey Mike referring to Paul, whiskey fox referring to Maggie.
Do we have anything else? Negative. Copy.
think the dog is saying, Birch,
The
Birch.
video right of the screen. Well, strike that. I'll wait.
Correct.
Blackmail would be Bravo, Mike. It's still BM. I don't like that one. Seems racist.
Back side of all the paper, all the front side of the paper has name on it.
Here comes the damn train.
Mine for a minute. Perfectly fine.
That's not on the audio of the.
Don't you believe it? Don't look, don't fuck with people. How people-
Only a year and a half left on this lease.
Do you not have any crime scene log sheet? Hey, 717. I was asked to give you guys a call.
Have it in your list.
Hi. Okay. Okay. I will inquire and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I might break the lease. We'll see. There's not a lot of office space here in where I live in Colorado, so need to find a better location.
Here, do you recognize those individuals?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are?
On the far left would be Detective Tyndall. In the forefront
train
toward the
track.
center would be Captain Chapman. And on the other side of him, in the lighter colored shirt with the black vest, was Barry McCroy, worked for Fire Rescue.
Okay. What did the sheriff respond to this particular incident, to your recollection?
Yes, he did.
But as far as who was the senior officer actually working the scene at this point in time until SLED arrives, who was it at this point?
That would be Captain Chapman.
Captain Chapman?
That's correct.
I'm gonna grab a couple. I got some right here. Hey, you want us to close that in? Sure. Was that? You want us to close it in? Yeah.
There's a guy, I don't know if you want to what the other guy knows, whoever Eric is, and it's the caller. There's a guy over here that's wanting to talk to him.
Don't even know who Eric is. I know an Alex over
Alex.
there. Okay.
Okay.
There's a guy over here that wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want me to tell him that or if you want me to just chill for a minute. Or if you want me to escort him over.
He does not need to walk over there.
No, I mean a long way.
He does not need to go over there.
So you can stay there. Okay?
He can't.
Let me ask you this. Before you had referred to a brother arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that a brother? Was he allowed to talk to Alec and go over to Alec?
I believe he did. I don't recall. I never actually interacted with him at all.
And then this discussion right here with Deputy Pruitt, what was going on right there?
So there was someone that had arrived on scene and wanted to go and speak with Mr. Murdaugh. I told him to just wait a minute on allowing him over there so we could determine the best way to allow them to talk, simply because the crime scene was so large and we did not want to contaminate anything that didn't need to be.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that individual, whoever it was, allowed to interact with Mr. Murdaugh?
I believe so. He was eventually, yes.
People that arrived were allowed to go see Mr. Murdaugh, is that correct?
That's correct.
He was not in custody at any time, is that correct?
No.
I don't have the caller and the caller's brother's name in here, because I don't know their names yet, but I can. But
I already wrote it in there.
all right. I don't know where you were at. I just found the first empty page I can find.
Female victim, male caller.
And then the other guy, he hasn't came inside the tape
Then
yet.
don't have to worry about him. Just make sure you get the here.
So we need you and all of us guys.
Go ahead.
Is that what you're about to say?
Yes.
Yeah, this is not nearly as damaging for the defense as.
Yes, so on those computers are mounted in our patrol vehicles. We can see details of the call for service or other calls for service. In this case, I was looking at the information for the incident on Moselle to determine what units had been dispatched, what units arrived, and when they arrived, due to Deputy Pruitt trying to establish the crime scene log.
And you use the term call for service, which is a police term, but that essentially means responding to any emergency or
Any type of call, any citizen that would call our dispatch center to request law enforcement assistance or fire rescue assistance, it's called, we just refer to it as a call for service.
This was a good move on the defense part also to ask for the full video to be played because it slows down the prosecution. The freight train.
Yep. And I think that in between time at the beginning, listening to him with his labored breathing
26.
and his clear apprehension about what's been going on was helpful for the defense.
Scene at 22:26.
That's correct.
For those of us who don't know military time, can you tell us what that is?
That would be 10:26 p.m.
And that's June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
And whoever U21 is with fire rescue, just write U21, fire rescue U21. And then
That was the same time as you?
he came on scene. Yeah, same time as me. It's fine. Medic 18 at 22:27.
And it started to rain more at this point.
Yeah, it had started raining at this point, yes.
$758 on scene 22:30. Same time as you. $653 on scene at 22:39.
22:39.
Yep.
Those numbers that you're referring to, what do those represent?
So the numbers would be the badge numbers of individuals arriving on scene.
You're just recording when various people arrived on the computer.
They're recorded in the computer. So when we arrive on scene, we let dispatch know our number and that we're on scene. They log it into the computer, and then we can then put it on our crime scene log.
That's all I have as far as times on this goes.
Yeah, state made a big deal about all the water. I don't know what they're trying to suggest, that he tried to clean the scene or something. I mean, these people had no heads.
Yeah. And blood everywhere. So unless he used the water to clean himself, would be an argument, I guess.
When you clear, have a
Also
call
the,
of the suspicious vehicle.
Tire print evidence also.
Copy.
And
Yeah, there are
footprint
multiple
evidence.
vehicles.
Footprint evidence.
223 Majestic Oak Way in Titusville. 10-4. There's a Cottersville unit that can assist. That'd be great.
Pretty sure Majestic Oaks is their jurisdiction anyway.
I believe that's not jurisdiction anyway. I'll take care of that.
Good move for the defense to play the full thing, though. I mean, I must say. Otherwise, it'd be all snappy and. We're already getting bored with the first state witness. Bad for the state.
23 Majestic Oak.
They must have thought this would be just a banger evidence drop from the body cam, but I'm not sure why they thought that this would be the opening that they
Walking
wanted.
off to the left of the screen, who was that?
The one walking away from the screen or that just approached?
Walking away.
That was Deputy McDowell.
All right, and then the center of the screen, who was that?
The one that just walked up and is in center screen now would be Captain Krause.
All right, and then next to him, facing the body camera.
That would be Captain Chapman.
All right, and then to the far right.
Detective Tyndall.
The green trailblazer. Correction. It's unknown what type of vehicle she had.
Were there dogs in those kennels to your recollection?
There were a couple of dogs. I don't remember the exact number, but I do remember seeing some.
The green trailblazer in her yard that belongs to her. She says she can only see the tail lights of the vehicle. She is also threatening to use them to jump off the street. It happened about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is how you suck the energy out of a witness, folks.
But this was defense made him do this, so this is good. Good move, defense. Already point for the defense team on slowing this train down.
We're going to discuss it later and find out. Okay. Just I'll make sure I didn't miss something. Nope.
That discussion right there, did that have anything to do with the crime scene or anything like that?
No, it was not related at all.
Yeah, because now they're just sitting here listening to nothing, watching nothing happen. He takes phone calls or radio for literally nothing related. It's just boring.
What'd you just put on your hands then?
Those would be latex gloves.
And the gloves you put on that you described earlier to the jury, what were those gloves?
Those are more tactical gloves. They're not necessarily ideal for handling any kind of evidence, but due to me already being out there next to the shotgun, I did not have any latex gloves on my person, so I used what was available.
And why are you putting on latex gloves right now?
They were wanting to look under the sheet where Paul was, so just to prevent any kind of contamination of any possible evidence at all, we would just always put gloves on.
Well, the dad's over there. Actually, hold on. People just won't do it. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's right. It shouldn't be about five to the law enforcement.
There is his law enforcement.
Yeah, ironic if this defendant turned out to be enough of a dirtbag that so many people wanted to kill him or his family that he has a effective alibi for their death.
What is that discussion about right there?
So the whole purpose for even trying to look up under him was to determine if there was an additional firearm on scene already, possibly under Paul. There was 300 blackout casings found near Maggie. They were trying to determine if there was possibly a 300 blackout rifle under Paul.
And were y'all concerned that there may be one under Paul?
We just trying to rule it out as a possibility.
And what was that possibility then?
That he could have shot
There was a
Maggie,
gun
And then
under
did
Paul.
what?
shot himself.
So you're looking to see if there's a gun underneath if he had shot himself and then fallen on top of it.
That's correct.
But I guess they didn't know at the time that it was a
I haven't asked the
shotgun.
dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over.
That doesn't
and
make sense.
Well, they saw the shell case
Near Paul when you
rifle.
Yes, there was a phone laying on top of him near his back pockets of his shorts.
Back it up just a little bit. Is that it right down there at the bottom?
That's it.
Unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made.
I don't think he put that phone back. I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses.
Check the pulses.
as the brain is splattered behind them. We check the pulse.
Didn't you get shot in the chest with
He did have a shotgun.
Shot and
the
then
shotgun
finished off
first?
both.
With yeah.
Yeah. Did they not notice the chest shot when they were considering the potential suicide?
Chest and shoulder. And with it's common for buckshot to just take limbs off of people with that kind of hit. So I can't
should
believe
be
that wouldn't be
obvious.
a mortal injury by itself. So this
They've
defendant
never-
apparently been accused of stealing millions of dollars from his law firm, his family, his friends. I don't know if any of that's true, but he's been accused of basically stealing from everybody massive sums of money.
So I've got
One
multiple
problem is they've
gunshots
never
on that
recovered the
window, too.
300 blackout rifle,
See
right?
a shell,
Right.
at least 3 shells.
Got to come up with some reason as to why that doesn't exist.
Got it.
I would think I would want to, as the state.
Right to the left of the
What's
screen, there
theory?
appears to be, what does that appear to be to the very left of the screen?
There's some dog crates over there. On top of one of the dog crates is actually a dead chicken.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
A dead chicken
Okay.
on the far left-hand side of the screen.
Did you, Your Honor, with your permission, could you step down to the screen and point what you're talking about to the jury?
Okay.
Rifle is with.
Right
here on
top of that small dog crate was a
Reminder that this guy had
chicken.
approximately 10 minutes to clean up the crime scene,
Do it again, please.
This area right here.
unless he sent his cell phone in a car with someone else while he stayed and cleaned up. So I mean, this is my problem with the rifle is where the hell did it go? Where did he dispose of it? Where did he stash it?
Well,
Yeah.
and there was some testimony that there's a blanket that he took to his mother's house that had gunshot residue in it,
You don't need to keep doing all that.
like a
Yeah, a
like
tarp.
a raincoat or think that had they're saying that somehow he took the rifle to the mother's house and it's gotten disposed from there. I don't quite understand the theory there, but
Why bother? I mean, he left a shotgun behind, right? So why?
but is that the murder weapon, the shotgun? Are they saying that's the shotgun murder weapon? I don't know.
I believe
haven't heard
the
that.
son was shot with the shotgun.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we
then-
don't know if it was this shotgun, is what Steve is saying.
Right.
Because they had multiple shotguns hunting family.
So he may have
don't know.
disposed of the actual murder weapons, but left an incidental shotgun behind at the kennel.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that your light's on right there?
That's correct. That's when I was really noticing the chicken.
State's going to have to clear that up on closing, and they're going to have to tell the story. They
Yeah,
didn't
there's
on
a lot
opening.
of open questions here from this opening's witness.
Yeah. And for people in the comments, I don't think the fact that this guy may have stolen a lot of money makes it more likely he killed his family. I think it's actually good for the defense. It provides a motive for, other people who might have sought retribution. Maybe they went to kill this dude, but he wasn't there, so they killed his wife and son instead.
Right. The defense is not obligated to provide an alternative theory for the crime. However, if you can provide an alternative plausible theory
Right.
that it pushes towards reasonable doubt in the mind of the juror. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's certainly possible that someone was taking revenge on this guy for all of these they probably won't have the other crimes in as evidence. Although they've
Unless
already
they
mentioned
want
the boat thing. Yeah, that's
I've got
true.
at least 5.
I mean, this guy could take the witness stand and say, yeah, I stole all that money. People were threatening to kill me all the time.
Because of what? He was carrying a shotgun on the guy.
It is currently in my vehicle.
Yeah, people were threatening to kill me and my family every week because I'd stolen their money. I don't blame them.
That's what he said immediately on scene 2, is that the boating accident, after that, people specifically threatened Paul. I believe someone in the chat said the brother of the deceased victim from the boating accident is on video threatening to kill Paul Murdaugh.
The brother of the victim, right? The girl who died.
Right.
And she was beautiful. You seen pictures of her?
No.
She was gorgeous.
Yeah, I like the move too. The defense covered up the screen with this box top. That's good in a lot of ways. First of all, it makes the defendant isn't doing it. The attorney's doing it for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's not that the jury's not looking over it and see how he reacts to the gruesome pictures, right?
Right. So McRae, H, this is a relevant question to what you're saying. He says, do the defense attorneys advise clients to cry like that, especially if they know the prosecutor will mention lack of crying at the scene? My opinion is that advising your client to cry puts your client in the role of an actor, and your client is probably a bad actor. So I wouldn't advise them specifically to try and cry or anything like that.
And he can be legitimately upset by the murders, even if he did it. Not everybody's a sociopath.
State will publish at this time, Your Honor.
Let me ask you a few other questions if I could. Deputy, Sergeant Green.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 5 to your testimony and see if you recognize this image.
Yes, sir. That would be an image from my body camera when I was looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
Random Fool over on Rumble asked why he would mention the boating accident when the police showed up. Well, as we heard from the video, you might have missed it. When he mentions the boating accident,
State's exhibit 5, I believe, without objection.
In the context of the deluge of death threats and threats of violence that came following the boat accident, and he said that he just knows it's from that. So his suspicion is that someone related to the boating accident and the subsequent threats would have enacted this crime of violence against his family. So that, to me, like the state made a big deal about the boat
who is
thing,
that person
but it
in the
makes
image
sense
right
in
there?
context.
That would be
to
Mr.
me.
Murdaugh.
All right, and then just kind of in this area, it's more clear on the video, but that would be the tire tracks you described earlier.
Yes, where I'm shining my flashlight at that point is where the tire tracks were.
The witness here is a cop. He's responded to the call to the house. The girl who was killed in the boating accident was 19 when she was killed, folks.
We
not
cut
16.
the video off after playing sort of the relevant parts, but what did you do for the remainder of the scene as the evening continued?
So the remaining part of my role would have just been making sure the crime scene stayed secure, people stayed out of where they weren't supposed to be. Investigators were handling the remainder of the investigation.
Did eventually anyone from the SLED, the State Law Enforcement Division, show up?
They did. I don't believe that would have been captured on my body camera, but they did, yes.
At some point, did you like to turn your body camera off?
I did. I cleared it with my supervisor, Captain Kraus, to ensure that I would not be needed for any additional investigative purposes, talking to Mr. Murdaugh or handling any additional evidence. And once that was okayed, I turned it off.
And so that was consistent with standard police procedures and practices and when you turn the body camera off?
That's correct.
You just didn't decide to do it willy-nilly or anything?
That's correct.
At what point, just roughly, do you remember, did you clear the scene or leave the scene?
I don't think I left the scene until several hours later.
Were you still there when SLED crime scene arrived?
Yes.
Did you remain the entire time they were there, or did you leave at some point?
I would have left prior to the end of my shift. I couldn't tell you the exact time that it was, but they were multiple units, including SLED and Carleton County investigators, still on scene when I left.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
All right, let's see what happens on cross.
Set up some of the audio visual stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
So the son who was killed at the boating accident, his blood alcohol was 0.24 at the hospital,
Oh,
which is pretty damn juiced.
God.
And it was 2.5 years between that boating accident where the young girl died and when he was killed. So 2.5 years, he hadn't been tried yet. He'd charged with multiple felonies for that boating accident, but hadn't yet gone to trial. Somebody may have got tired of waiting.
She was very pretty. Mallory Beach, I think was her name.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a gorgeous young woman. Not that that is the reason why it'd be likely, like anyone's family or friend dying could certainly spark some sort of retribution. But yeah, I think that's actually a very strong, this guy's potentially shady dealings is a very strong potential for an alternative theory that the defense can present in this murder case.
So there used to be a doctrine in Florida. Steve can speak to this. I think Florida's done away with it. But the doctrine was if someone's on trial in a case where all the evidence is circumstantial, the jury would be instructed that they have to be able to exclude every possible reasonable hypothesis that would be consistent with innocence.
Right.
And even though Florida may have done away with that doctrine, and of course this is in South Carolina, I think it's a pretty sound policy. If there's a reasonable hypothesis consistent with innocence, do you really have proof beyond a reasonable doubt?
Right. And speaking of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, what's up, Nate?
Yo,
Hey, Nate.
what's going on, everybody? How you guys doing?
Good, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, I haven't seen you guys in such a long time. It's been like
I
forever,
know.
man.
I
How you
know.
guys doing? I'm sorry, my Twitter inbox is like filled every fucking second because of these boozy bots. So it's crazy, man.
Where
It's
that
good to see you
boozy at?
guys.
We need boozy all up in this track. It's good to see you, brother. Welcome. Have you been following this case at all?
Yeah, I've been watching Kurt stream a little bit. It seems crazy. So this but it's one of those cases where it's fascinating to see. It's a murder trial, so it's obviously going to be fascinating. But this is just I don't know what to think about it. It's got a lot going on.
Well, when I first heard about it, I'm like, well, yeah, this guy seems like the kind of guy who'd kill his family. Solicitor General, I already don't trust him. And then the opening argument, the state presents their sort of theory of the case, and I like the opening drama of it. But then after that, it kind of started to ring hollow, and I'm like, wait, where's like the narrative? You're not telling me much based on what you're going to show me about how this happened. You just kind of told me a quick story.
Right.
It was a quick punch, and I thought it was very effective, but then it got less effective as his opening went on to me.
It was a good story. It was a good narrative in the state's opening. I just did it this morning for my audience. We did the replay from yesterday, but it's like blocks, like cinder blocks build that story, and there's no glue between them. There's no glue connecting them. So it just falls over as soon as it's pushed.
Right. And I thought the defense did a pretty decent job of just saying they don't have anything. They didn't actually tell you anything. They don't really have anything. So that was cool. Steve, you posted something in the private chat here, which I think is important. And I'm pretty sure the defense hit on, they may have mentioned this in the opening statement even, but you posted the circumstantial evidence standard, quote, where the only proof of guilt is circumstantial. No matter how strongly the evidence may suggest guilt, a conviction cannot be sustained unless the evidence is inconsistent with any reasonable hypothesis of innocence, which is just what you were saying, Andrew. And I think that's a powerful statement because the state has basically admitted that they have no direct evidence here at all, and it's entirely circumstantial. So they'll have this almost higher level of higher bar to reach. On that.
Because the evidence could be different, right? There could be evidence of conflict between this guy and his wife and his son, fighting, domestic violence allegations. It could be a different body of evidence here that would be consistent with the circumstantial evidence, that wouldn't provide a reasonable alternative hypothesis consistent with innocence. But that's not the evidence we have. The evidence we have is there's a lot of reasons people might have wanted to kill that son. I'm less sure about the wife, but maybe the wife was killed because she was a witness to the son's killing. Maybe they thought the wife was this defendant. Someone said in the comments she was a big gal. It was dark. It's possible they,
it's these prosecutions are tough, especially when you're talking about these motive-driven prosecutions. Because even though the prosecution doesn't have to prove motive, this one seems to be heavily dependent on motive to get the circumstantial evidence. So, we saw that try to play out in the Rittenhouse trial a little bit, where all they had was motive. There was motive, but their evidence didn't fly. And I think here you have to have the same thing where you have all this motive, but the evidence doesn't really get you there where you have this direct evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think they have, again, they have real problems because they didn't identify this shotgun as the murder weapon. And now they may be waiting for the forensic lab to come in and say, 3 rounds were missing from the tube from this shotgun. Therefore, that's consistent with the 3 rounds that had gone through Paul. So maybe that's kind of the strategy, and they're going to infer that that's a murder weapon. But then they're still lacking the rifle in any way. They don't seem to suspect that the rifle is the one blackout rifle that is still present there. So then they're going to have to account for that. And if they say that it's that he disposed of it at the mother's house, like you were mentioning, Steve, that maybe he transported it in this tarp, which has gun residue on it. But the defense started to point out some issue with the gun residue on opening, and there was an objection to that because I wasn't quite clear about what the objection was, but the judge did sustain the objection. So I'm not sure if anybody has any information on why that objection was. It seemed to be related to maybe a motion in limine about the tarp, but they're introducing the tarp.
I think it was actually a raincoat that they're saying had gunshot residue on the inside of the raincoat, as if he had wrapped guns inside the raincoats.
Right.
I'm going to push back a little bit on this. I agree that the first witness was not all that it was cracked up to be. Number one, it was long, which was a smart move by the defense because they made him play the whole video as a rule of completeness issue. The second thing is that I really disliked the state's emphasis on the reaction of the defendant, because to me, what's the right way to react to your son and your wife being murdered? I don't know, and I don't think anybody knows. And for us to think that we would know, we can read that, I think is a mistake. And I think for the state to kind of build its case on that, to me, weakens their case. Now, on the other hand, it's possible they brought this guy in as the first witness to kind of lay out the crime scene. And there's another strategy here is what you do is you start slow and you build and you build and you build that house with the bricks and you end strong. It's kind of like going into an election. You don't want to peak too early. So they've laid out what they're going to say. They're showing the visuals of the scene so that people kind of get a feeling for what they arrived at. And then they're going to build these pieces as a brick. So we need to be open to the full state's case. This is just the first witness. And it's not necessary that they come in and would put their best witness front. This may just be a predicate witness to lay out the scene. So, we have a lot of ways to go here, and the state has a lot of bricks to build. And we've just seen the first witness. So
I like this. Somebody's moving the camera around. It's got me. I'm like, oh, is it gonna
look at the crown molding in this courtroom. It's beautiful.
And usually they give us either the clock or the seal. Now we got the clock, seal, and ceiling. They give us we're gonna give you all three today.
Bring back the chandelier. I need that chandelier. Look at this.
What are we doing? Just randomly circling.
The camera
around.
operator's 0.24.
It's when I was at the prosecutor's office, there was one case that they presented to us when they were doing our training, and it was a case of a cop who comes home, who allegedly the cop comes home, he sees his house destroyed and the wife missing. A couple of days later, they found the wife dead. So now it's all circumstantial evidence, right? They don't have the cop was supposedly on. They found that the cop had a girlfriend and all this other stuff. So now they believe the cop killed his wife. So they got a conviction because the cop takes the stand and he says he didn't do it. So they go through the whole process of, okay, what did you do when you get home? So he says he gets home, he looks around, he sees everything he looks for his wife, he doesn't find her, and then he goes back to and calls 911 looking for her, right? So the prosecutor asked one question that got this cop convicted. He said, well, your wife has a cell phone, right? So yeah. So why didn't you ever just call her cell phone? And he didn't call her cell phone because he knew she was already dead. He knew she didn't. Matter of fact, he called her sister, he called the mother, but he never called his wife. And that was enough for the jury to say, the first person, if you're going home and your wife is missing, the first person you would generally call is her. Why did you never call her?
Right. And Dave's got another great point, which is that sometimes these close cases, the jurors and they'll convict because they love to solve a mystery.
Yes.
And so, and that's what you're talking about is like, well, they go back in there and I know what happened and they get all, and it's like they've solved the crime when in fact, we as lawyers, we're looking at it's like, well, there's reasonable hypotheses of innocence and there's these other issues. So how a jury sees this is maybe a little different than the way we foresee it because of that.
And as Nate points out, it doesn't have to be a ton of evidence in terms of weight of evidence. If there's one key facet that's inconsistent with innocence, that can convince a jury guilt beyond a reasonable doubt right there, because they will not believe that an innocent person would have acted that way.
Right. And they're also, and the defense attorney tried to mitigate this, but you can't really mitigate this. There is the the bias of arrest, right? Well, they arrested this guy. He's got to be guilty. Like and it's this idea that police have done the work. They've done the groundwork to be reasonably certain that this is the bad guy. And this trial is merely the state's exercise in proving it out, rather than actually trying to, or rather than the possibility that they're kind of throwing a dart and banking on the investigation that they have, but it might be incomplete or it might be inaccurate in some.
I mean,
sort
we
of
saw
way.
that. Steve and I saw that. I think they did that in the Casado immunity trial we just covered, Steve, where the prosecutor kept talking about, well, you know, this guy got arrested and charged with a felony.
Right.
The grand jury returned an indictment as if that's evidence of guilt.
And he's saying that to the judge. He says that to the judge. There's not even a jury. Oh my gosh, that was
as if the grand jury is returning anything other than what the prosecution wants from the grand jury.
The ham sandwich, right? The prosecutor, you can indict a ham sandwich.
Oh my goodness. We've got Connor Suba says, I say it was a murder-suicide by the son. Difficult because the lack of presence of the murder weapon, unless you're going to claim that Murdaugh came in
shot
and
himself
cleaned
twice.
that up.
A round of buckshot into the chest and shoulder, and then that didn't do it, so he shot himself in the head again with the shot. I mean, that's
and then the
that's
shotgun
hard for me
and the
to
rifle
imagine.
are both missing. So then Alec would have had to come in and clean up the scene after his son, like to hide the shame of the suicide. That doesn't make
he
sense.
planned this out, and he had helium balloons that he attached the guns to.
The chicken did it. The chicken. It was murder-suicide by the chicken.
He trained the dogs to bury the guns out back.
But the thing
that
is,
would explain the dead chicken.
But the one thing though, I hate circumstantial cases because there are so many people who've been put away for the rest of their life based on circumstantial cases, and come to find out it was wrong. It was wrong, and that's the danger with a circumstantial case. And I'm glad that Florida has that.
Well,
because it
I know,
really
I
happens
actually-
a lot.
They did away with it, I think.
Florida got rid of
away
it.
from that. That is
they moved away from
old
it.
law. I was just pulling up on South Carolina to see if they follow the circumstantial evidence standard as was enunciated. It's a very important protection for the innocent.
Yeah.
But sadly, we have regressed away from this because, of course, it will be terrible to let anybody get away with anything, right? And I think that part of the problem here is that sometimes we have cases that are not solved. Sometimes we have people that are almost guilty, that are probably guilty, that are maybe guilty. Well, the system has to account for that. That we don't just say, well, we err on the side of throw them in prison for the rest of their lives. That's not what we want to do. The worst thing we could possibly think about is convicting an innocent person.
Or even just convicting someone who's probably guilty. That's not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to let the probably guilty people go.
Right.
Yeah, they have to be guilty as definitively as possible. And the problem with if I can maybe bring this down into a more common parlance than the legal speak, the problem with the circumstantial case is that confirmation bias is this beautiful thing, and outcome-based biases, where our brains know that something happened, our brains know that thing was bad, and then our brains start to pick up facts that specifically lead to that conclusion. And they tend to ignore other things in favor of things that lead to our narrative of the story that we build. And investigators aren't immune from this. In fact, it's an effective tool for investigators to start to build the case. It's not an effective prosecution tool.
I think we even see that right here in this witness, where the prosecutor is viewing this defendant as all his reactions are guilty reactions. And that's a confirmation bias because he thinks this guy's guilty, right? The prosecutor does. And so when every reaction is like, oh, see there, he's not crying, he's not doing this. And so he is projecting all of his reactions. Oh, that's the reaction of a guilty person. When I don't think we can determine that at all. I don't know how anybody'd react. Do we have experience with how people react to double homicides? So
right. And also, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but, I wanted to jump in on that point because along with that reaction, we also have to remember that if his reaction is genuine, if he is not guilty, he has to think that he's similarly in danger and doesn't have time to process mourning. If his reaction is genuine, he's got a gun nearby, he's found his wife and son dead, he calls the police right away when he gets home, he's waiting for them to show up. But if he thinks that this is an organized hit or retributory hit from the boating accident, as he seems to indicate, then he must suspect the possibility that someone's on this 1,100-acre property waiting in the wings for him and that he's in danger.
And he's also, this is the thing, they encounter him after 20 minutes at least. And so he, at the first reaction we never see, now what he's been doing is like, how could this have happened? Who killed these people? His reaction could be, when the cop gets here, I'll bet it's that guy. I'll bet it's the family of this boat victim. And, you know, he's coming up with all these theories to try to explain it. So we're seeing not the initial reaction of this guy. We're seeing his reaction like 20, 30 minutes after at least. So, you know, and by that time, his mind's going a million miles a minute. So I don't.
KJ Lackey says Charleston County here. Colton County has a lot of organized crime. Very true detective. Old money, old power. It's kind of what makes the East Coast interesting to me. Is the East Coast is the oldest part of America. And you do have these like entrenched families, and you have, you have buildings and institutions that are centuries old, that predate the Constitution. Even it's kind of crazy to think about when you're from like the Midwest or the West, because you don't get that same sort of environment. Lancelot 652 says, so far I'm not sold on him murking his family. Hired a killer maybe, but so far it's a hysterical man pacing about. I do want to say one more thing about how the narrative arc of a trial should go if everybody's doing their job rights. Yeah. At the end of opening statements, you should not be convinced that the person is guilty. At the end of the state's case in chief, you should be convinced that the person is guilty. And then at the end of the defense's case in chief, you should be convinced that the person is not guilty. Like if everybody does everything perfectly, that's how it should go. It should be this up and down. A competent case is presented to you that convinces you of guilt with a narrative and evidence that builds up to support that. But then the defense should be punching holes in that and raising reasonable doubt if the person's not guilty. So it's very natural to think at the beginning of a case that a person is not guilty. That's the presumption we're supposed to have. And then to progress into guilt, and then, if the person's not guilty, progress back out of that.
But I also want to I want to make a point. These prosecutors are taking a hell of a risk with this motive thing.
Your Honor.
Like how someone's supposed to act, because one person on a jury says, well, I don't act like that in situations. They've lost their case. So it's a real risk, because not everyone acts the same in these types of situations. You have somebody who's been in the Army, for instance, who wouldn't act that same, who wouldn't act that you would expect them to
act. Left you voicemails for you to call me back and talk. Have I not?
I haven't received any voicemails.
You don't check your voicemail?
Did you call my cell phone?
No, I called your office.
Okay.
I don't have your cell phone.
Okay. It's possible to send you to the wrong one. I don't know.
But you've spent an extensive amount of time talking to Mr. Waters about your testimony, have you not?
I've spoken with him a few times, yes.
How many times?
3 or 4, maybe at least.
You just dodge all my calls.
Reviewed with you the points he was trying to make?
We've discussed the body camera footage extensively.
Right. Let me go to a specific piece of video. I apologize for not the AV situation required me to have my AV guy work there.
This cop's already sounding defensive.
It's already got him pushed back.
So, as he's preparing this, you indicated you were asked by Mr. Waters that there was water on the ground, right? It had been raining and you saw water, right?
That's correct.
And as I understand it, and we're going to look at the video in just a minute, that water was primarily, at least what we see in your video, on the concrete area around the dog pens, correct?
That's what it appeared, yes.
Okay. And let's go to that first.
Ooh, that was loud.
Sorry, the technology is difficult. Glad to help.
Unusual amount of purple in the courtroom.
The only people getting murdered right now is eardrums. You guys always.
Now, you're walking down in front of the dog pens. Is this the water you're referring to?
Yes.
And you have dogs?
I have one dog.
You don't keep him in a pen?
No, he stays in the house.
Okay. But if you had hunting dogs and you had this line of, how many pens do you think there were?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I mean, there's a lot.
8, 9, 10?
Sure.
And are you familiar with the concept of washing a pen out after a dog defecates in the pen?
I've never personally done it, but I'm sure that's what you would do to clean out a pen.
Okay. And in the pen, I mean, there's water inside the pens and outside the pens, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Go ahead. And again, we're looking at the dog pen, and the water appears to be outside the pen on the concrete.
The video needs to be stopped for counsel to ask this question and for the witness to respond.
You're posing a question while playing a video,
I'm sorry, Aaron.
or making a statement while playing the video.
I'm sorry, the technology again is.
It was a leading statement, Your Honor.
Okay, so again, this shows the same area, shows water on the concrete outside these dog pens, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the next one, please.
Yeah.
So again, this shows, and actually there's a light shining and you see a couple dogs. So those pens are occupied by dogs. There's water outside the pen and inside the pen as if somebody attempted to wash something out of the pens, correct?
There is water both inside and outside of the pen, yes.
I like how you didn't answer the question now.
Yeah.
As if someone tried to wash it out. You just say, no. There's water inside and out, but that conclusion I'm not good with.
It's a plausible explanation for the weird water theory.
And that's how you destroy a circumstantial case. Here's another reasonable explanation.
Yeah, I apologize. No complications.
What if you got a Skype call from his mistress right
let's
now?
proceed on, let's see if I can clarify a couple matters.
That's why you use dedicated laptops for trial work, folks.
About the shotgun. You,
Who's Miss Sexy Tina?
Right,
Let's ignore that, Your Honor.
Just buy a brand new laptop.
carrying and leaning up a car against the car when you got there. Is that correct?
It was leaning up against that vehicle, yes.
And according to what you testified to just a moment ago, these are the shells, the chain of custody on the shotgun and the shell. They went together.
Whenever I released the shotgun to the SLED agent who took possession of it, I was unaware of any shells that may have been inside of it at the time that it was handed over. That was what was discovered inside the gun, is my understanding.
Okay. Where's that chain of evidence document?
Wait, did they say how many shells were inside the gun?
Okay, would you publish this to the jury, please?
You don't have to ask permission to approach the witness.
If you would like me to read it.
Yes, please.
The Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 12-gauge shotgun, serial number U573210E17, one unfired shot shell 12-gauge Federal, one unfired shot shell Winchester 16-gauge.
Oh, that's
Okay,
right. He
so
said that
there's
on
a
opening.
12 gauge shell and a 16 gauge shell.
Yes.
12 gauge shotgun.
Yes.
Maybe way beyond your experience, but can you fire a 16 gauge shotgun shell from a 12 gauge shotgun?
No.
I wouldn't recommend trying it.
You recommend what?
I would not recommend trying it. I don't know that it would actually
Yes or
work
no?
or not.
No, it's a no.
Could it result in damage to the person trying to fire the shotgun?
More than likely.
Jackson's already said he doesn't have an answer to that.
What did you say?
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, you got to overrule that objection.
So you would not, you can actually harm yourself. It can blow up if you pull the trigger on a 16 gauge and a 12 gauge shotgun.
I've never tried it nor seen it tried, so I don't
And the
know.
reason you
Wouldn't fit.
don't is it has harm.
Yeah.
harm to do it, right?
It's possible.
So this shotgun, according to the chain of evidence you just read, had a 16 gauge and a 12 gauge in it.
Correct.
And was leaning up against the car.
It was. The shotgun was.
Now, I'm sort of interested as to,
Sure.
I'm sort of interested as to why, well, let me just cut a chase on this.
It's an unanswered question, which is good for the defense.
And it also maybe shows
Theory
panic that
that
the guy
Paul
grabbed the gun and
shot
put
his
some
mother
shells in
and
it without
shot
even
himself.
thinking.
Is that correct? That's out on the scene.
Yes.
She had been shot multiple times. And he had been shot with a shotgun. At least one of the shots, y'all believe was upward. That's why his brains were all over the ceiling
That part, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that part of it.
at the scene.
I did not discuss anything being shot upward. I don't recall saying that.
Did you hear discussion?
Well, brains on the ceiling is interesting to know.
Of a shot being fired upward. That's what it looked like they were saying, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
And
that's
further, I think y'all, in front of you, one of the officers saying that brains are on the ceiling, there's blood all over the place, correct?
I don't recall them saying brain was upward. I don't recall.
Okay. And further, you, as you're discussing this with them, indicate, let me make sure I get this correct. You indicate there are multiple, or someone indicates to you there are multiple blackout rounds around Maggie's body in the vicinity, correct?
Not rounds, but shell casings.
Sorry, shell casings. Now, let me ask you this. When you got there, didn't the fire chief and the fire department arrive before you did?
No, sir. I was first on scene.
Okay, did they arrive while you were there?
One of the fire rescue workers, I believe it was Barry McCoy.
And when you got there, we hear unidentified person, and in your notes, you indicate it was the fire chief, I believe, that indicated to you, pointed out to you tire tracks, and you went over and looked at those tire tracks, and there were multiple tire tracks coming and going, correct?
I don't know that someone indicated them to me. I believe I just saw them.
Okay. And what did you do to preserve those?
The tire tracks, nothing.
Why not?
And you certainly are not an expert in tire tracks.
I'm not.
So you couldn't tell whether it was multiple vehicles or one vehicle.
No.
And it may have been multiple vehicles.
May have been.
Did you take pictures of the tracks?
I did not take any pictures of the scene.
Instruct anyone to take pictures of the tracks.
No, sir. That's not my job.
When SLED arrived, did you tell them about the tracks?
No, sir. Not my job.
This is good.
It's not part of my job description.
So what's your job to even tell them?
Whoa,
there were
union rep.
If it had come up, if I had been asked, yes.
And in addition to that, since they were not secured in any way, multiple vehicles, law enforcement vehicles and others drove over those tracks.
Ooh,
That's possible. I wasn't over there the whole time to know what kind of vehicles were driving in the area.
good cross.
Well, by the time SLED got there, did you strike that? You never took SLED over and pointed out tire tracks.
Not to my recollection, I did not.
Is there somebody there with your department that should have done that?
I have no idea what they do with their job descriptions as far as what they point out.
Not
to
my job.
investigators.
Because he knows somebody dropped the ball.
Somebody from fire and rescue.
I don't know how they
point
collect
out
evidence,
footprints.
honestly.
I believe on my body camera there is a fire rescue individual pointing out some footprints.
Okay, did you take pictures of those?
I did not.
Did you tell SLED about them?
I did not.
Oh, come on.
He's flowing.
So nobody attempted to determine whether those were Maggie's footprints, Paul's footprints, or at least that night, there was no effort by you or your department to preserve those.
No.
By me, no, I cannot speak for everyone else.
And let me.
This is how it's done, people. This is how it's done.
Ask you this:
water, tire tracks, not
Those are
preserving.
important. That would be
footprints.
important evidence. That's
Yeah.
important evidence.
How about go to 4439, please?
And it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter what his answer is. The fact that it's out there.
Let's watch 10.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a vehicle that has tire tracks out there completely inconsistent with anything else, and they're on top of whatever other tracks may be there, I mean, that's pretty damn important to the theory that someone else showed up and killed his wife and kid.
And footprints too. Yeah, so like, didn't they put out footprints? Yeah.
And he saw the footprints. He saw footprints, and he said, don't worry about it.
This is damaging.
He also did testify that it was his job to secure the scene, to make sure that evidence wasn't disturbed as the rest of the people arrived. That was his direct testimony.
Now he's talking about it's not my job.
Amazing.
That's why you get a good old school lawyer, because he just like having a conversation. So no, nobody did this. Really?
Isn't this guy a state rep now, Hartooligan?
Mm.
That's his name.
It's not my job. It's not my job to know.
It's not your job to collect evidence in a crime scene? I mean, you're a cop. That's what you do.
Harpootlian.
Harpootlian.
Yeah, go to page 17, line 10.
Going to page 17, line 10. Uh-oh. That's never good.
I'd object. They're putting a transcript that's not been.
No, we're going to play the video.
Yeah, he's South Carolina Senate. So he's a state senator.
I apologize.
Can you take it down, please? Thank
We have prepared a transcript. It's synced with the video.
you. Well, I object to that. Your Honor, I object. This transcript's not been provided. There's no need for a transcript. The officer is here. They can play the video and he can comment on it.
The transcript being offered.
I'm using the direct audio visual man to.
Well, you have questions for the witness, questions for your IT guy. You're just reading, ready to proceed. I understand. We're waiting for you.
Old school judge too. Huh?
I know, this judge is wonderful.
He's like, we're waiting for you too.
Yep.
So what was the ruling on the objection? They objected to the transcript existing?
Yes, because they want him to cross him with the video that the transcript he's got prepared wasn't provided to the state. That he's saying that you need to cross him with the video. So it's like, I'll do
who knows what the transcript says?
Yeah.
The transcript will say whatever you want the transcriber to put down there.
Let me go. I got a little meeting I got to run to. I'll be back. Thanks, guys.
Nice.
See you later, Nate.
You're a good guy. I haven't met you before, so hello.
Oh, wonderful to meet you too. I'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, this is all technical stuff. So he doesn't want him to cross him with a transcript. So he's like, you need to cross him with a video. So now he's getting all those technical things worked out by the younger lawyers who know how to work it. Yeah, so they're saying that the shotgun that he had a 12 gauge round and a 16 gauge round loaded into it. That's really odd. That to me shows he ran into the house, panicked, loaded it up with whatever shells are sitting around, and accidentally put in a 16 gauge. That's the way I'd read that. What do you think?
Contrary opinion by Breck in the YouTube chat. He pointed out that would explain the need to switch guns potentially.
Rather than play this. Let me just cut to the chase. It's taking too much time. On this transcript, on this tape.
Oh, that's awkward.
Fire rescue person says to you, I believe, agreed with me, set of prints behind the trailer. You were told
Jackie's publishing again this
I'm
transcript.
not publishing, I'm asking.
Oh, damn.
I object.
I haven't heard a question yet.
I'd like to make one. Were you told by fire and rescue there's a set of prints behind the trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you that they attempted to not disturb those footprints in any way?
I don't recall
Hearsay?
exactly what was said.
Let me further ask you. You asked Mr. Murdaugh, we heard this on the tape,
This is crafty,
talking
by
about
the
the
way.
tire tracks coming and going. And he told you those weren't his tire tracks, correct?
He did say that they were not.
Okay.
He's not admitting the transcript.
And
But the jury knows he's reading from a
further-
transcript and asking questions directly from it. It's very crafty. I like that. The jury's thinking, oh, of course they asked
he
that.
indicated to you,
Whether he remembers or
Murdaugh,
not, because he's
that
reading
he
it off the
felt
page.
this was related to the boat case. You indicated you knew
Probably
about the
blank
boat
pieces
case.
of
You read
paper.
about the boat case. Paul had been charged with 3 counts of felony DUI, killing a young girl and wounding 2 others, correct?
I don't know much details about that case. I really don't.
Okay. But Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you that the threats made against Paul,
He did.
and that he even got in a fight once about it.
I believe he said punched.
Okay. And so on the scene, he believed that Paul's death was connected to someone angry about the boat case, correct?
Object to that, Your Honor, as to what he believed. Asking the witness what another person believed.
Objection's overruled.
Thank you. On the scene, Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you he thought the death of his son was related to his son's involvement in the death of a young lady and the injury of 2 others in the boat case, correct?
It appeared that that's what he was getting at, yes.
What are they doing with these damn cameras?
On the tape. Now,
The cameraman's drunk.
let's talk a little bit about the preservation of the crime scene. What did you do other than put yellow tape up to preserve the crime scene?
That is about the extent of my job, is to put up the tape and make sure people that don't need to cross it don't cross it.
And I noticed that there were officers walking around putting little pieces of tape near shell casings.
There was one officer doing that, yes.
And in the process of doing that, I didn't see
Magenta
any
girl was
lights.
wearing purple yesterday. She definitely wants to be seen.
Did y'all put up any sort of high intensity lights so people could make sure they weren't stepping on something in the dark?
At that point, there was no light, no additional lighting that had been put up.
But you and your officers were walking through that entire area, is that correct?
We were walking in the area, yes.
Okay, and did you actually walk, I mean, the feed room, and let me, maybe this is the best way to do this.
Oh, pictures, please.
Holy shit. Stephen Cooper says the cameraman has a higher blood alcohol content than Paul did when he crashed the boat.
I'd like to use the Elmo.
He wants to use Elmo. Oh, wow. Tickle me, Elmo.
How did you kill that bitch?
The slow pace is great. Oh my goodness.
Everybody's up and walking around. This laptop's a mystery to us. We don't know how to use these things.
You know, one thing that Nate mentioned when he was here was about permission to approach. You know, I don't like that. Judges don't have to say that. You don't have to ask permission to approach. That's a judge courtroom specific thing. And I like it. The court, these lawyers, they're qualified to be in the bar.
Photographs, I'm going to use
Approach
the
the
elbow.
witness, you know,
and
without
just
asking.
to show this witness. I'm going to offer these into evidence without objection by the state, as I understand it.
Once they're marked, I have no objection. I would note they're graphic and they need to be shielded from view.
Elmo ready?
They can be marked. What would the exhibit numbers be for the defense? If Defense 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
Okay. So, thank you. I'm going to first show you the picture. See if you can identify it, please.
That's a cerebellum on a ceiling.
Oh God, yeah.
That would be a picture of Paul.
And the second one, which would be exhibit number 2.
Picture of Maggie.
And when you say picture of Paul and picture of Maggie, these are crime scene photos, correct?
They appear to be, yes.
Is this what you saw that night?
Yes.
Both of these pictures?
Yes.
Accurately depict what you saw that night?
Yes. Yeah, D American points out in Rumble Chat, he says it's a lot of defense wants to see the gore and the gruesomeness. That's a little unusual for the defense side, but there must be a strategy behind that.
Well, I mean, if they're planning to argue the narrative that other people angry over the boating accident or the stolen money, that this was a retribution killing, it would be, you'd expect it to be gory. Where's the explanation for this guy wanting to butcher his wife and kid that way?
Right. That was kind of the theory of the case on opening is they had jovial interactions on video just minutes before this killing had happened. There's no indication of any sort of friction or violence between his wife or he and his son. So all of this would be particularly brutal, and that brutality doesn't match up with the relationship that is described and that they're allegedly going to introduce on video.
So
between
as you
him
look
and
at
Paul.
this, I want to make sure I understand. One of Paul's feet is still inside. This is the feed room behind him, correct?
Yes.
And this is his head, lots of blood, and this would be a part of his brain lying next to him, correct?
I don't know if that's part of his brain or not. It might have been somebody else's brain.
It was a stray brain.
So it's fair to say you didn't know whether that was part of his brain. When you first saw him, you didn't know whether his injuries were catastrophic and he was dead. Or did you?
It was very clear that it was catastrophic.
Okay. That's great.
What?
Now,
Blue filter. Okay.
when
the cameraman's on drugs.
When you came upon the
He
scene,
dropped some acid before
clearly
doing camera work today.
this feed room
Watch
was part of the
this.
crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're taught to keep the crime scene pristine, correct?
As pristine as possible, yes.
There was no reason for you to go in there, was there?
Me at the time, no.
Okay. Was there any reason for the police, before the Sled crime folks showed up, was there any reason for you all to go in there?
Did the lights go out?
There was no reason for me to go in there. I cannot speak if there was a reason for another officer to have gone in there.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you all have any sort of crime scene expert with you that night, someone that processes crime scenes?
Investigators do process crime scenes.
Okay. Do you remember going in that meeting room?
I don't remember if I did specifically or
But
not.
you shouldn't have if you did, correct?
It's not to say that I shouldn't have. If there was something that needed to be done in there, then yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I think and you would agree with me, one of the cardinal rules of a crime scene is keep it pristine. Don't walk over things. Try to preserve tire tracks, get pictures of it, footprints, all those sorts of things. Was somebody with the officers with you? Were you in charge of the scene?
I was in charge of the deputies that were under my immediate supervision until someone higher than me had arrived on scene.
And were those
I like the way this
techniques
lawyer
directed by you
slips
or anyone?
statements into his questions.
Do something to preserve the tire tracks, pictures, cordon them off, cover them up?
I did not give anyone that instruction, no.
So you didn't do that. In terms of Paul, where Paul was laying, was anybody instructed, put a cordon around him? There's no reason to go into the feed room. There's no reason to do anything obtrusive until the SLED crime scene process. And they're on the way at this point, right?
I believe they were, yes.
And so
Odd, the prosecutor's standing right there. You see that? That's odd. Like
Okay.
he's.
The defense attorney was doing that too earlier.
And identify this for me, please.
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Your Honor, may we approach here briefly?
So this case is really crazy. I must say, there's some nut stuff. We got crazy cameraman, complicated lawyering.
And this weird mood lighting, like what is it? When he pointed the camera up at the chandeliers, though, they looked off, like there wasn't any ambient glow. So it's almost like the lights went out in the courtroom.
But nobody
When the
commented on
lights
it.
Go out in the courtroom.
This is a crazy case. I really am fascinated by it. It's really very unusual. Very unusual.
Let's see. Burnt Raw Toast says, check out Burnt Raw Toast for stained glass and 35 millimeter film. I learned from the best grifter. Thanks, Nick. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you. Duncan, Idaho says, I flipped after defense's opening argument from this motherfucker did it to he's innocent and the shitty government has to prove he did it. Like the integrity of that system is more important than the actual guilt or innocence. And it is.
Right.
The integrity of the system is critical.
What was the stained glass guy that was before? What was that called? Burnt what?
Let's see. Burnt Raw Toast.
Stop hurting me.
Stop hurting me.
Oh, you think the lights are out so they can project something on the screen? That could be true.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
that makes
that's
sense.
that makes sense.
Let's see. Mountain Goat Gaming has got this on the background as I'm finishing my first paid website as a freelance
Can
web
you
dev.
identify this for the jury, please?
Been following since
That
Vic.
picture?
Keep up the good work.
It's Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay.
That's correct.
And by the way, when you saw her was it apparent that she was deceased? You believe? Have you ever seen a dead body before?
I have seen multiple, yes.
Many, right?
Yes.
So you're sort of an expert in this area, who's dead, who's not, who ought to
Ever
get
been aroused by a dead body?
EMS there to check them out or not, correct? You
I-
made that call all.
Yes.
Okay. But you could understand, obviously, Alex Murdaugh's concern that they might be alive, that maybe, you're not saying that he shouldn't be concerned that somebody check out both Maggie and Paul to make sure they were dead, right?
He was very concerned about that, yes.
Okay. Now, as to Maggie Murdaugh, we see these numbers. Did y'all do these numbers, or were they done after y'all were there?
I don't know when those numbers were done. They were not placed by myself.
For your team?
I can't say that for sure, certain.
We see that in the video that they're putting down yellow tape. They're not putting these down, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also, according to the video we saw, a number of your officers are walking around marking where cartridges are, right?
They were.
Did they pick any of them up?
No, not to my knowledge.
Well, later on, we see them talking to you and others on the video where they're saying these rounds came from a blackout. They were blackout rounds. For blackout.
300 blackout, yes, sir.
Right.
How'd they determine that without
Did
picking
they
it up?
Get down on their hands and knees and look, or did they?
You would have to ask them. I don't know what they did to know that they were 300 blackout rounds.
Well, who were those officers that were walking around her without a light on, perhaps stepping on evidence, correct? Who were those officers?
Deputy McDowell and Deputy Pruitt were both in that area.
Were they doing that pursuant to your instruction?
They were not specifically instructed to do it. They were just took the initiative to do it.
Okay, I don't know. I want to play.
Incoherent mumbling.
You ready? Do I have to turn the Elmo off?
Are we good? Yeah, we're good.
Well, the desk over there.
I hate when they play that video.
This is, your officer is putting a sheet on Paul's body?
Not putting a sheet on. The sheet was already there.
Already there, okay, continue, please.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be in by law enforcement.
There is, it's more.
They literally have the laptop with a microphone next to it. That's why it sounds so
Inside the
bad.
feed room.
Just inside that doorway was Deputy McDowell.
Okay, were you the president? Oh, that's your body cams, you're watching them do it, right?
That's correct.
Should he have done that?
Stand where he's standing.
Standing inside the feed room?
It's part of the crime scene. We're all standing inside the crime scene.
Inside what?
The crime scene. We are all standing in the same crime scene.
I understand the same crime scene, but clearly you believe, based on discussion, and everyone in your unit believed, that the fatal shot was made where he's basically standing, correct? That, in that area?
Where we are all standing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that procedure to walk around on top of an area where shots have been fired? That perhaps, and I think even in this, they're talking about tissue or brain matter laying there. I mean, aren't you supposed to, you don't put anything on your feet?
Question, there's not a question.
Making statements again.
Most questions.
Did you in any way have your men or women put protective gear on their feet? I saw you put gloves on, but did they put anything to insulate themselves from contaminating the scene?
On their feet, no.
In many instances,
Another statement coming.
people dress in a gown to keep their DNA, their hair from contaminating the scene. Do you do that?
We do not on road patrol with Gallatin County as standard practice, no.
You do not do that.
Not a standard practice, no.
Have you ever done that?
What about
I
a
have not.
double murder
Have
of
you ever had something covering your
Solicitor
feet or
General's
whatnot,
wife
crime
and
scene?
kid practice?
I couldn't tell you that for sure.
Now, if we later on find, and did you notice bloody footprints? Well, first of all, did you notice bloody footprints inside the feed room?
I don't remember seeing any.
Sorry?
I don't remember seeing any bloody footprints.
Okay. If there were bloody footprints in the feed room, could they have been created by you or your men?
They could have been created by anyone walking in that area, sure.
And you're
Oh,
walking,
man.
or your men are walking in, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you think that's standard operating procedure?
Well, you do your best not to contaminate anything.
And this is your best?
What you're looking at right now is standard procedure.
That wasn't the question. You got
in an
wrecked.
area where there's blood, where there's brain matter, where there's, and I believe there was wadding laying on the floor.
I don't recall.
Just trouncing through the brain matter with their
You would
boots.
agree with me that you have these procedures.
How much
so that
brain
you
matter
don't
did you scrape off
contaminate
your shoe
the
at
crime
end of the
scene,
day?
so that you don't destroy evidence like those tire tracks or those footprints, or leave your DNA, or in some way
Hello, jury. Here's all the doubt.
alter the scene.
Just giving
So
him
that
doubt.
if, I mean, you would agree with me, so that, let me finish the question, so that if there is exculpatory or inculpatory evidence that would help you find the perpetrator and prosecute him, or evidence that would clear somebody, that was destroyed. Some of that was destroyed that night because your department, and maybe even SWED, didn't preserve that evidence. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question.
The question is,
It wasn't really a question.
Just a statement.
you are exploiting.
This guy's like Elaine.
You're standing, your men are standing.
Would you
in the
agree or
spot,
disagree that you screwed up this
and the
investigation?
evidence there. or the tire tracks that weren't preserved, or the footprints that weren't preserved.
So correct.
That evidence could either incriminate somebody or exculpate
Prosecutor
somebody.
doesn't go into it, Jack.
Correct.
Could, yes.
That's why you don't do this, right?
That's why you don't contaminate the evidence, correct?
Oh God.
Oh, this is
It's
bad.
got him to tacitly agree that they did contaminate the evidence. I mean, that's what the jury should be hearing from that.
I hear it.
Even if it's not entirely true, it
Right.
doesn't matter.
That should
Yes,
come-
he has
We'll hear
these
that again
long
at closing.
Run-on sentences that, like, you don't even know when to object. It's a huge statement. It's like, can I object now? They
Your
haven't
Honor, I
asked the question
object.
yet.
To what? Which chapter do you want, Your Honor?
Oh, this is good. I love this defense attorney's good. I must say this. He did a good job crossing this guy.
Just a couple more questions. You put
Oh.
yellow tape around the kennel, right?
Change your ISO
We
settings.
put it
quick.
around the whole area.
Did you put it so that folks couldn't drive in and out?
They were not to go past where my vehicle was parked. I believe that was the extent of the yellow tape.
But between your vehicle and the entrance, there was none of those tire tracks were preserved.
Entrance of,
The property. That if somebody driven into the property
you mean from the main road of Moselle
from the
Road?
main road,
All the vehicles were coming in on that driveway.
right?
Or just all of them.
So if somebody had come in and left, who committed the murders, whatever tire tracks that were left were obliterated by your men. Is that right?
It's possible.
It's a good quote.
Obliterated. What a great word.
Were you there when the coroner arrived?
Given my extent of the time there, I would assume so, but I don't remember
But you don't remember
specifically.
seeing the coroner? The coroner.
I may have. I don't remember specifically.
Apparently, according to the body cam, you didn't talk to him.
Not on my body camera, but it could have been after the body camera was turned off. I don't know.
Why'd you turn it off?
Why was the body camera turned off?
Yeah.
Once my specific job of doing any primary investigation after my initial arrival is completed, and I'm not going to be doing anything further
Because
to
I don't want the
investigate.
camera capturing
It's
all
not
my
allowed.
off-color brain jokes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. You were asked a series of questions about contaminated evidence. Are you aware that any evidence was contaminated in this case?
I'm
What'd
not.
you know?
Did you engage in everything you could to avoid contaminating evidence?
Yes.
No,
Did you in fact
clearly
instruct
did
your
not.
deputies set up a crime scene and instruct them to avoid areas where evidence might be contaminated?
We did everything we possibly could.
He
to
just said
avoid
that wasn't his
Do
job.
Your officers all have basic training in trying to avoid contamination of evidence?
Yes.
Are you also, though, as first responders?
Certainly knows everybody's
in a fluid
job.
situation, doing the best you can to assess what's going on?
Correct.
It's not your job to do the actual crime scene investigation work, is that correct?
Not at all.
You were asked about whether or not you'd had any meetings with prosecutors. Is it common for law enforcement witnesses or anybody to meet with the prosecutors prior to a trial?
Very common.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to do anything but express your accurate and honest opinions and observations about what you observed at this scene?
No.
You were asked about this particular shotgun right here, this 12-gauge shotgun. This is the shotgun that Alan Murdaugh had when you arrived at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about the shells right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you unload this weapon?
I did not.
Was it unloaded by somebody else after you turned it over to them?
Yes.
Okay. Why is the
You asked a little bit about the 300 blackout casings or cases that were at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just real quick, explain to the jury what a casing or a case is, please.
So a casing would be what would be left after the projectile has been fired through a weapon.
After it had been fired, the shell that comes out of the gun and lands on the ground near the victim. Is that
That's
correct?
That's correct.
So it's the remnants of a fired round. Is that right?
That's correct.
There were multiple ones of those blackouts surrounding Maggie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked a lot about the tire tracks, and you just happened to notice those over behind the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we had a still image put into evidence, exhibit number 5. This is it right here, which is the still image. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And the still image doesn't reflect as good as what the video does. Is that right? You can see it
The
clearly.
video shows it much better.
Much better. All right. Were these like tracks in the dirt, or were these just impressions in the grass, in the dewy grass?
They appear to be impressions on the dewy grass.
They weren't like
Dewy
tracks
grass.
in the dirt. You saw, correct?
No.
All right.
Objection leading on that.
I'm going to go back to the video.
That is interesting. So this is the Attorney General of South Carolina, and the defense attorney is a sitting
Playing
state
it at
senator.
approximately
This weird
25 minutes and 11
political
seconds.
conflict, and I think they're both Democrats.
Okay. From earlier, but okay. Only 2 were mine. Did you go out this way at all? No.
No, it's not.
Bring me back. Let's go over to that corner of the building.
Oh no, he's a Republican.
Yeah, I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first, and whether or not we don't
Oh, that doesn't look
handle
like
that
him.
part or not.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
But the rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 were mine.
Did you go out this way?
So the images that we just saw, those were the dewy impressions in the grass that you were just talking about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the defendant said 2 of them were mine and the rest of them may have been from earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the boat case. Did you have any detailed knowledge or understanding of the boat case when you arrived at the scene?
No.
You just knew very generally that there was some boat case. Is that right?
Yes, it had been in the news.
Did you even realize that this was that Paul Murdaugh when you arrived on the scene?
Not until he had brought up the boat incident.
And who brought up the boat incident?
Mr. Murdaugh did.
And within a few minutes of you arriving, he's the one that brought up the boat incident. Is
He
that
did.
correct? And he offered that right out of the gate as a possible explanation for what happened here. Is that right?
Yes.
How is that bad?
Anything further?
Your Honor.
Ooh.
Did you find it unreasonable for him to say that his son, who'd been involved in this incident, who'd been threatened on numerous occasions, been punched? He told you he'd been punched, right?
He did.
Okay. That was a possible explanation, not implausible for somebody killing Paul. You didn't bite back
It's not
on
a
him.
question.
No.
I love this guy.
Said you didn't bite back on
And
it.
it
That was
was,
the question.
in his mind, apparently the only reasonable explanation that occurred, right?
Objection.
I don't know what was in his
Well, I
mind.
mean, that's what he told you. That's what he believed.
That was the statement that he made, yes.
Okay. And just one other follow-up question. You were asked if there was any evidence, the dewy tire tracks. This was at 10 o'clock at night. Was there dew on the ground already?
It was pretty humid out. There was a lot
It
of
was
dew.
humid.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the morning.
This was not morning time.
So, and are you telling me no one could have looked, no expert could have looked and said, that's a Suburban, that's a pickup truck, no one could do that? Or do
I'm
you-
not going to pretend to know what an expert in that kind of stuff can and can't do.
But you're not an expert. Did you believe those tire tracks would last until SLED got there?
Yes, it appeared that they probably would.
Did you point them out to SLED?
Did I do it?
Did you point them out to SLED?
I did not.
You may step down.
Great. Great cross.
Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, they're not going to go to lunch yet. I'm surprised.
The state calls Corporal McDowell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious what the state's going to do from here on, because that wasn't the strongest witness. Cross is pretty good against him, I think.
Well, a lot of times these law
Do you
enforcement
solemnly
witnesses,
swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
You know, whether or not the
So have
cops
a
did a
seat and
bad
adjust
job
that
does not
microphone.
exculpate him.
Make sure you
It does
speak
look
into
bad
that
for the
microphone.
state.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
You know, the cops could have done a terrible job.
My name is Chad
Right.
McDowell. The last name is spelled McDowell.
Seems like the defense theory.
Corporal
would be
McDowell, how you doing today?
Good.
There's this
Tell
other
the
thing
jury,
that could
where
have
you work,
happened,
please.
and they
I
didn't
work for Collin
investigate
County
anything
Sheriff's
around it.
Office. I'm assigned to road patrol, the K9 handler.
Okay, and can you just give us a quick background of who you are, where you grew up, and how you ended up in your career in law enforcement?
Sure. I grew up in Colleton County, went to Collin County High School, went to college at Tri-County Technical College, where I studied criminal justice. Once I reached age, I came home, was hired by Colleton County Sheriff's Office, left for a couple of years to go work for Jasper County, and then came back to Colleton. I've been assigned to road patrol at Colleton.
All right, and what year did you first start working for Colleton County Sheriff's Department, or began your
It's
law
like
enforcement
Will
career?
Riker.
2016.
And what's your current, you said you're a corporal now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your current assignment? What are your duties?
I'm still assigned to road patrol. I'm a K9 handler.
The young
Name
Will
of
Riker with
K9.
the hair.
Explain to the jury what that is.
My name is
So
Will
I have a
Riker.
K9 that is assigned to me. We respond to certain calls for if we're requested by another deputy for narcotics searches for suspects, things of that matter.
All right, and K9 is a dog, correct?
That's correct.
All right, what's your dog's name?
Eva,
Eva? What kind of dog is Eva?
he's a Belgian Malinois.
Malinois?
Yep.
Is that kind of like a German Shepherd?
Kind of short hair, pointy ears.
I got you. Short hair, pointy ears. Is Evo typically with you when you're out on patrol?
Yes, sir.
Was Evo with you the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Were you a corporal then at that time?
No, sir. I was a deputy.
Did you name your dog Eva because you're
who was on
Hitler?
the squad that you were on?
Sergeant Daniel Green, Corporal Elise Janicki, myself, and Deputy Pruitt.
Do
Cody
you have a
Pruitt.
ready room?
So who was your immediate supervisor?
It would have been Corporal Janicki,
Okay, and then above that is
Sergeant Green,
All right, and then above that,
Lieutenant Nettles,
all right, and then above that.
Captain Krause.
Okay. What shift were you working the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir. I was.
And that was in Colleton County?
Yes, sir.
And what shift were you working that night?
Night shift.
Did you ultimately respond to a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
And you actually went there?
I did.
And did you come to the incident location at the kennels at that property at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
Is that in Colleton County?
It is.
Were you, when you arrived, what other first responders were on scene to your recollection?
Sergeant Green was there. There was one other fire rescue personnel vehicle in there. I believe the rest were staged, best I can remember. When I say staged, I mean at the head of the driveway. There may have been a couple of other apparatuses on scene.
And which, do you recall which driveway you entered? Did you enter the driveway near the kennels? Where you came from?
Yes, sir. It was same driveway everyone else entered.
So you were parked behind
Sergeant Green.
Green's.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after that? After you got out of your vehicle, what did you do?
I approached the crime scene. I was trying to make my way to Sergeant Green to see what he needed me to do. I made my way through the crime scene as carefully as I could. I approached Sergeant Green, saw that he was interviewing the only person on scene. So I went back to my vehicle.
Okay. And did you see who he was interviewing?
Mr. Murdaugh. Yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out?
Yes, sir. He's in the middle, navy blue suit.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the
They
defendant?
love this little showmanship.
I'm
Always
going
point.
to show you
Confusingly point.
what's been marked as Exhibit 6 to your testimony.
No objection.
And this is a disc, but I want you to take a look at it and see if you recognize this disc.
Yes, sir. I do.
All right, and what is on this disc?
It'd be body cam footage
I'll be right
from my
back.
body cam that I wore.
All right, and how do you know that this is that body cam footage?
It has my initials on it.
All right, so you reviewed this and put your initials on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You'll see that's a common prosecutorial tactic is would you point him out and it seems accusatory and they teach you always
Can I
do
get
that.
input, please?
even though there's really no question that's the guy that was at the scene. I mean, who does that really add anything? I mean, he's on the body cam. The accused, you right there. You did it. Bad. Point the guy out. That guy there. You know. Yeah, I think the blue is turned down.
You've got this call for service. Were you currently on another call for service, or are you just out on patrol?
No, sir. I was just out on patrol.
Service. What did you do? Did you activate your lights?
I
and
activated
sirens?
lights and sirens and responded to the incident location.
And once you do that, do you make all haste to get to that incident location as fast, but it also as reasonably safe as you can?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes, sir.
The first 10 minutes, sorry. The first 10 minutes of this body cam are essentially you driving to the scene. Is that correct, roughly?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to fast forward to closer in time when you arrive. I heard proceed to the route. What was that?
I had a GPS activated on my phone.
Just like most people use. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Take a slight left turn. In a quarter mile, arrive at 4147 Moselle Road.
So, foundation on sale, Moselle.
Are these the kennels that you saw when you arrived at the property?
Yes, sir.
And to the right is sort of the shed or the hangar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. You're obviously serving as a road patrol officer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you, what is your job as a road patrol officer, as a first responder, when you come upon a scene like this? What is your particular role as you arrive at something like this?
We go on scene, we secure the scene, meaning make sure there's no active threat for other arriving first responders. We'll preserve the scene to the best of our ability and then turn the scene over to arriving detectives.
When you arrive at a scene like this, are you constantly not only paying attention for any threat or anything like that, but also making sure that you don't disturb or any sort of evidence that may be at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Is that part of your general training and standard operating procedure?
It is.
You also have to couple that, though, with the duties of a first responder, which is to get to that scene, to secure it, make sure there's no active threats, and get it under control. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the duties of a first responder have both of those sort of balancing together. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or are you constantly always looking around for evidence, not only to identify it, but also to assure that you don't disturb anything? Is that your general?
Judge, Your Honor, leading.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your general training as a road officer as it relates to coming upon a scene and looking for evidence?
Our number one duty would be safety. Number two, we're looking for evidence so as not to disturb it.
Thank you. Right there to the right, what is that to the right of the screen?
It'd be Miss Murdaugh's body.
Murdaugh. 400 Brandstetter, Murdaugh.
Who are those individuals right there?
Sergeant Green and Mr. Murdaugh.
How you doing?
What did the defendant say to you right there?
He said, "How are you doing?"
Did you know him?
No, sir.
How you doing? That's what he said?
Yes, sir.
Banging on that way too much.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
9/15/68.
Okay, and what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
For us happy Southerners, we're just welcoming folks that's built into your brain. How you doing?
What are they covering them up?
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to.
Hey, he's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way. Yep.
All right, what were you asking fire and rescue to do at that point?
Just to try to preserve it the best they could. If they didn't
But what were you specifically asking them not to do?
cover the bodies if they didn't have to.
All right, and what was their response, though?
I couldn't make it out. I believe he said we're covering them for family responding. I couldn't make it out.
He's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way. Yep.
That's it.
Do you recall now?
Again, it sounds like he says we're going to cover them up because of the family being here.
Okay. Does the family being here?
That's what it sounds like.
All right.
Right through here, go around this way here.
Yes, I agree.
I told everybody else to cancel, so we don't really have to come down here.
Dog.
Hey, Cody, I need a piece of that tape whenever you get done.
What did you just ask Cody for?
A piece of tape, piece of crime scene tape.
All right, and who was Cody?
Deputy Pruitt. He's the one that you see there with the yellow crime scene tape.
And why did you ask Deputy Pruitt for some crime scene tape?
I had observed a shell casing on the ground. I wanted to mark it so that it didn't become disturbed.
Your general duties as an officer, you observed something and you asked for some tape to mark it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were previously describing your role is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If y'all don't mind, just mark them. Do what? Okay. I got a casing right here, so watch your step.
That casing that you saw, did you recognize what kind of ammunition it was?
Yes, sir.
What kind of ammunition was it?
300 blackout casing.
And how could you tell it was a 300 blackout casing?
Just my own personal experience. I own a 300 blackout, and I recognized it.
You recognize the case from your own experience?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, these dogs are killing me.
I know.
It's 300 blackout.
Did you observe any dogs in the kennels?
I did.
Do you remember how many or where they were?
I do not remember.
More than one dog, though?
I don't remember.
They said they had several casings by her body, but this one will be a little bit harder to find later, so I want to mark it real fast.
When you marked that casing, were you careful not to disturb its location where you found it?
Yes, sir. I placed the tape beside it and then placed a rock on top so it wouldn't blow away.
These dogs keep barking.
Why are there so many shell casings and only one?
I feel like Drex should be here.
Let me tell you about these German Shepherds, Andrew. These dogs ain't loyal.
Sorry to do that to everyone. Well, what was that loud noise?
It's just my windshield wipers.
And why was it making that noise?
I
They
don't
had
know.
removed all the moisture, I guess.
Interruption of this video by this prosecutor. Yes, so I don't think that's a really good technique.
I don't see anybody.
We're gonna stop it here. Is that you looking at the ground? Okay, move on.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, what was that interruption?
Could you explain that flushing sound?
Those are my windshield wipers. I guess I use them to wipe the water off my windshield.
Can I see a couple more pieces of film somewhere?
Back where?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's 3-hour blackout. Trying to figure out why there's so many shell casings, but only one gunshot went to the back of each head. Not my job to figure that out. I'm just curious. I only saw one more casing, but just in case I see more. Daniel put his car in there.
Where did he put his car? Right on those old tracks. We just covered those right up.
No. This is, I'll tell you about this in a minute. All right, there's one there. There's blood over here. You looking at shell casings? 300 blackout. Sheriff?
Those cases that you were marking right there, did you at all disturb the location where you saw them?
No, sir.
Is it your job
Like he'd
to
admit if he
be
did.
doing a crime scene collection for this case, or are you just doing that to assist those who will do that will arrive at a later time?
No, sir. I don't collect anything. I'm just marking it so that they're not disturbed.
A lot of these questions are for bolstering. You know, they're bolstering like, well, you're doing all this positive stuff. Like, well, you're just doing your job, aren't you? There, you know, that's a bolstering type question.
Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple that were in the gravel that might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family?
I wasn't until a couple of years.
I'll fill you in later. I don't think there's going to be anything for me and anybody to do here.
What did you just say right there?
I don't think there's going to be anything for me and Evo to do here.
All right. What did you mean by that?
There was no article search that needed to be conducted right then and there. Putting Evo on the ground could have caused more of a disturbance than just leaving him up.
Because I'd say
Defense will be circling back to that. Are you familiar with this family line? What did you mean by that? Did people want to kill them?
The gentleman in the white shirt is the husband of her. That is Paul Murdaugh. That's his mother. Paul Murdaugh is the guy in the very next.
Yeah.
going to be retaliation from family.
He did have a firearm under, I told us it's a shotgun.
All right. Interesting. He said retaliation. Could be retaliation from the family. So he must be talking about the boating incident. So that's what, maybe he's echoing what the defendant said there.
I'm going to now show you a portion of what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 1.
I'm shocked they have not gone to lunch. This jury's been sitting there for 3 hours. No pauses or temporary dismissals, no bathroom breaks, and no lunch. Maybe they'll do it at 1.
I'd imagine 1, yeah. People are confused. This is a very complicated case. There's a lot of moving parts here. This is why we're all kind of wrapped, because there's so much
for the
behind
record
the scene here.
I'm starting at 4227. Who's that to the right of the screen right there?
That would be me.
All right. And what are you about to do?
Step inside and assist CID with lifting that sheet.
All right. And were you asked to do that?
Yes, sir.
And who asked you to do that?
Captain Chapman.
All right. And where's Captain Chapman in this image?
In the middle
And is he a senior officer to you?
at that time.
Okay. And I noticed before you moved, what did you do?
Turned my light on
And why did you turn on your light?
so that I could plainly see what was underneath me, where I was going.
Did you disturb any evidence or anything as you started to go into the feed room?
No, sir.
Were you careful to avoid doing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you kick any shell casings or waddings or anything like that when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
Did you step on any bloody footprints when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
If you had seen something like that before you stepped in there, what would you have done?
I would have stopped and notified the detective.
Actually, hold on. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's right. It shouldn't be like
Do you recall what, if anything, was laying on Paul's rear end?
His cell phone, or a cell phone.
Hey, thank you for the super
Is that it
sticker
in this
there.
image right here?
The real
Yes, sir.
as.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he did. He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Did you kind of jump out of the feed room just then?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn on your light before you did so?
I believe so.
Watch it again. Did you jump out when you left the feed room?
Yes, sir.
And why did you jump out like that?
Try not to disturb the body It was easier to leap out than to try to step.
Did you enter the feed room at any point after that, to your recollection?
Not to my recollection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 1 and see if you recognize this particular image.
Yes, sir.
I'll switch inputs, please. Does that appear to, is that how you found Paul when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And were his hands underneath him in that fashion when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Matthew Azulis says, who says the wife was not killed as retaliation because the son, knowing it was because of him, ends himself, and the father covers up the son killing himself for reasons?
You're all right. Have State's Exhibit 7.
Maybe.
Without objection.
The main reason to cover up a suicide is insurance.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7 and see if you recognize that image.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a still image of video of my body-worn camera.
Is that a still image of when the defendant said, "How you doing?" when we walked up?
Yes, sir.
Well, people, that's the thing. People, what they're thinking about all the doubts they have, right? So people are creating alternative scenarios, and the state has to disabuse people of those alternative scenarios. It's this burden is on the state. So I may not agree with that. You may not agree with that, but somebody's thinking that. So that's the whole purpose of the state having that burden, right?
Cross-examination.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
All right, this is what I've been waiting for. I like this guy.
So
Arputlian.
when you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. But that's okay. I'll speak a little bit louder. When you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Sergeant Green.
Sergeant Green. And I believe Sergeant Green was instructing you all to put some yellow tape up. You did some of that?
No, sir.
You didn't do any of that?
Deputy Pruitt, yes, but I didn't know.
What was Sergeant Green, what was his instructions to you? What were you there to do? Number one, let me withdraw that question. Were you there to apprehend somebody?
Not at the time, no, sir. I was just there to assist where needed.
Assist doing what?
Whatever was needed of me.
Were you all attempting to determine what happened?
We there as initial responders were there to secure the scene.
Okay, secure the scene. And secure the scene for further processing by SLED?
By our investigators, I learned later on that SLED was responding as well.
So let me, by way of example, you went down to where Paul's body was. It was covered with a sheet. You see that on the video, correct?
Not when I initially responded, but yes, sir.
No, but the video we just saw.
Yes, sir.
And why were y'all, what was there a purpose of going down there and pulling the sheet back, looking around it?
I believe they were looking for another weapon.
What kind of weapon?
I believe they were looking for a 300 blackout.
But, I mean, we saw in the picture, if you look at Paul's body, there's no 300 blackout laying next to him, correct?
No, sir.
I'm correct.
Yes, you are correct. No, there was no 300 blackout laying beside him.
Okay, so you say you're down there looking for another weapon. Where were you looking for another weapon?
I wasn't, sir. I was assisting lifting the sheet for detectives.
And you concede you stepped into the feed room.
Yes, sir.
And based on the way Paul was laying, and Of course, you did have a flashlight, and you were looking, trying not to step on anything. Did you have anything to insulate your feet? In some jurisdictions, they have little baggy things that put over their feet to make sure they don't contaminate the scene. Did you have those on?
No, sir.
And did you, when you stepped in, you got a flashlight, what you were looking at with the visible eye, you're determining you weren't disturbing the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You made an effort not to.
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether you did or you didn't.
To my knowledge, I did not.
But you can't say that you didn't. To your knowledge.
Can you repeat that?
To your knowledge, you didn't.
To my knowledge, I did not disturb anything.
Okay. But you would concede there's microscopic evidence sometimes of crime scenes, correct?
Yes, sir, that's possible.
And you didn't have a microscope.
No, sir.
But like SWED,
I always
crime
carry a
team
microscope.
would look very closely, would they not? They would not. I mean, as far as I could tell, you were looking basically 3 or 4 feet away from the floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you can see with the naked eye at night with a flashlight from 3 or 4 feet is what you base your opinion you didn't disturb anything.
That's correct.
Now, and you don't know why they were looking for another weapon, but you don't know what other weapon, you don't know where that weapon might have been. And again, multiple deputies had seen Paul the body before he was covered with a sheet, right?
Myself, Sergeant Green did.
Okay. For y'all, in your presence, any of the other officers with you there that night, did any of them discuss this as a possible murder-suicide?
It's possible. It's not to my recollection.
Okay. Now, when you were going out and we saw you mark a shell casing, was that in the grass or on the dirt road?
I believe the first one was in gravel.
In the gravel, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you found others, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you had to walk around in the grass?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, you got a flashlight, you're looking, and you don't know what was in the grass that you may have disturbed around those shell casings.
No, sir.
You don't know.
No, sir.
You may have disturbed something.
It's possible.
And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why then were you trying to look for shell casings? Why couldn't you wait till the next morning? Why was this urgency? I mean, was somebody getting away, or I mean, I don't quite understand why.
I can't answer that. I don't know. I didn't know if somebody was getting away or not.
Did somebody instruct you to go find shell casings?
No, sir.
You just did it on your own initiative.
Yes, sir.
And you concede that you may have disturbed or destroyed evidence in that process.
Microscopic or something I didn't see.
Well, microscopic, something down in the grass. I mean, you're walking on grass, right?
Yes, sir.
Smooth surface like
dewy
in the
grass.
shed, in the feed room, but it's grass at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess what I'm trying to wonder is what y'all were doing. Were you trying to solve a crime? Were you trying to just index everything was there? And when did you find out SLED was
What the hell were you?
So we're
guys
trying to
doing?
mark everything there. As you can tell, there were multiple units going back and forth, fire rescue as well as sheriff's office. We try to mark it so that it brings awareness to them and it doesn't become disturbed.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. I can't hear you.
There were multiple units on scene,
Right.
sheriff's office as well as fire rescue.
Right.
The reason that I saw urgency to mark those shell casings is so that it brings awareness to those of us that were walking around and they don't become disturbed.
Well, that brings up the question, should you have been walking around? What if you got 2 dead people, whoever the perpetrator was, at that point, y'all hadn't identified, had you?
No, sir.
Okay, so the perpetrator may be in the woods across the street, as far as you know at that point, right?
Could have been anywhere.
Right. So you're not trying to solve a crime, you're processing a scene?
I'm not processing anything.
Oh, this guy is freaking great. I love it. What are you trying to do
You don't
here?
know what you're doing.
You don't know what you're
I
doing.
just told you what I was doing, sir.
You're marking pieces of evidence.
Yes, sir.
And the urgency to do that was so that no one else would walk over them
Yes, sir.
while you're walking around them.
Around. Yes, sir.
Well,
Around them.
you don't know whether you actually stepped on one or not, do you?
I was very careful not to.
Oh, now you're careful.
Now, let me also ask you this, that the the pattern of the first shell casing was how far away from the feed room?
I can't
That
say.
you found?
The first shell casing I found?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
10 feet, 20 feet, more than me, further than,
Probably about the same distance from me to you.
okay. From the feed room door?
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand, and you got a blackout, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire that, does it eject to the right or the left?
To the right. Mine does.
Okay. So if the feed room is where I am, that shell casing ejected to the right and forward, right and back? What do you know?
Are you asking where the shell casing was in relation to the door? It would have been forward and right of the door.
Forward and right of the door. And there was the pattern of casings leading, do they all lead to her body?
I can't remember.
Did you sketch where you found them?
No, sir. I did not do a crime scene sketch.
Have you ever done a crime scene sketch?
No, sir.
Tell me your training.
Draw
in
me like
crime
your
scene
French
process.
crime scenes.
It's very basic, limited what you would get at the Criminal Justice Academy.
Very basic.
Yes, sir.
So you're not a crime scene processor. Again, and I'm not asking this question repetitively, I'm just trying to puzzle it out.
Not a crime scene processor. What the fuck are you doing processing a crime scene? A really
you don't
important
know what
one.
your role was there.
I was a first responder.
Well, they were dead, Paul and Maggie, right? You couldn't render them any aid.
Your Honor, I would object. No question in that statement.
Is there a question?
Could you have rendered them aid? Were they in a physical condition where your assistance
He
would have helped?
inflected at the end.
No, sir.
They were dead. Correct?
Are you asking? Yes, sir.
Objection.
Okay, let me show you a couple of these clips and ask about them here. And I've got times. We don't have to go through the. And when you breathe. Okay, would you go to 1040? How does that read? I don't want to read it.
Like a drum and bass rave. Speaking of a rave, what's up, Danny?
Okay, this is
Hey,
you walking,
hey.
and these are the dog pens over here
I'm
to the
still at
left,
work.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And right in front of that, one of the dog pens is a hose that is neatly coiled around a hose, something holding the hose, right?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, go ahead.
So anyway, I'll mute myself is my point.
You're really quiet. I'm going to turn you up.
11, 12.
Also, you did just come in hearing the loudest noise that has ever existed.
Now, Mr. Waters asked you about this just a moment ago when he said, "How you doing?" when somebody walked up. You would concede to me that, but for that one quip, he appears to be distraught over the death of his wife and son.
He appeared visibly upset.
Yes. Okay. Other than this, "How you doing?" sort of thing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Also, we see him in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Correct.
Yes, sir.
I've looked at your report. I looked at everybody that encountered him that night. No report indicates any blood visible on him. You would agree with that?
I didn't observe any.
What?
I did not observe any.
It's a white shirt.
Yes, sir.
Was that a cough or a dog? Like, that was loud.
If you noted blood on him, you would have put that in your notes or reported that to somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about let me see 1845?
Is this the Queen's dog kennel? Jeez.
You apparently determining the shell casing you found is a 300 blackout, correct?
The one that I marked, yes, sir.
The one that was in the gravel.
Yes, sir.
That's all the video I have. Just a couple final questions. Since
You ever put a microphone in a blender? It sounds like this.
I have no further questions.
Oh,
Very briefly, Your Honor.
They always say that briefly.
Are you a first responder?
Yes, sir.
Your first job is safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
Second job is to protect the scene, is that correct?
Objection, Weedy.
Tell me what your jobs as a first responder are again.
Yes, sir. We secure the scene, make sure there's no current threat for additional first responders. We then secure the scene, make sure that nobody comes in that's not supposed to, so that we preserve any evidence that's there.
As part of your training to avoid disturbing the scene as best you can,
Yes, sir.
still paying attention to your primary role.
Yes, sir.
As part of your training and your experience and what you try to do is if you do see
Objection,
evidence.
Your Honor. Weedy.
Yes, he got the cue from the second chair.
If you are on scene and you do see evidence while you were there, what is your standard operating procedure in that event?
I would mark it
And why do you do that?
just to bring awareness to it so that it's not disturbed.
Is your job to be a crime scene investigator?
No, sir.
You're just marking that? I'll rephrase.
Now he's aware. I love it.
You were asked earlier about apprehending any suspects. Was Mr. Murdaugh ever in custody?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
To your observation, was he allowed to move freely?
Yes, sir.
Was he allowed to interact with people who came to talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Was he ever placed in the back of a police car?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never put in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was he being treated as a suspect when you were there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Sorry about that. Hold on.
Oh, I thought that was me.
No. For whatever reason, my StreamYard just shut down.
Yeah.
And it said there was a problem. What happened was pretty simple. They're in recess until 2:15 Eastern, so 1:15 Central. Nothing happened to the stream. It was entirely StreamYard itself closed out. Everything's still fine. Nothing's going on the courtroom. It literally right. Yeah, StreamYard must be having an issue. Because you just got dropped out of there, Andrew, as well. So
It's crazy.
yeah. All right. But see, they just recessed for lunch. Lunch will be done 1:15 Central Time. So sorry about that. I don't know what happened to StreamYard. I've never seen that before. It just goes, oops, something went wrong. And I'm like, what the hell went wrong? It was all just fine. I didn't touch anything. I don't think.
I don't know. That's
I don't
not what she
remember.
said.
Whoa. Well,
Steve getting all saucy. Is that a sidecar in that cup, Steve?
No, sadly, I'm not. I can't do that right now. But thank you for the thought.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah. Sorry about that. It kicked all you guys out of the studio too. So it just,
It
yeah,
happened.
the like actual studio room just vanished for a minute and then came right back. So that's cool. But we're all good. So thoughts on this opening? Danny, welcome to the show, by the way. I
Thank
don't know
you so much.
I don't know if you got to see any of the trials so far today, but so you were watching along then, or?
Yes. I
Okay,
always
cool.
watch you guys, and fabulous commentary, by the way. I came into this thinking for sure this guy is guilty, and then when you guys started posing these alternative theories, it made me think twice. And honestly, even though I don't like the idea of defense bringing up alternative theories, they can always hint at it without drawing conclusions, without opening that
Oh, that's the better way to do
alternative
it.
theory idea, right? So they can kind of say, so really anyone could have done this, and they can lead, through these great cross examinations, which this one is too. They can lead the jury to make these conclusions. And the fact is that the jury, I wanted to make one comment. You guys had said, I think it was Steve who said something very poignant, that the jury is going to interpret all of this evidence very differently than our panel, right? Because we're all attorneys. And so the way that our brains are trained to operate is, here's the law, here's the evidence. Now let's add it up to get to a final conclusion. Have we met our burden? They don't think that way. Jeff and I both went to the same law school, had the same torts professor, and he used to call the jury the 12 idiots or the 12 morons. Because in reality, and there is some unfortunate truth to that. I'm not saying that people who serve on juries are idiots, but what I am saying is that the people who are high income earners, who have something to lose by serving on a jury, who they have no motivation, no reason to be there, and will find any reason to get off the jury, any reason at all.
I've seen expert witnesses get crossed by making such statements at conferences, and they say, and so that the experts up there, and they say, did you put this PowerPoint slide up at a conference that says jurors are a bunch of idiots? Right. And the jury's looking at this saying, what?
Yeah, it's a messy thing, but I think professionally speaking, we're all aware that the people who are sitting on the jury have to be there. They're being forced to be there.
All the jurors are very wise people who make very reasonable decisions.
Ideally, that's the case. In practicality, though, that certainly has not been my
your
experience.
jury, but
not in Florida. Not in Florida, Danny. The Florida jurors are very discerning, learned, careful, cautious, and eager to do their civic duty to the best of their ability, to serve their fellow man and state in the epic but necessary clash between power and liberty.
And in terms of the defense presenting, sorry, go ahead, Danny.
I was just going to finish this thought. The good news is, though, that they are the reasonable person standard, right? They are the mean in society. They are definitely the reasonable people. And so the way that they're going to perceive the evidence and perceive the case is how the system was designed to operate. And they represent what a reasonable person would conclude after hearing all that evidence. So it's designed to be this way. It's not that they're idiots. It's just that they represent generally the mean. Right. So you may have one super brilliant juror. You may have someone who's kind of just showing up. Right. You may have all kinds of people. And it's an awesome system to that degree.
Well, statistically, half the jury's below average intelligence. Right. So
I didn't know that.
But in terms of the defense presenting alternative theories, you don't want them to be specific. You want them to be vague. The more specific they are in suggesting an alternative theory, the more the jury's likely to get the sense of, all right, well, if you're claiming all this with specificity, where's your proof? And you end up with a burden shift problem.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that's the best. And here's to throw a little bit of salt into the mix. One of the things is, just because the cops were sloppy does not mean there's not sufficient evidence here to convict. So we're only seeing the first couple witnesses. The defense is making it appear as this is Keystone Cops, and that's great defense work, right? Excellent cross. But they could screw up everything, and the guy could still be guilty, and there could be sufficient evidence to convict him, right? So what they're doing is they're sowing the seeds, they're throwing out alternative theories, and we shall see how much the state can produce, right? So we're only on the front end here. That's why we really have to listen to all the evidence. However, excellent defense cross. Yeah.
Well, there's no perfect crime scene, right? Just like you,
Right,
you never
yeah.
use the right ammo. I mean, there's always imperfections in the crime scene. People get convicted despite that every day.
The interesting thing about this case is it is a literal whodunit, though. So the alternative theory is, I think, more critical in a whodunit than something like a self-defense case or any sort of other, like a mitigation case or anything like that, because the whole idea is that the state has to prove that it was this person who, at the time of the killing, pointed the gun, intended to kill, and pulled the trigger. That's the elements of first-degree intentional homicide that they've, and that's the charge here in this case. So bringing up any alternative theory, if they can raise a specter of doubt that is reasonable, technically under the legal standard, whether or not the jury actually goes through and honors the reasonable doubt standard is a different question. But if they can raise that reasonable doubt in any way, they win. And I think it's critical here that the defense start casting a wide net on those alternative theories, because then what they get to do is later they get to build a plausible alternative scenario narrative that they can bring in on close. And they can say, look, shoddy police work certainly doesn't mean that he's not guilty. However, shoddy police work sure can mean that the actual killer, the actual perpetrator of this crime, could have been found with any basic rudimentary investigation. And we heard over and over that they failed to do that. We had first responders who are not crime scene processors processing the crime scene. We heard that they didn't take adequate precautions. We heard that it's entirely possible that they could have destroyed evidence that was either microscopic or simply evidence that they weren't aware was there. That evidence could have led to anyone. We heard about all these tire tracks in the grass. They didn't even think to try and preserve these via photo, to have an expert to come out and look at this. They had footprints there. They didn't even think to preserve the footprints before everybody was walking over the scene. We could have had an expert analyze the shoes of the deceased, analyze the shoes of the defendant, and then determine potentially that there was an extra set of footprints that we can't account for. That doesn't make sense, that they didn't do any of this. And it's really unfortunate because now we've got killers on the loose and we've got our client who did not do this. Our client can be accounted for during every minute using the state's own telemetry. And it's consistent with his story. I mean, they're going to say that, even though the state has said that it's inconsistent with his initial story. But I mean, that's the whole point. The telemetry supports him, the story of him going to visit his mother and returning in the rough timeline that's out there. Now they can argue over deviations, but that would be the idea, is to build that alternative. And the jury goes, yeah, actually.
And if they acquit the defendant will make it his mission to find the real killers.
Just like OJ promised to do. Why aren't y'all out there catching the real guy who did it? Oh my gosh. But no, I think that makes this this case particularly interesting. And then the other factors of it, his high political status, the family history, the allegations of the other crime, the boating accident, which wasn't recent, however, is completely unresolved, the potential motivation for retaliation, or even just, I mean, honestly, flat out political assassination is frankly a possibility with an old moneyed family that might be tied to severe corruption in the state of South Carolina. I mean, who knows? So I think that just makes this thing a little bit more exciting than when I first was going to stream this. I was like, I really wanted to stream the dumpster defenders. That's what I wanted to do.
But that's
and
already over. You can't get, there's no grift in that. It's been done and gone.
I know, but I was like, I really wanted to do that. No, I guess I'll settle on Murdaugh. But it's actually turning into a really intriguing case as we go on.
And I would say, though, that the judge is excellent, the defense is excellent, and the prosecutor's good, too. I mean, he beat him on the opening, and so there's really some good lawyering going on. It's really going to come down to the evidence, and that's why we're hanging on everything, because we really don't know. It's such a complicated crime and a complicated scene and going to be a complicated proof. So that's why it's fascinating and riveting to listen to it all coming through.
Absolutely. Let me, there's a couple super chats I want to grab. And then I do want to, if we can take a minute to talk about dumpster defenders and kind of analyze that a little bit. I know people are asking about it. The The defense is rested. I don't think they've done closing arguments yet, but they should be doing them really, really soon. And the jury will be going to deliberations before too terribly long, probably tomorrow. I don't know. There's still a lot of day left, so who knows? But I would like to kind of talk about it in the different sort of legal theories. Andrew, you've mentioned some. But let me do these super chats first. Walter McGinn says, just sold some vehicles to a guy who has known Murdaugh his whole life and said he is guilty as sin and one slimy bastard, but that his dad was salt of the earth. The old Murdaugh's better than Murdaugh is better than the new Murdaugh. That new one's a problem. I love that. That's great. The Dragon's Treasure says, I have heard this terrible rumor that if you don't buy any Dragon's Treasure tea, you are gay. So to prove everyone you're not, go to thedragonstreasure.com and use promo code NOSE to save your soul. Wow.
That's a powerful one. Well, you're not going to buy any tea then, are you, Nick?
No, I'm very gay. The Dragon's Treasure also says, asking the panel, if he did it, what are his tears based on, or is he just able to cry on cue?
Well, I have some insights in that, because this is one thing we're seeing. Like we covered that parade killer. And it's like he was just a sociopath and had no heart and no empathy, right? But this is not the case in all things. I mean, the fact is he could be the murderer and feel sympathy and regret and loss for these murder victims. You know, it's not necessarily exclusive. Not all murderers are sociopathic people. And it's odd to think that, because you're like, how could he have, assuming that the state is right and he planned and executed to his daughter or his son and his wife, who could possibly do that in a cold way? But if these things are not mutually exclusive, it's just like trying to read his reactions. He could be genuinely have a loss, but have had motives and done it. So, I mean,
yeah,
I don't really think those things are necessarily connected.
Yeah, I agree, because we also have to remember that this probably won't come into the case, but he is incredibly accused of hiring someone. I think he may have even admitted to it, hiring someone to attempt to kill him for the insurance money to go to his remaining son, which could, that didn't work out. He could be racked with guilt over what he did. Any number of things could happen that make his decisions in the moment, though they may have been horrifying and heinous, he could have gotten past whatever that was and realized what he's done. That could be triggering the tears too. We really don't have any way to gauge it. Plus, you never know how you're going to react to significant loss under any circumstances. I mean, even if you lose one significant person in your life, the next person you may react entirely differently for any.
And he could have killed them methodically and then after the fact saying, "Boy, that was a really stupid idea. I lost so much. I destroyed my life, and I'm crying for the bad choice I made." You just there's so many different explanations. It's really a mistake to read too much into reactions. And I think that's my biggest criticism of the prosecutor so far, is that he's making way too much of the guy's initial reaction, trying to play into that. And that makes me suspicious of how strong the state's case is generally. But that's a preliminary knee-jerk kind of reaction. Why are you putting so much into this? He said howdy to the guy coming up. Well, we Southerners, we say hi to everybody. It's like instinctual. And somebody comes up and it's like, I'm upset. And then somebody comes up, it's like, oh, how you doing? Right? I mean, somebody in the chat had said, you go to the doctor and you got terminal cancer. And the doctor says, how you doing? He says, oh, fine. Right? I mean, just like, oh, he said fine. But he really doesn't have cancer.
I had a person that I knew that was talking to me about drafting up a will and end of life care because of terminal cancer. And every time they called me, my natural reaction was, "Hey, how's it going?" I'm like, "Oh, you're dying. I forgot." You feel bad asking the question, but it's just such a natural sort of thing to do it. Now, alternatively, the chat seems convinced that he doesn't say, "How are you doing?" He says, "What are you doing?" as he's talking about them placing the tarps over the body. So now the state and the witnesses have said it's how. So I don't know that it's really relevant to speculate if it's how or what, but that could be an interesting sort of explanation. Like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're putting tarps over them.
It's because like I said, the more this point is emphasized, the weaker I think the state's case is. They need to stay away from that. I don't think that you're reading way too much. Is this their case? Are they building their whole case on his reaction? That's
right
not guilty.
now. It looks like it.
Well, I hope not, because they shouldn't be prosecuting him if that's the case. If they need to have much stronger substantive evidence, and I think we're going to get some better evidence with the cell phone tower stuff. That's going to be very. And I think the missing 300 blackout rifle is interesting, compelling. But we'll see how it unfolds. We don't really have a good sense of how this evidence is going to play out.
Now, do you guys know? So the way the state was making this out is that the telemetry from the cell phone and the cell phone tower data was going to actually track him moving to the scene of the crime, which is not a very far distance. Now, they didn't say GPS data. They're specifically going off of tower pinging metadata, and that makes his statements inconsistent. But
well,
I mean,
you got to be careful on that. And like I said, the defense is going to have, I guarantee, top-notch experts on cell phone towers. There's a lot of, I've done a lot of CEs, and I've dealt with cell phone tower data. You got to be very careful about being too precise with cell phone tower pinging. And we shall see how compelling this evidence is. I don't know the distances, and the question is did the cell phone towers, are there a sufficient distance between the crime scene and his mother's house that multiple cell phone towers are implicated? And does that show him going back and forth in the relevant time frames? Because you've got time and location.
So the travel to the mother's house, I think, is less in question, because that is backed up also by the data from his Suburban, which presumably has OnStar and has actually tracked the vehicle's travel back and forth along with the time. I think the question is, while just prior to him leaving to go to his mother's house, he claims to be in his home about a third of a mile away from the scene of the crime. And then he gets in he attempts to call them or whatever, gets in the car and leaves. Now, they say the attempts to call are a cover up because he knows they're dead. And like Nate brought up that example of the cop, like, why didn't you call them, would be the first question. So now he's called them to see what's going on. They didn't answer. He goes to the mother's house, who has the Alzheimer's. But what they're saying is that the cell phone data will show that he traveled to the kennel or whatever, the feed building, and then traveled back to the house, presumably on foot, before getting into the car and driving away. And I'm not sure that non-GPS cell phone data is going to be that accurate. I mean, a third of a mile isn't a short distance, but cell phone towers aren't that close.
No.
It's very noisy data. I mean, it's lots of things can interfere, can play a role in which tower you end up connecting with. It's not even always which tower you're closest to. It could be which one you're getting the best signal from.
Right.
And that could be the result. You could be closer to a different tower, but there's a blockage or something that's interfering with the signal. We've all gone on flights where we get off the airplane at our destination, and you have to like really turn the phone off completely and turn it back on again, so it gets a good connection with the cell network. It's very noisy data.
But Nick made a good point too, though, is that this is cell phone tower data and not GPS data. Like, I understand that Apple cell phones are very precise, and I had a case like this. All these things bring back painful memories, but to the point that you can get very precise in locations that a third of a mile could be eliminated, whereas well, in the case that I had, they said that they tracked this guy's right to a particular house. And I was skeptical of that and objected based on the lack of scientific predicate, and it was overruled wrongfully. Not that I'm wrong.
You know what? I had a flight the other day, and I never turn my phone on airplane mode because screw the FAA or whatever. They don't actually know.
You turn on your cell phone and the plane's going to crash. Come on.
Well, if the plane does crash, then I'll go, you know what? They were right. They were right. That's what...
It's not that. It causes static. right? When they're calling into the tower, right? And it's only during takeoff and landing that this usually causes problems. And it's because the FAA is outdated in the radio signals that they're using.
Yeah.
My understanding is that they have since updated those radio signals, so it's not quite as bad of an issue. But initially, the reason they implemented that regulation is because pilots couldn't communicate with the tower. It
Screw
sounded
those
like
pilots.
to them all the time, and it was super annoying. So they just turned off everyone's cell signal so that it was only the
Or
plane.
they want you to use the expensive airline provided Bluetooth service that they charge
Dang
you
right.
$50 a second for.
I had,
Or
but
this possible theory.
so this is what I was getting at. I pulled out my cell phone in the middle of the flight, and I had service. And I was like, what the hell? Like, we're at cruising altitude here. There's no way I should have service. I quickly put it away before I got yelled at by a flight attendant. But yeah, it was nutty. Cell phone technology is getting more and more powerful, but I don't know that the scientific backing of using that cell phone data is going to catch up as quickly, because that tends to, court usage of things tends to lag behind the actual technology. Tech moves fast, court moves slow.
I have a question. Earlier, when the officer was testifying and they were playing the video and all we heard was the recording, and he was talking about the multiple tire tracks going in and out, and he said it looked like there were multiple tire tracks. My sense is that there was at least 4, right? So going in, coming out, going in, coming out, at least, right? But they didn't say how many. What I thought, though, was interesting is you can hear what sounds like the defendant proposing going out a certain way so that there aren't additional tire tracks. So is it my understanding that the defendant is the one during that interaction that says, oh yeah, I know a place where you can go, right? Where it won't track on the tires. And he's the one who proposes going out that way. Did I hear that correctly?
The problem is that assume there's other people that arrived that did this. There's other suspects, right? Well, a couple of the things. You want to have footprint marks, impressions. You want to have tire tracks. Cases have been solved off of footprints and tire tracks, but yet the police are not preserving the crime scene, and therefore potentially exculpatory evidence is being destroyed by sloppy police work. So you are now eliminating possible evidence of others' suspects. Why? There's no reason to do that. It's just sloppy police work. And so this opens the door for alternative theories, like there were 2 people, it's a shotgun, and a lot of people made it, one's a shotgun, one's a rifle shot. So there's 2 weapons used for 2 different videos. Well, maybe it's 2 people. Maybe 2 people showed up in another car. And how can we say that that's if you have an analysis of what was there, then you can eliminate some of that. You can add some light into that theory with physical evidence. But because they didn't preserve the crime scene, you now cannot, and these speculations can just run rampant.
To answer your question, though, Danny, as to who brought that up, I think that it was brought up by one of the responders. I don't think it was brought up by the defendant, either one of the fire rescue responders or one of the cops, but it wasn't the first witness. He testified that he did not direct anybody regarding the tire tracks, but I think someone else may have proposed that. I don't think it was the defendant.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, and then my second point, to his reaction with the crying and, all of that, and then his brief moment of switching, basically is what I call it. So your brain has two modes. Okay. One mode is script mode. So I do this all the time with my clients. I'm a divorce attorney, and I'll be like, hey, so how's your day going? All jovial. And obviously they're having the worst day of their life. They're here to consult with me because they want a freaking divorce.
Mm-hmm.
But my mode is trained into script mode, and everyone has this mode, and you can't control when you switch back and forth as readily as you can, especially when you are in a heightened sense of emotion, right? So when you're like, I've seen it all the time with people who've lost loved ones who will stop crying immediately to say something that's like a pre-recorded script in their head that they've been trained to say, and they'll go right back into that emotional sense and emotional state of being. I think it's the brain is like muscle memory, right? It's going into its script. And then two, it's also taking a little bit of a reprieve from that emotional state of being. So I don't think that people can control that as much as we think they can. And I don't think it's evidence of him acting.
Good. Right. I agree 100%. Exactly.
There was a question in chat that I wanted to address, and then I can't find it now, which is really, really annoying.
Hey, Danny, your lighting is a lot better, by the way. I must say, commenting on your light. I remember, but when you first got on, your lighting was not as good as it could have been. Your lighting has gotten better.
Light. Thank you.
You got the ring light. Okay, yeah.
I also have a confession for you later, Steve.
Uh-oh. Is it
here it
private
is.
or public?
It's public. We can talk about it.
Okay.
Grisbra says, can't they determine when they died? Right now, my understanding based on opening arguments is that the state's determination of when they died is based on the observed cell phone use up to a specific point in time, which is about 8:50 p.m. And then all cell phone use stops entirely at that time for both the mom and for Paul. So as far as like calculating time of death, and why they chose 8:50 p.m. as the time of death. They were avid cell phone users that were both actively using their cell phones up to that point, and then both of them stopped. That was said in opening statements. Or they stopped within like a minute of each other. They're very close timing when both cell phone uses stopped. So that I believe is how they're determining the time of death. As far as if they could determine time of death just based on the rather grievous violence that was done on the bodies, I don't know. I'm not an expert on if you can determine like if this brain puddle has been there for an hour or an hour and 30 minutes. I have no idea. But that's based on their opening arguments. I think that's what they're going with as that time of death thing. But you guys are free to correct me or let me know. That's just my understanding.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still. This is an interesting one because everybody's asking, is he guilty? Is this guy guilty? Is he not guilty? What do we think? And I'm waiting for the state to finish all their evidence. I mean, they've got a lot. This is quite a complex circumstantial evidence case that they're trying to build. And maybe they're starting with just showing the crime scene and laying the bricks out, and it's going to build methodically over time. It's kind of like an election, Danny, right? It's like you don't want to peak too early. You don't want to shoot everything off, and then all of a sudden at the end you're piddling. You want to lead up so that you crescendo at the election day, right? And so that election day is when it goes to the jury. So that may be the strategy.
But they're so slow. This is so slow. Oh my God. These first two witnesses have been torturous. And you can go so slow that you end up with the jury completely disconnecting. Like the jury's, I've listened to hours of this. It's not gone anywhere. I'm out. I'm checked out. I mean, they just stopped listening to anything.
But maybe that's the strategy is maybe these are the bad witnesses. Maybe there are a lot of holes in their testimony. So they're drawing the sting early so that the jury is already bored, doesn't care. Did they say how long their case in chief would go?
The whole trial is expected to be 3 weeks.
Okay, so my guess is that the state is already anticipating the jury for getting day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. And so like Steve was saying, they may be drawing the sting on these things saying, look, it's nothing, right? Let's get it out of the way. Let's have the jury forget about it. Whatever, rumors or worries or concerns are going, like Nick said earlier, right? The ideal case is you shouldn't think immediately, oh, this guy's guilty. It should be built on. And if they have 3-week trial, right? They're gonna, I bet they're trying to bury all of this testimony, but get little bricks, little pieces in there that they want, and then build on that over time and crescendo it towards the end.
Yeah,
that's
3 weeks, man. Then they may as well just bury things right now because no one's going to remember what happened today.
Yep.
We will. We are autistic.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's it's a tough one. I don't know. I mean, you got to wonder how many experts the state is planning on bringing, because that's what's going to bog down this thing entirely. Is the expert testimony on the cell phones? I mean, that's going to be, and the car telemetry, however they're going to do that, that's going to be grueling testimony through the CVs of these experts and why they can tell you with specificity why these three towers mean that this person is here and then here based on the timing, the millisecond timing between the pings of each towers and how much math is involved. That's going to be horrifying. And then we're going to have to do it again when the defense's expert comes in and says the exact opposite. So I'm thinking that's going to be a lot of it. I guess there'll have to be some ballistics.
Well, and that's, I think, like we were talking about, the built-in error here on that ballistics thing. I'm going to send you in private chat too a photo just so people can get a sense. And I have a 12 gauge shotgun that is accounted for, but I don't think that. And I'm maybe you guys can educate me. And I've never thought about it. A 16 gauge is a smaller shotgun shell.
Yes.
So you could stick that thing into the tube. All right. But can it be fired and can it be cycled? I would never do that because what it would do, I don't think that the rim would actually sufficiently fit. I think it would just roll down the barrel. You can see, I've just put the image in the private chat. Maybe you can share that. You can see the difference here. I'm confused about this. They're saying that the shotgun that he had a 16 gauge and a 12 gauge round in the pump. So they loaded it. So there's the difference in the shells.
Yeah.
What does that tell us?
I don't know enough about guns to definitively say, but my thought would be that this would throw off the hammer's ability to hit the firing pin on the shotgun. If it's not the right circumference, it would sag in the barrel and the hammer might not even strike it.
Right.
Other than that, if it does, I don't know what happens if the bore size of the barrel is too wide. I have no idea. Any Branca, you probably know more about guns than me.
I mean, my concern, because it's if the extractor grabs the rim of the shotgun shell, it could hold it in position against the bolt face where the primer might be able to hit it and it could go off. I would not want to be holding a gun that a 12 gauge that was firing a 16 gauge round out of it because I don't think good things will happen. But it could potentially detonate, but we don't even know if it was, he could have just shoved it in there, right? Someone just put the wrong round and doesn't mean to fire at a 16 gauge.
Yeah, if he has like just some rounds laying on the table and he's just rushing and he grabs them and starts loading them into the tube. I mean, that's
right. That's what I'm thinking. That is consistent with a panicked recovery of a firearm, isn't it? Which is a defense. If he's this methodical planning out, destroying the gun and all this, why would he do that?
The guy does enough, so he's got dogs, he's got hunting dogs. That's what this kennel is for. And that's a big commitment to have hunting dogs. It's a lot of money and it's a lot of effort. So this is not a guy who hunts birds once a year. And typically hunting dogs, they're not only used for birds, but mostly for birds. You're hunting quite a bit if you've made the investment to have dogs. So I would expect he's pretty experienced in handling shotguns, and anyone with that kind of experience, they wouldn't. It's hard to imagine how they would put a 16 gauge shell into a 12 gauge shotgun unless they were panicked in some manner.
Right, exactly.
It's not the kind of thing you would just do by accident normally.
So we do have a video here. 16 gauge shell and a 12 gauge shotgun don't do this. So we can watch this. It's 4 minutes long.
All right. Sure.
Let's see what happens.
No audio though.
Oh, that's my fault. Let me fix that real quick.
I think is that a Rock Veteran 8888?
I don't think so. Not unless he's lost a lot of weight.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, who the actual guy? This is American Arms Channel. Posted 4 years ago. So this isn't like a response video to this case or anything.
Your ammo shelf in your gun room or wherever you may keep your ammunition, you might have some odds and ends laying around that you don't particularly care about and are not like collectible ammunition. So you might have something like a 16 gauge hanging around. You've got a 16 gauge shotgun, but primarily you've got 12 gauge shotguns. And you may think to yourself, can you fire a 16 gauge out of a 12 gauge if you absolutely have to? What will it do? Well, I'm going to answer that question for you real quick. Now, do not do this.
Yeah, that's right. Do
not
do
advisable. This is not something that's supposed to be fun to do. No, it couldn't really hurt you, but it's not safe. You should not put a sub-gauge cartridge in a gun unless
Can't hurt you, but not safe. Those two conflict for me.
barrel insert for that cartridge. So this is a 12 gauge Mossberg 500A with an 18.5 inch improved cylinder bore barrel on it. Or excuse me, cylinder bore barrel. As you can see, the shell went in. It did not extract. That time it did. This is a 16 gauge. So when I insert the cartridge,
insert.
It will go past where the rim of a 12 gauge will sit, and it'll actually sit in the chamber mouth. Don't know if you can really see that in there. Probably get a better look.
There we go.
Right there. You can see it.
Yep.
All right. See, it did eject. It will carry it out. You can't feed these through the tube, really. They'll barely catch. Oh, that one did. So, however, if you jostle the gun while there's magazine or there's rounds in the tube, they'll come flying out because the rim's not big enough to stay centered on the shell catch. So, we've got the cartridge in there.
This is a Bubba move, isn't it?
The
Let's try it.
Hold of it. Take aim.
Blam!
Fire. Obviously, that didn't sound right. Maybe you can't tell on camera, but it is.
Yeah, it sounds like a poof.
Try to extract. Nothing. Got it that time. All right. Well, downrange, the pattern was great. It almost looked like a full at 20 yards, but it's because it's way over bore. Let's take a look at that cartridge case. Oh, yeah. That doesn't look right now, does it? That's because it's blown out to a 12 gauge. You just went 4 gauges bigger on a shell that was made for a 16. Now you can do the same thing with 10 gauge, putting a 12 in a 10 gauge. Is it safe? I'd say in an emergency situation, yes, it's safe. Is it smart? Absolutely not. Let's say you had a 20 gauge and you wanted to put it into a 12 gauge. Well, that sucker's going to go right down and hang up on the chamber or the forcing cone. So what do you think is going to happen when you put a round behind that? You're
Okay,
going to
so
get a
that's the problem.
bulged ringed barrel, or you're going to get a kaboom. Either way, it is not safe, and it's going to damage you and or your firearm.
Okay, so it's
So
the
like Looney
second
Tunes.
round that's the problem.
Yeah.
The 20 is small enough to actually go past the chamber, basically, and then it's just an obstruction in the barrel.
There we go.
Yeah, well,
I actually have more experience with shotguns than any other firearm. I grew up on shotgun, so I like it a lot.
Yeah, so this is the thing. I mean, that's an odd bit of evidence because anybody who runs their shotgun and has multiple firearms is not going to put 16 gauge into a 12 gauge, or that's just, you just don't do that, right? I mean, it would hurt your rifle. It can jam the thing. Or what, Danny? Have you done this?
I guarantee you someone has done this. And I mean, here's the other thing though. This guy is a prosecuting attorney. Who's to say he didn't plan this out and say, look, I'm not going to do it that much. Maybe I get hurt. Maybe I don't. But the chance that I get away with it is much higher if I can show that it's a different kind of gun, right? From what ammo this gun would take regularly.
You have two conflicting and competing theories. One, the scrambled, frazzled defender theory, where I have to get this gun and protect myself, and I don't know what's going to happen, grabs some rounds off the table and just chambers them in, doesn't think about it. Or the other theory is this looks like something like this. That's the obvious answer, is I'm now planning and constructing this scenario where I look more nervous than I am.
Sure.
But we have to see how to do it. The problem for the state is they have to have some evidence to make that assertion. Whereas the defense can raise the specter that's favorable to them without evidence. I would think like that would, that seems easier for the defense to do than the prosecution.
Was the defendant here himself a prosecutor, or is it that his family, his father, grandfather, great-grandfather were prosecutors?
He's the Solicitor General, so he's not a prosecutor, but he is, an experienced attorney.
I thought that was akin to, no, I'm thinking a magistrate is akin to a DA in that jurisdiction.
Yeah,
or is it a solicitor?
I believe the Solicitor General usually handles civil cases for the state and cases involving federalism issues.
Okay.
They're the ones
like
who would
an
bring
AG?
suit. They'd bring suit against the United States, for example, like Ted Cruz was Solicitor General of Texas.
Okay, so like an AG.
Yeah, but like
Okay.
a different capacity. The AG is the chief law enforcement arm, whereas the solicitor general would be more about representing the state in I would think civil matters, right? Like,
But
am I
the
crazy?
yeah, and I don't know. This is a South Carolina distinction. Somebody'd have to sort all this out for me. But the fact is that his family goes back to 1920, and I believe there was 3 generations of this family that controlled that office in these counties. So there's a lot of political power in these particular in this family. So, and this is the guy that kind of destroyed the family dynasty. It seems like with his all this, and there's so much crazy stuff around this case. Like, see, I'm kind of curious, why did they bring this case first? The financial stuff is like the low-hanging fruit. In this one, you know, you don't want to start off with a loss if you're a prosecutor. I wouldn't prioritize this one.
Yeah, let's see. I'm going to try and figure out exactly the story behind Alex Murdaugh.
Maybe they don't have a case. What I think is interesting is the insurance, essentially insurance fraud case with his cleaning lady who accidentally fell down the stairs, and then all of the insurance money was funneled to his company that he owned. I wonder if he wasn't trying to plan out the same deal. This is really dark, but I wonder if he wasn't trying to plan out the same exact deal with his own family.
That
Okay,
that is the
That's
that
the
is-
motive that they're
that is-
suggesting.
yes. Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're so my mistake. He was not Solicitor General. He was a solicitor in a 5-county area. Or no, he wasn't. 1920, 2006, 3 members of the Murdaugh family served as solicitor for a 5-county area of South Carolina's Low Country region. In
Yeah,
South
that was my
Carolina,
understanding.
the solicitor, analogous to the DA and other U.S. jurisdictions, is in charge of prosecuting all criminal cases. So,
yeah.
Okay, but he was not, I don't believe. I'm trying to
But
figure out.
he was a partner in a pretty prominent local firm.
Right.
That had a lot of money flowing through it that people say he took much of for his own personal use. So that's,
Yeah, I'm hearing he was a personal injury attorney.
well, there's money in that.
Yeah, quite a bit. Now, the other thing I heard is that the Murdaughs never lost a case, and the allegation was that their family ties had basically leveraged influence with judges. Based on
No,
their
that
name.
doesn't happen.
Never happens. Never happens.
I'm going to shoot you the I did this before, but I'm going to shoot you the circumstantial evidence rule in South Carolina. You see in private chat here. There's that one.
So, by the way, the StreamYard issue that we had earlier, the exact same thing happened to Emily Baker at like the exact same time. So it seems like they had some sort of hiccup.
I
She
heard
just
Rumble
messaged me about it.
had a denial of service attack yesterday.
Did it? I didn't have any problems with Rumble yesterday.
Strange.
Okay,
Maybe
so
the Murdaughs did it.
So wait, what were you sending?
I just
this
sent it in the circumstantial. I put the Florida
Oh, okay.
circumstantial evidence rule, but this is my understanding. This is from the jury instructions. This is part of the jury instructions, and I gave you the case site, State v. Logan, which is 405 South Carolina 83 from 2013, Supreme Court of South Carolina. Basically, crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. And that's part of the jury instructions that I bet you that this wily old defense attorney will get to the jury, and he will be arguing this standard and the circumstantial evidence standard, assuming we don't see any kind of direct evidence, which we haven't gotten any clue that.
Right. So that's the state. Not that it's great to do this in a prosecution anyway, but it precludes the state from having competing or conflicting theories. Yeah, you do get to. again, before juries, it's kind of a problem, but in legal argument, you do get to basically have arguments in the alternative to say, well, this is what happened, or it's also possible that this thing happened. And if either of these things happened, the result is the same, legally speaking. So you could do that. But it sounds like with circumstantial evidence in South Carolina, you cannot have a competing theory. They have to be consistent if that's what you're using.
Well, and I think that states offering competing theories, that's a big problem for me. I
agree.
Yeah. And so the circumstantial evidence rule is an old common law rule that's been around forever. And modern, we think we're so smart here in the modern world and we figured everything out and we have all this wonderful science. I think that we need to be very careful when eliminating these long-held common law developed rules to protect the actually innocent, because if circumstantial evidence can convict people, and those people can be actually innocent, and we really need to err on the side of not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the key here. And I think that that's one of those rules. It's like, oh, let's just throw that away because we don't need that anymore. We've got modern rules and let's throw this one away. And it pretty much you have no defenses against anything. You can't say anything against the state. So let's be careful before throwing away protections to people.
Yeah, I agree. These old antiquated rules all, of course, are predicated on the presumption of innocence and this idea that the state is adversarial to each of us, and it should be treated that way.
Go ahead. The common law is part of, it's basically case-made law, judge-made law over time. And it's very valuable. And this is the basis for the American legal system. It's the contrasting to that is the civil law, which is the European Napoleonic system, which is generally an accusatory system, an inquisitorial system that does not have the same protections. It doesn't have the same adversarial process that we here have. And by mixing these things in, it's like, well, it's good for them over there. You're kind of undermining the fundamental concept of what adversarial process does. Somebody says they didn't waive speedy trial. That's why this one's going first.
Okay, here we go. Andrew, you've prepared a slide to talk about the dumpster defenders.
The dumpster defenders. So this is, I didn't prepare this for this. This is just my normal. We have slide sets like this for every state covering their self-defense law.
Cool. I got slideshows.
Yeah. There we go. So my problem with the whole dumpster defense issue is this question of provocation, because self-defense requires a set of elements that have to exist, or at least that the state has to disprove beyond a reasonable doubt to overcome your claim of self-defense. But one of them is the element of innocence, and you lose that required element of innocence if you provoke the fight. This is Texas self-defense statute 9.31. The use of force against another is not justified if the defender provoked the other's use of force. And then later on, we have some jury instructions, basically says the same thing. On if you agree the state has proved that the defender provoked the confrontation, you must find them guilty. They don't have self-defense, and provocation is defined by that jury instruction. The defendant did some acts or used some words that caused the other person to attack. The acts or words were reasonably calculated to provoke the attack, and the defendant did the acts or words for the purpose and with the intent that they would then have a pretext for inflicting harm on the other person. All this, go ahead, take your swing, I doubt it stuff, that's provocation with intent. That it strikes me on the evidence should lose these guys self-defense. Now, if you do provoke, you can regain the element of innocence, you can regain self-defense, but the way you do that under Texas and most states' laws is you have to actually attempt to withdraw from the confrontation. You've reacquired a legal duty to retreat, even though in Texas, a stand your ground state, you wouldn't normally have a legal duty to retreat, but you can reacquire that duty if you provoke the confrontation. And of course, these guys didn't make any effort to retreat. They were, it was face to face the whole time. Now, that's the legal merits. The guy they ended up killing was clearly an a-hole of massive proportions. And the jury may look at that and say, listen, if you're going to act like that in Texas, don't be surprised when we shoot you.
Yeah, literally of massive proportions. He's a big guy. I think he's 6'4", 6'5". something like that. He also, and this appears to be known according to testimony, he has it was explosive irritability syndrome or something like that.
Like,
where
bowel irritability?
Well,
I think I have explosive irritability syndrome. I didn't know that was a thing.
The diagnosis is literally gets irrationally angry at minor things, which it appears that that's what happened here. You know, that all they did was they took the mattress out of the dumpster. They set it down next to the dumpster. He put it back in. They eventually set it partly on his yard because the rule was you can't put a mattress in the dumpster. And there's a specific heavy trash day where they take that stuff away. That's the genesis of this. He's there screaming like crazy when all of this goes down in the video. And it's like, bro, it's a mattress. Just settle down. But they're there. And then what you're saying, Andrew, is the question is for the jury, does a jury determine that the use of the words like, if you come within 3 feet of me, I'll kill you.
Take your swing specifically. Yeah.
Right. Take your swing.
They're not saying that because they want to get punched in the face. They're saying that obviously because then they'll have an excuse to use force against the other person. That's what provocation with intent means. You're provoking the other person with the intent of then having a pretext to use force against them.
Right. Now, the counter argument would be that it's not provoking with intent. He's merely stating that look, I'm warning you that if this happens, I will defend myself, not intending to provoke the attack, but to convey a warning, to do something, you know, some sort of puffery in that sort of thing. Now, whether that's compelling, you know, that'll be up to the jury to make a factual determination of that intent. And they can only, you know, we make determinations of intent through the circumstantial evidence. In this case, they get to directly observe the behavior. We could go through the video. We have time. If you guys are up for it.
Sure.
It's been a while since I watched it.
You know, I'm not familiar with this case that much. I've seen still images of two guys without shirts.
They're the most manly men on the planet.
So this will be my first reaction if you play it.
And by the way, the reason we're not covering that trial live is because the court refused to stream it. I called the courthouse and they are utterly uncooperative. They won't even, I mean, they have all the court documents and all the motions and that, and they won't let me have online access to them, even though they have them online. But unless you're a party of record, they won't give you authority to access those documents. So they
doesn't show their county in the best light, don't you think?
It's complete lack of transparency.
It's a lack of transparency. Oh, go ahead.
I am preparing for a job, okay, that is very serious. If I laugh, it's because it is objectively funny and not because this is a tragedy. Obviously, this is a tragedy that should have never happened.
Oh,
I'm just going to say that.
Everything leading up to the circumstances is hilarious. It's objectively ridiculous that this is happening over mattress in a dumpster. Of course, when the shooting occurs, it's not funny. It's very violent. There may be, I'll try and avoid it, but there may be a brief moment of the aftermath because the camera kind of pans past the guy.
It's a lot of screaming.
Right. There's a lot of screaming, a lot of yelling. There is a lot of gunfire, but you don't actually see a guy get shredded by all of this gunfire on camera. And I'll try and pause it before that aftermath pan because it's not really relevant to the case at that point. So, but if I fail, I apologize. But yeah, I mean, this is objectively hilarious and ridiculous. And there's no shame in laughing at shirtless patrician champions defending the alleys of Abilene against an ogre. So here we go.
I'm going to mute myself.
See,
I've seen
dang
that
it.
still.
I hate that I can't pause this without this stupid thing, but you may not like it, ladies and gentlemen, but this is what peak masculinity does look like right here. And if you are not angling for this body shape, then you are not trying hard enough at the gym or the buffet.
I'm not. Yes, you are. Hold I'm right here. You already pointed. Get away from him. I'm getting. Go get the gun. Back off. Go get my BB gun. I'm gonna put 9 in this. Back off. I'm standing at the dumpster. If you come closer to me, I'm gonna kill you. Hey, did you hear him say he's gonna kill me?
Yes.
I'm at the dumpster. Put the gun up and go inside.
You pulled a gun in front
You
of our
pulled a
children.
gun in front of my kids. We're for a mattress. You. Point at me. Point at me.
Take your swing.
I'm standing my ground.
Take your swing.
No, you ain't.
You're in an alley. You're not
You're
in
in
your
a alley.
sir.
You came out to the alley.
Take
Support
your
the gun.
right away.
I will kill you're dead. I
Take
promise you,
your
you're both dead.
I doubt it.
It is an alley.
You're in an
I
alley
doubt it.
with a
I doubt
shotgun,
it.
you little piece of I'm gonna kill you.
I doubt it.
Bet.
First of all, if you're going to show this video to the cops, you might want to stop yelling.
Oh no! I don't give a I will kill you. You pulled a gun from
He
my
really
kid.
should have walked away at this point.
Pull that gun
Yeah,
one more time.
stupid
I'll
victim.
take you out with a bullet through your head.
No, you
Bet. Point it at
take
me.
a swing.
Point it at me.
Go ahead.
Point it at me.
Take your swing.
Point that at me.
Go ahead. Take your swing.
Point it at me.
Take
Point
your
it at
swing.
me.
Back off.
Point it at me again.
Back off.
Point it at me again.
Back off.
You're a dead man.
I doubt it.
No.
I don't care what the cops don't say. He's gonna tell you back.
You're a I'm gonna kill you too.
I
You little yeah, how's your wife and my kids doing?
He said cocksucker there.
I doubt it.
I
Better quit threatening. I doubt it.
I ain't threatening. You walked out the door.
Did.
You.
If you come within 3 foot of me, I'm gonna kill you.
Okay.
You're not going to shoot my husband.
Oh, shoot me.
So
That's where you're
stupid.
wrong, kiddo.
Point it.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know about the second. Oh, stupid.
Okay, they
Oh, stupid. See, this is what I'm talking about. No sense, senseless killings. You know, there's no grand lesson here except you're an idiot. You know, I mean, that guy, the guy that's the guy that got shot, back the
That was his
F off.
last few minutes on Earth.
If you've got somebody with a gun being calm and saying you need to leave, you should leave. That's
Now
that's a good you know. Now, was there a swing? Did the guy that got shot swing?
Yes, that's one thing that's really hard to see from the video, but I've watched this video about 100 times, and around time 70, you notice that he asks for a bat that is leaning there against the garbage can, a baseball bat, and he does take and he throws the bat, and it actually does strike the dad. You notice the dad he shoots.
I missed that.
He shoots the second the guy like pulls the bat up to throw it. That's when those first two shots ring out. And then you
Wow.
actually see the bat. If you go really slow, you'll see the bat strike the dad and he recoils and stumbles away. And that's when the remaining shots are fired after that.
Okay, so Andrew, fill me in here because so he's being attacked with a bat, which is a deadly weapon, and fires in self-defense. So you're saying that is not a justified shooting because
Well, because you provoked the conflict with the intent of having an excuse or pretext to
doubt
use force
that.
against the other person. Now, the argument I would make
I
here
doubt
is
that.
that the men were holding guns; they weren't using the guns. So up to that point, it was not yet an actual deadly force confrontation. No deadly force was actually being used until the bat was thrown, and I would argue that's basically a second fight. That's a new deadly force fight that the victim here was the initial aggressor in. That was not provoked with intent. In other words, they were saying take your swing. They weren't saying hit me in the head with a bat.
Right. So it makes this this is why I really wanted to cover this case, even though it ended up being really quick. It's a really muddy self-defense case. It's very much an edge case. And I think it's also really interestingly, I think the verdict in either way is going to reflect heavily on the culture of Abilene and what they're comfortable with as far as guns, self-defense, and self-defense principles in the like colloquial sense rather than the legal sense.
Right.
Because
And to be clear, it's muddy because all these people are acting like a-holes. I mean,
Everybody's
everyone
stupid.
involved is acting like an a-hole.
Well, you know, but I would say if I'm comparing the guys with the guns to the idiot on the mattress, the idiot with the mattress was, I think, out of control. The two guys with the guns they were being rednecks, which is calm and cool, but take your swing because I'll shoot you, right? I mean, look, I know enough rednecks. I was raised around. I gotta say, I got some redneck in me, and I will say that those people are not to be messed with. That is a warning. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That might be a case of self-defense there, Branca. I might have to lean against you on this one. If I'm just an average juror, first time seeing that video, I've never seen that before. But if you're saying that guy took a bat and swung it at Dad, and
he definitely throws the bat. It does.
Well,
it does.
That's my point. That changes. I mean, I never noticed that before. So until Nick mentioned the bat right now, I'd not heard that. And I think arguably that does change the fact scenario here.
I mean, if that he's being an idiot, and those people are just standing there saying, look, we got guns, you need to back off. And he's losing his mind. He's getting angry. Okay, all's well and good. He then picks up a bat and swings it at Dad. Well, self-defense time. I mean, I don't know. It seems to me that's I didn't see the bat. I mean, you're telling me that there's a bat and he swings the bat at Dad. If that's the case, then I don't know. I might be with the rednecks on this one.
Let me see if I can actually find a better video that we can pause, and I'll find the freeze frame of the bat.
And the cool-headed rednecks against the hothead. People aren't going to want to vote with a hothead. It'd be interesting. That would be a fascinating. That's the first I've ever seen that. I saw the still picture of the two guys. Oh, I will say the Vices told me, Legal Vices was telling me that the most redneck thing of all is that the guy told him to get the bat, or told him to get like a 38 caliber revolver, but that they had pawned the revolver, so they had to get a bat. That's pretty redneck right there.
And where was this again? Oh, Texas, right?
Abilene, the other part of that is that so the dad uses his firearm, but then I also saw some secondary shots by the shotgun with the son.
Right.
That's a little iffy there. I don't know. He could say defense of others, but I mean, what was the status of the bat attacker at the point that those shotgun shots were fired?
No, I mean, if the dad was impacted by the bat, he suffered or appeared to have suffered some kind of disability from the bat. He's more exceptionally vulnerable to further injury now if the attack continues, even if it's a barehanded attack by someone that size. I don't have a problem with defense of others there.
Okay, so here's the moment. I believe the first two shots are either right about to be fired or have just been fired, and the bat should be coming. I'm going to try and
slow it a little bit. Maybe slow it down a little bit.
Oh yeah, let's see. Let's do speed. Let's go down to half speed. Okay, so so the first two shots have actually been fired. I'll go back a little bit further because those first two shots happen.
Shoot me! You're dead. Pointing.
So those two shots, I believe, according to the testimony and their police interviews, happen as he grabs the bat and raises it to throw. So the first two shots are prior to the bat being thrown because it comes and hits the dad right after this. God, the playback is just a disaster. Hold on. That's where the bat hits. And you can actually, if you, I'll go back for it. You can see the bat. It travels across the frame in front of the sun. There it was. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. He threw the bat though.
Yeah, he throws it.
See, that's tough there too, because now he's thrown it, so it's theoretically an ag assault, but he's now disarmed. So
he's a big guy.
I don't know.
He's huge. I mean, I think he was 6'4" and like 230, 240 pounds, and significantly younger than the dad as well.
I mean, we just saw Casado get self-defense immunity in Florida over slaps.
Right. True, but he threw the bat but then he's disarmed. I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting one. I'd like to. That would have
We're
been
always
interesting.
armed.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And the bigger you are, the more armed you are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just physics.
Well, do you have any more super chats or grifting ideas?
Oh, there's plenty of super chats to read. I was just not wanting to break up any flow of conversation as we held that, because I know some people wanted to hear kind of an analysis of that case. So the status update on that case last I saw is that both parties have rested. They'll presumably be moving to opening arguments or closing arguments today, unless they want to do motion work on jury instructions. I'm not sure if they would want to do that prior to, or if they do that prior to getting into closing arguments and closing out the case. But like, I just don't know what they need to do, but they should be going to jury deliberation fairly soon. It's a very quick case. You'd think that would be a pretty quick decision. So who knows?
Hey, Nick, I've got a quick grift, if I could, as long as we got a pause in the actions. Let me, why can't I find my, darn it. Oh, here it is. I'm going to share an image with you.
Having trouble getting hard.
Yes. We've got one of our full day live law self-defense advanced courses taking place Saturday, April 15th. We only do one, sometimes two of these a year, folks. So this is a rare opportunity. It's our full day course taught live by me over Zoom. You don't have to go anywhere. Sit in the classroom. It comes right to your computer. Plenty of opportunity for Q&A. We cover everything. And if you sign up for the class this month, and only a few more days left in this month, folks, it's 50% off the normal registration. Save yourself $100 on this course. You can learn more about it and register at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
Very, very cool. And guys, they've been getting lots of great feedback on those classes. People are, Steve taught the first one.
This is different. This is different.
Oh, wait,
those are yeah. What Steve taught is one of our American law courses. Those are semester-long law courses. This is a one-day class.
Yeah, it turns out there's actually not good feedback on these courses. I was thinking of the other ones.
These are the one that Andrew teaches, right? Yeah.
Real quick, a big shout out to Brandon Herrera. I saw you in the chat, brother. Thank you so much. I got to get you back on the show. Always a pleasure to talk to you. He said he was here to figure out what was going on with the dumpster defenders. That's the AK Jesus, if you guys don't know, and he's a pretty cool dude. Right now, the update on dumpster defenders is they'll be going to closing arguments and then jury deliberations, and we'll probably have a verdict within the next day or by the end of the week, I would think.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it taking that long. The issues in the case are not that complex.
Yeah,
there wasn't a ton of testimony.
This is
should
a simple,
should be
direct, quick
Yep.
case. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so very, very fun stuff. Daphne Lansborough sent a sticker, says, thanks for being you. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for being you, Daphne. Second Amendment or Die says, this no tears narrative is BS. Lost my brother to a car accident last year when the cops showed up and sat with my parents for hours. No tears. When they called and told me and my wife, no tears. In 2020, our neighborhood was hit by a tornado. Everyone in the neighborhood lost their house. Many dead. A 4-year-old girl died in my arms as we were trying to get her to EMS. No tears, just panic.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that goes to what Steve was saying. You never know how you're going to react to any of this stuff. They're the events that we can always foresee, like in the abstract, but never foresee in the present or the immediate proximate future. And intuitively that life is fleeting and that anyone could be gone at any moment and that we'll all eventually die. But that's not supposed to happen in the next hour.
Right. And if the guy's sitting there and his wife and son are murdered and he's looking, he approaches and he says, shock, he calls on, and he's sitting there for 20, 25 minutes. His mind's racing a million miles an hour. Go get a gun. They might be around. I got to protect. Load it in with a 16 gauge. And then he's like, when they get there, he's like, well, it must be this, it must be that. You got to solve the crime. And are they alive? And, all of those to me, I don't, that's not unreasonable. That's not unreasonable to think, okay, maybe it would be how you'd react or I'd react or he'd react. But somebody might react that way. It's not like evidence of guilt as far as I'm concerned. I don't see that at all. I really am very skeptical of that argument, that line by the prosecutor. And they need to get off it and start putting some real hard evidence down, because that's what's going to rise and fall on it.
It's just too generalized. I mean, if the guy had, while he's waiting 20 minutes for the cops to show up, he goes online and books himself a vacation on a Disney cruise. I mean, that would be bizarre behavior, right?
Right.
Right.
But the fact that he's not weeping tears, wet tears in front of the police officer, I agree, Steve. That's meaningless here.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely, it's that we've seen this commentary come in every trial that we seem to have watched. Kyle Rittenhouse's tears were completely fabricated according to the media. To me,
It's never the right tears.
Right.
Never the right ammo, never the right gun. This is a 300 blackout. That's a murder weapon. You
Yeah.
know?
And it was
What
like,
the-
and what it looked like to me when Kyle broke down on the stand was it looked like PTSD. I mean, he looked like he lost all function for a very short time. Kim Potter had a different reaction on the stand. That wasn't adequate either. The way people perceive crying or reactions to trauma is framed by their own perception of the event and their own biases, and then those biases just get confirmed by the action, no matter what the action is.
Yep,
The immunity hearing we covered up here in St. Johns County, the prosecutor argued that when the guy got hit twice and he went like this, that was an aggressive posture.
Well, if he's got to hit twice, I would hope he has an aggressive posture.
Well, yeah, like this, like he's backing off going, that's aggressive.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It was crazy.
I got to grift my book, man. Come on.
Yes, you do. While we get that ready, though, let me just say, while we're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, I do want to let you guys know, if you're not familiar, I just actually interviewed Kyle on this channel on Tuesday. And so if you want to see an interview of Kyle by me in my own unique style that I try to be very different from everybody else on interviews, you can check that out. That VOD of the live stream is up on YouTube and Rumble. You can watch it on either place. I think also on Odyssey. You can watch it anywhere that I broadcast. So make sure to check that out. Kyle's a really good kid. He's stuck in a nasty situation right now. He is now being civilly sued for the death of Anthony Huber, who I didn't know. Did you guys know that when Kyle got hit by the skateboard, that it literally left a permanent dent in the back of his head?
No, I didn't know that.
Because I thought when he got hit by the skateboard, it looked kind of like a glancing blow that didn't really do anything.
Right.
It looked kind of like it deflected up, but it left a dent in his skull.
But these Antifa types are trained by their little Antifa communist organization to use these type of items as weapons, because it's like, oh, it's just a little kid on a skateboard and he's got his Skittles in his hand. You know, it's like they're using that. They use those as deadly weapons to hit you in the head, because then they can say, oh, I'm just an innocent kid. It's a scam, and they're trained by Antifa to do that.
One of my favorite moments in that trial was when the defense expert, who is also like a self-defense expert or whatever, not a self-defense law expert, but a self-defense committing expert. And they're like, could a skateboard be used as a deadly weapon? He goes, I could use it as a deadly weapon. It's like, yeah, you can use your mug as a deadly weapon. That doesn't tell me anything else. But I like it. I like you for doing that. Yes. Okay. So Steve Gosney, please, let's talk about your book.
Sure. Do we all have our lists? You got to hold it up. You know what I need to do is hold it up, and then I can take like screenshots and grift even more with the Ricada mug.
Yeah.
This is my first book, second edition, with Andrew Branca, this guy right over here, doing my forword. And it's nice and thick. See, look, here's Branca's book.
And right. Steve's got more girth.
But see, yeah, I've got more girth and size. Look
at this narrow book, unsatisfying. You need a girthy book.
Here's the problem, though. Okay, this book you get for free from Branca. This book is the only grift I have, the only way I make money, and that is to sell my book. And so therefore, you get the extra girth and volume from Gosney that you don't get from the Branca grift. But his is free. Mine you got to pay for. However, if you would go on to the only place you can get it is crimelaw.net. Whoops, right over here somewhere. In there. And that's you'll only get it from me, not Amazon, not Barnes and Noble, no place else except directly from me by the author. And you can get that. And I would thank Mr. Branca for doing it, and Mr. Nick for doing a little blurb right there. A compendium of scholarly level criminal law analysis. You'd hard pressed to find a better source to write a book on criminal law. Hey, do you agree with that, Mr. Nick?
I do. I said earlier, you could tell me anything about criminal law. I would inherently believe you.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, aside from that, it is backed up by a lot of research. You can use it. A lawyer can use this as a reference tool, and you can actually cite to this. That's how authoritative this is. But if you aren't a lawyer,
Secondary
you're just
authority.
It is authoritative. These are a lot of these articles are actually law review articles. So these are citable stuff. And then also, but it's also written to be clear and understanding and to answer questions that commonly come up in criminal law. So it's not just for lawyers, but all for practitioners. And I'm working on my second book. My computer crashed, and I'm trying to recover my text. If I can get it, I need to find somebody to write the foreword to that book, Nick. We'll see. We'll see who steps forward on that regard, but we'll see. But I'm working on a second one. But in the meantime,
odd amount of pressure.
No pressure, no pressure. I'm just hinting. What do you think, Andrew? Has it been rewarding to write the foreword to Gosney's book?
I've never been so satisfied, Steve.
You see there? Another happy customer.
I'll only do it if the second book is thicker than the first book.
Thicker,
because
right?
of the girth and the width.
Do I need two hands for that book? 2 hands to handle that one?
So it's been a while since I've been on, and I will say that, the Nick Rekieta, you guys, Andrew Legal Vices sold 54 books.
I
in
know.
4 hours. Last time your record was 42 books in 8 hours.
He crushed it.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So anyways, not to make any chatters to feel
bought
guilty.
51 of those books. He's like, I'm going to outdo this idiot.
Well, and part of it too was I had the 5 book sales per drink, and he's got such a hard drink in chat that I really kind of suspect a lot of people were buying it just so they'd see me drink. And I got more drunk on that stream than I've ever been in my entire life.
Yeah, I heard you had 2.5 sidecars on that stream.
No, I had. Okay, yeah, I'll accept the lightweight. Anyway, if people haven't checked it out, go check it out. It's at crimelaw.net, and also my Rumble channel. Which who interviewed me 3-parter on my Rumble channel was Farmhand Tom.
Yeah, I saw that. Isn't
that cool? So Farmhand Tom, good guy. I love Farmhand Tom. He's really cool.
He was hilarious.
It's been my experience that those drinking streams are a full 2-day commitment.
Oh my gosh.
Going toe to toe with Vices? Holy smokes, that guy can drink.
Yeah, I think that's what he does. I think that's his actual profession. He's like, oh yeah, I do maritime and admiralty law. No, you don't.
Yeah,
you just
like a drunken sailor.
You just pound whiskey. I've seen this game. No, I always debate the drinking streams because they're like a good grifty thing. They're fun for the audience, but at the same time, man, the end of them, you feel just wrecked. And the next day, you have to have nothing going on.
Yes, well, you have a good chat too, and there a lot of these people, like I see Diamonds and Hennas in there, and I actually met them. Remember, they were the folks that came down when we were in Miami, and you were laughing at my photography skills. If you want to see Nick making fun of you like really hard, go to my Rumble channel. You'll see. I think it's like my top video. Who knew?
Nick roasting Steve Gosney.
Nick roasting because I couldn't. I got this is my high tech Samsung thing, and I don't know how to work. I can't turn it off, and he's yelling at me. I'm trying, and he's putting all this pressure. I'm trying to turn off the video. It's like, Gosney, get it together.
And he records with a tablet. He's like looking around. He looks like my grandparents that when they would go like on vacation, they're like, I'm gonna take a picture.
It was great.
Like, geez.
That Super 8 camera.
Right. Well, I don't know. Anyways, so thank you for the allowing me my time in the grifting sunlight.
Of course. Welcome back, Danny.
Oh,
yes, everyone go buy it. Everybody go get it. It is one of the best books ever.
What do you think,
Point
Danny?
out, I have the first edition handy. The second edition, I have 2 second editions, but they're not next to me right now. They're on my shelf.
Collectible first edition.
That's right.
It's no longer available.
I apologize. I had to take a call from a client. And my confession to you, Steve, is the person who provided Jeff with the video of you in front of the Court of Appeals was me.
Well, actually, okay. And I will tell everybody, because of this little brouhaha that you have started now, young lady, they're putting on one of my Florida Supreme Court arguments. And it's a horrible argument because they won't let me talk. They won't let me get a sense out. And not letting me talk, that's like a sin. So what I've got is I've got 3 other oral arguments that I've done before the 5th DCA that I'm going to be posting to my Rumble channel, hopefully when I get my computer fixed, hopefully soon. So that those are much better oral arguments where I actually get to speak and telegenically talk, as opposed to getting interrupted every half sentence. They wouldn't let me finish. They couldn't. They're shooting. It was a terrible oral argument, and at the end, I'm just like, "What am I doing here?" So, I mean, that was before the Florida Supreme Court. So, because people are interested in seeing me actually practice law, they don't believe I'm really a lawyer, right? So, I'm going to post up 3 oral arguments that I've done that are, I'd say, better cases to see my real skill set, rather than me just like, okay, yes, Justice. I got to shut up. Because what happens, what people don't understand in an appellate standpoint, when you're doing oral arguments, you have to train yourself. As soon as the judge starts talking, you shut up, even if it's mid-sentence. And it's a problem because you've got a panel of the Florida Supreme Court. You got like 7 or 9 judges up there, and they're all firing at you. And so it's well, let me answer that by saying, let me ask you this, counselor. Let me ask you this. It's ridiculous. It's like, ugh.
And you've got limited time.
Right.
I mean, that's the big problem. I just covered the Derek Chauvin appeal oral argument, and his appellate lawyer only had about 15 minutes. Yeah. And he had a number of issues that he wanted to raise before the appellate court to argue. And he started with his strongest one, and he got 5 seconds into it, and they interrupted him and said, "Hey, listen, before you get to that really strong argument on behalf of your client, could we spend 12 minutes talking about the weakest argument you have to present?"
Right.
And he never. So he was left with 2 or 3 minutes at the end to make his strongest pitch. It was crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was talking about that because we just yesterday I had Kurt on, and we went through a 10th Circuit Court of Appeals argument between this weirdo named Russell Greer. Danny may actually know. Russell's a Utahan, or a former Utahan, and he is suing Joshua Moon, the owner of Kiwi Farms in Utah, over copyright infringement. Well, technically contributory copyright infringement, which is already like a attenuated legal theory, and his case was dismissed, properly so, but it was brought before the Court of Appeals, and then each of these guys has 10 minutes to present their case, or I think 15 minutes to present their case, and it's really kind of a disaster because the judges immediately at appeals and at the Supreme Court, they jump right on you. Here's the thing I want to know about, because I've written a draft brief already, and I need to figure out how to write this one section. So please give me either your best argument or your stupidest one so I can counter it in my draft or in my revision. But
yeah, I mean, that's why Clarence Thomas famously, who Steve has met actually.
Well, I know his son. His son and I, we used to have dinner all the time. And Clarence Thomas is a brilliant guy, really nice guy. In fact, a lot of my,
kind.
You've met him too, right? I've met him a couple times actually. And one of the most kind, humble, and a great sense of humor. He's got this belly laugh. He's really down to earth, and his son's a really sweet guy. Well, you met my friend Chris. Andrew did. Yep. And Chris and Jamal, is Clarence's son, they were really close together and friends. So I used to go over to Chris's house all the time, and it'd be Jamal and Chris and I and Jamal's wife, now wife at the time, his girlfriend. And we used to hang out. We'd have steak and wine, and his son is just like him. His son has got this great laugh, great sense of humor, funniest guy you'll ever meet.
I'm noticing the Clarence Thomas racism here as the only black person on the panel. I feel like I'm the only person who hasn't met him. And
you gotta get. Well, no,
I feel like he's
really
some sort of white supremacist. It's not really fair.
Yeah, I don't know about we're hanging out with you, but his book is great too. In fact, I've got an autographed copy of this book. It's called My Grandfather's Son.
Great book.
He's like, I've got the handwritten autographed copy of this book that Clarence Thomas gave me.
First imprint.
Yeah, he was also there when I got my wisdom teeth pulled out. He was just encouraging me with the surgeon working on the whole time.
I'll tell you, I was so impressed when I met him the second time. I met him in DC as a student, and then I met him the second time just as I had filed to run for DA. And he was more tuned into the problem of these very lax DAs, and because it is a national and systemic problem, because they're being funded.
Anything before the jury comes.
Sorry.
Oh, no, we're in.
Your Honor, in conversation with Mr. Harpootlian, as you're aware, one of the areas of that the state intends to go into at some point, subject to Your Honor's ruling, would be the events of what we call the side of the road, and that was the Salkehatchie Road events in September of 2021. We, of course, have talked with the defense and don't plan to go into that, as we've discussed with Your Honor, until they've had a chance to make whatever motions Your Honor has had a chance to rule. There may be SLED witnesses or other witnesses as we go forward that not only participated in the murder investigation, but also the side of the road investigation. And in discussion with Mr. Harpootlian, he's agreed that we can call those witnesses to discuss only the murder, with the ability, with Your Honor's permission, to recall them later for the side of the road, in as much as Your Honor rules any of that relevant and admissible. I just wanted to put that agreement on the record, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian?
That's our agreement. I mean, Your Honor, only one for the caveat. If he would make it clear when he calls the witness, so that I don't inadvertently stumble into an area we don't want to, just if you just designate if you just say for limited purposes, that'll keep me to stay away from asking questions that might result in me opening the door into the other area.
Certainly, and any such witness will be instructed what the subject matter is for that examination prior to it.
So collegial.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
They bring the jury.
Manners and politeness are way underrated in this society. We need to get back. There's something to be said for this.
And the courtroom's only like not even half full.
Gentlemen, do you button every button on your jacket when you stand up, or do you just button the top button?
Top button. Why?
No.
Does he have all the buttons done?
No, it's always
No,
maybe
he only
never.
has the top one of two. But if you have a 3-button jacket, I go 2 buttons and leave the 3rd button open.
Yeah, always, maybe, no, never. Always, maybe, never.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Good rule.
I always go for the middle one.
Hey, by the way, Nick, I'm going to owe you
Three.
some drinking at some point, because you guys have already chipped into 9 books
All
as
right.
we've been just over that little chat. So you're already swinging at it. So I'm going to owe you a couple drinks, I think, at least sometime. I can't do it right now, actually.
No, that's fine. We won't shame you or anything.
I don't even have access. I might if I had access, but they keep it away from me.
I'm not
Nick, demote me.
Oh, wait,
Oh.
demote you? Oh, okay, yeah,
No.
I can do that. I'm oh, hey, that wasn't fair. There we go. I'm not drinking because, as I mentioned earlier, I have my narcolepsy medicine, Provigil, which operates on liver function. And so the
right,
cool
thank
thing
you.
about Provigil is you
Your
can
next
drink a
witness.
lot and not get drunk until it wears off. Then you get really drunk really fast. So I tend to avoid, I could have like 1 or 2, but more than that gets pretty
Wound up.
pretty risky.
Yeah.
You come up here, please.
I learned this at a charity event. Suddenly I'm like, this is my parent. I'm like, Dad, I am trashed. I gotta go back to the hotel.
Oh, let me throw back also on Crime Law with Stephen and Gosney is only on Rumble. I don't do censoring YouTubers.
Ooh.
So just for I have
First
a
name Tanish,
anyway,
last
just
name
to see
Bryson.
people are asking about my YouTube. I don't do
Bryson
YouTube.
hyphen SMITH.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bryson Smith.
Yeah.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
Hampton County E911.
And how long have you worked for?
Oh, we're going to
Hampton
introduce the
County
911 call.
17 years.
And what is E911?
Emergency Services Dispatch Center.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I am in a director position, just stated in December. I am over the management of day-to-day operations of the 911 Dispatch Center for Hampton County, including budgeting, payroll, like I said, day-to-day operations, and record keeping, recordings, etc.
Does the Hampton County 911 keep records in the normal course of business?
We do.
And what kind of recordings are these?
We have audio recordings from 911 phone calls.
This is one of the
and
hearsay
phone
exceptions,
calls,
folks,
as
that
well as
allows them to
radio
play the
recordings
recording.
From our radios from the field.
Are all 911 calls recorded?
They are.
And how are these calls stored?
They're stored on our NextLog data recording systems.
How long are they stored for?
As long as we need them.
And who has access to those records?
I do.
Does anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wow.
And how do you access the records?
There is a database in my office that I have to log into to access any recordings that is requested.
Is this lady the tallest lawyer on the entire roster?
I know.
Sometimes do calls from another county, such as Colleton County, come into Hampton County?
They do.
And
I love Southern
why does that
accents
happen?
for women.
Cell phones pick up on the nearest
home.
PSAP based upon the location of that cell phone at the time of call. PSAP meaning public safety answering system.
Okay. And why does it pick up on that, on the location, and send it to Hampton as opposed to Colleton?
Due to the geographical location of a phone call or a phone when that call is made, that cell phone picks up at that tower, and the tower, wherever the nearest PSAP is where that cell phone will be routed to.
And what do you do when you in Hampton County receive a call from Colleton that's supposed to be going to Colleton County?
We transfer that call out to Colleton County.
All right. Back on June 7th.
Now that we have a prosecutor in heels, I'm switching my vote to guilty.
Did you receive a call from Alec Murdaugh?
We did.
And that call came into Hampton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did happen to that call when it came in?
Once it was determined that the call was located, the location of the emergency was Colleton County, we transferred that call out to Colleton County.
And you determined the Colleton County location how?
Based upon the numerics and the address that was given. Once we plug that information into our system, it populates in Colleton County.
The record reflect, I'm showing the witness takes, what's marked as State's Exhibit 9.
The locals chat. Wow.
That's a scary place.
9 is admitted without objection.
State's Exhibit 9 is a disc. Can you tell us what is on that disc?
The initial 911 call that came in on the night in question.
And how do you know that call is on that disc?
I was able to listen to it, and I dated it and initialed on the 23rd of January.
This
Your Honor,
witness
this time
matters
State
because they're going to
removed
use it
Exhibit
to
9 into
introduce the
evidence.
911 call
Already been
Exactly.
admitted, brother, without objection.
to Ron Bacardi, who asked. Let's go. Brandon says, if I were standing this close to my adversary, I would definitely slap his behind a few times. Throwing candy on the desk isn't enough. You need to open that back door.
What was that? Oh,
Can you imagine defense attorney just giving the prosecutor a nice little butt pat? Nice job, buddy. Good work.
now that would be extra friendly. The hell is that?
Okay, you said 4147 Murdaugh Road in Allison? Sir? You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison? Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road. Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay? Hello? I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Collison, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line.
caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and talk to caller, please. It's 4147 Moselle Road. I'll get up to it now. It's bad.
It's for sale, that property. $4 million.
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel. I can tell that he shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot really bad.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
By the defense. Cross-examination.
Thank you for your indulgence. Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. So explain to me how this works. A call came into you in what county?
Hampton County.
Hampton County.
Correct.
And how, when you dial 911, how does it determine what county to send it to?
When you dial 911, the cell phone company picks up that it's a 911 call being placed. They hit the nearest cell phone tower, and based upon the location of that cell phone tower, is routed to the nearest PSAP, or public safety answering system.
Okay, so the nearest cell phone tower to Moselle would
Was
be?
Walterboro Highway Tower.
Okay. And you're from Hampton?
I am.
That's not you on the phone, is it?
No, sir.
Do you know the Murdaughs, or do you know Alec Murdaugh and his family?
Not too much, yes. I mean, a little bit, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Thank you.
Yeah. So the entire purpose of this witness was just to authenticate the 911 tape. She's the
All right,
keeper of
next witness.
records. She has access to it. Then they wanted to play it, which is fine. I don't know if that 911 tape helps the state.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
he certainly sounds distraught.
Yeah. Pagan says programmers have access to the data, the 911 calls, and he also says IT admins have access to the data. That's probably true.
Anybody give the court shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Take a seat. State your name again for the record.
Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Hi, Captain Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have approximately 15 years with the Sheriff's Office.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office?
I am the Administrative Services Captain. I oversee the 911 Center. I'm over our Civil Process Division, Court Security, our School Resource Officers, our Sex Offender Registry Division, training, supply, and the hiring process, and records.
You have quite a lot of duties there.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your duties, do you keep records of 911 calls?
We do.
Can you explain to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes into Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am. So when a call comes into Colleton County, it hits our recorder system. As soon as the call connects to the recorder and starts ringing, our recorder automatically starts recording automatically. It starts recording before we even answer the phone.
For sure, for sure.
And is a recording of all 911 calls that come into Colleton County Center kept?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And how are those records kept?
They're kept on our server that is the Carolina recording software system that we use.
Who has access to those records?
Myself
You
and
get the
one other
vibe they're giving
employee.
this female lawyer like her first murder trial exposure here with the simple stuff.
Yeah.
Right on.
Please just properly authenticate and introduce the evidence.
Yeah.
Is it
I mean,
normal
nothing
for
wrong with
y'all
that,
to
just-
have calls routed from Hampton County to Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why does that happen?
Depending on the location of the call within the county, we border several counties, depending on if it's a cell phone that is calling 911, depending on the closest available cell tower, it will hit that tower. Wherever that tower is located, it routes to that PSAP.
All right. On June 7th of 2021, did Colleton County receive a transferred 911 call from Hampton County?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what time did that call come in?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
The one thing they really need here is they need some
That call
graphics.
came in at 22:07:09, which is 10:07:09 p.m.
And the notes you're referencing up there, is that some kind of report that's generated when the call comes in, or what are you looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is a report that's generated through our recorder software.
So you received a call from 10:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that call from?
Hampton County.
Okay. And who was the caller?
The caller was Alex Murdaugh.
So is there a second 911 call?
See, they really need a demonstrative aid that they can start tracking this complex information on, and they're using that
Exhibit 11.
kind of like they did in the Waukesha, Wisconsin parade thing. Remember how that was? They need
Yeah.
that here so you can track this guy's movements.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is a disc of the 911 call.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and date that I reviewed it.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call made by Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Okay.
Submitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the name of the female prosecutor? Oh, I don't know. So did the call?
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
Or they just route it to the other department?
Okay, and so give me the address again.
4147 Murdaugh Road. I've been up to it now. It's fast.
Okay. How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh no, hell no.
Okay, and are they bleeding?
Fuck.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am, they're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
In the head, and he shot really bad. He shot it.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but he's got blood everywhere. I see his brain. Face down, I thought it done a little bit. It's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he bleeding at all?
No, nobody.
Okay, do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. ma'am. Is there any guns near them at all? No, they're here. They closed your house on the outside. If that's what you're asking, we didn't shoot themselves, ma'am. What? Closed your house on the outside. It's like you can't see it from the road. Okay, is it a house or a mobile home? It's a house. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Alex Murdaugh. Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out? Well, I've been gone. I just went back. Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house? No, ma'am. Please hurry. We're getting somebody out there to you.
It's the audio quality of a 1980s drive-through.
It's insane that the source is so loud and distorted. Like they should be able to control the dispatcher's audio the best.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Okay, did she say what they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person? We're getting somebody out there too. We have to give you questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
They're not going over.
Look at the defense lawyer.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
And did anything look out of place?
Not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will.
Good advice.
He's been being threatened by my son had a boat neck. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and he's just finally.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many people.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. My son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
You think in this day and age,
Captain Stallings, there's a break between parts in this call. Why is that?
it could
The
literally
way our
record
recorder system is set up, if there is a pause with either the
At
call
any better
taker
quality.
or the caller not talking, the recorder automatically cuts off. As soon as it starts to hear someone talking, it automatically kicks back on and starts recording.
I don't like that. That's not a good feature.
22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
surprised they still have those wax cylinders to record things. It's amazing.
Thomas Edison was right.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashes on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh? Okay, I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Okay, well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
To the microphone clearly.
Okay, and did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make report to this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did?
I'm gonna need you to stay.
Ma'am, I want to call, I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me? Okay. Well, we have them come and turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me? Okay. All right. Whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
Oh,
Whew, I don't know.
my
This-
head hurts.
Thank you, Captain Stallings. The state has no further questions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may
Defense
sit
attorneys,
down.
you get up and be like, "Do you understand a single damn word of what just happened?"
Now let me. There was 2 911 calls. I'm a little.
No, so the call pings the closest cell phone,
All right,
which
next witness.
that tower is in a different county than he was, so they had to route the call to the proper county to respond. So at the very beginning, it does ring, and they made the transfer. It was hard to hear, but from the original 911 dispatch to the proper county's dispatch, it was just a handoff, is what happened there.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible.
God, the audio is atrocious.
Swear affirm that the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God.
You're bananas with higher fidelity
stand.
audio.
State your name again for the record.
MS looks like.
Barry McRoy, McRoy.
Chief McRoy, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
EMS or fire?
Colleton County Fire and Rescue.
And what is your position?
I'm the fire chief.
The fire chief of Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
That is correct.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
29 years.
And about how many scenes do you think you have responded to over the years?
I have no idea. Many thousand.
What are some of the training that you need to do to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years, but presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500-hour course. And then you take a paramedic course, which is about 1,500 hours. In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am,
And how long have you been a paramedic?
since 1981.
What are would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when you initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them, and we transport them to the closest trauma center.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, get them transported as quickly as possible. It may involve starting IVs. In Colleton County, we carry blood, so we could administer blood to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work and I heard the sheriff's department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor is also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Highlandton. I responded from Walterboro, and I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatcher told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block. And a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Green that y'all listened to earlier.
Would you agree that the
What did you
recording
see
quality
when
has
you were
declined in
driving
your
onto the
40
scene?
years as EMS?
It was really dark. The had a long dirt driveway, and when we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left, and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
So I had tweeted you a map, overhead view of the property, Nick. It's not important, but if you wanted to show it later.
Yeah, when we get a break, I'll pull it up.
Sure.
Yeah, it would be good to have some. The state really needs to have some demonstrative aids here. This is a complex case, and
You think the state would have done this, right?
Yes, yes.
With the first witness, is this an accurate representation of the property when you got there?
And also, like 10:07 p.m. Hampton County geolocation, time and place of. You need to have a timeline, right? Like
Yeah,
remember
put the pins up where you're going to say he was at each time. Pin here, pin here. This is the pings that we're going to show you. That should have been.
Right.
By the way, I put in the private chat that I'm hosting a public meetup in Las Vegas on the 26th of February. All of you would be invited to come if you want.
I'm coming there.
Why
I'm going
do you do it
there.
in the winter months? I would take
Well-
my motorcycle out if the weather was suitable.
I'm gonna do like 4 or 5 public meetups this year. So
Takes exhibit.
Come out to Colorado, man.
51, 49.
You said
You
the
got a hot tub
24th?
too?
26th,
24
it's on
26th.
Sunday.
and 21. I just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am, this does appear to be the accident scene.
These are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 51, 49, 24, and 21 into evidence, with states exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon placeholders.
You're admitted without objection.
So Chief McCoy, could you tell us how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Green went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so he needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels. I don't know how many, but there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side.
Were there less
The
chickens
body
after you
of,
left?
Younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it. And he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Alex Murdaugh.
And how did you recognize him?
I've met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
Case Exhibit 21. Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the
do you know
left-hand
the
side
jury's
of
looking?
the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdaugh. And the down towards the end of the lean-to is, you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
And those bodies appear to be covered with pink sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
No, ma'am, we got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the bodies from the view of the public. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and
I wonder if this defense could throw off this prosecutor by just putting a sandwich on the table.
Sir, why was there a dead chicken in that building?
Exhibit 24.
Are you claiming to have no knowledge of a dead chicken? Did you bite the chicken, sir?
Jury's viewing.
that is the
Yeah, what's
body
the
of
chicken
Paul.
stuff? I don't
He
get
is
the
laying
what the
face down
focus
at
on the
entrance
chickens
to,
is. There's a dead
like
chicken over
utility
there.
room at the kennels. He is laying down with, you can see there's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankle.
And this is how
Jesus.
you found Paul.
That is correct.
And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the treatment for that?
And
Wet dry vac.
I administered CPR.
I did not check his pulse.
Really just caused the
He
brain to
and
pop
his
out
mother
further.
Both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. There was a lot of coagulation there where the blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, it's not any way you could sustain his life.
He's dead, Jim.
I'm a doctor, damn it. Not a mortician.
Not a miracle worker.
That is Miss Maggie, and
Did he say anything?
she also had severe
No, but I
injuries
was
to her
able to read
head.
his
You
mind.
can also see the congealed blood on the bottom of her faces, and she
Not
had
nice.
a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head cavity.
Oh,
Was it necessary to check Mrs. Murdaugh's pulse or perform any life-saving treatment?
No, ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
It takes exhibit 49. That's just where,
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss Maggie's body in front of the little side-by-side.
Just brutal, man. Somebody wanted these two people dead.
Yeah, they were executions.
thank you. I have no further questions for this
Well,
witness.
I'm curious about the like upward trajectory, it seems, of the shot of Paul. Like, that's a confusing element to this.
Well, I mean, none of it's really an execution. I mean, they could have put the muzzle right under his chin, said, "You're going to die now."
Yeah, it's true, I guess.
And trajectories like positioning, the body is so dynamic that how somebody's head is positioned relative to the thing is very in flux.
But I think they said the brains were on the ceiling.
Right,
Yeah.
but you got to be
And he
careful.
had already been shot twice. So you have to
Well, I
be
think
shot, or they shot him
once.
in the
I think
chest.
shot him in the chest with the shotgun. Yeah.
Okay. But maybe they shot him, I don't know.
Again, we're confused. State, it's your job to make us not confused, right?
Right.
So you're the chief of the Coffee County Fire Rescue, correct?
That is correct.
And you, in the past, have had dealings with Alex Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That is correct.
So you recognized him and you've seen him before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset. Yes, sir.
Very upset. Now, I've got just a very few questions for you. But when you responded, and I'm going to try to get the picture, I think.
Technology is like the biggest chore for these guys. I'm going to I'm going to attempt to get a picture on the screen. I don't know how people actually accomplish this.
You have one of them computer doodads over there? Think you could accomplish this?
Could we run off copies of this on the mimeograph?
So,
Did they have those when you guys were in school? You could smell the ink
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
paper.
Yeah.
you recognize this from the night of June 7th?
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
That would be a vehicle that was south of the location. So the police car would have been north.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That is correct. Over to the right-hand side,
He's the one who said
there's
it.
3 rows of, I guess, where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive? You drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was at, I activated my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
The scene lights,
They're
high intensity lights.
high intensity, bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very dark, and I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but would the area you were be
To the right,
this side or the other?
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed, right here?
More to the bottom,
More to the bottom.
to the
Okay.
right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this, it'll be a little easier for you to look at.
Samuel Williams, the founding father, says, do you think the state is putting on a weak case on purpose? No.
No, you'd never do that. But they might be starting slow. I mean, just being devil's advocate here. Because if they anticipate a lot of long stuff, they'll put the boring stuff up front and end strong. Let's Let's see if that's what they're doing.
I hope that's what they're doing. For the sake
3 weeks to this, I'm going to throw myself out of my office window.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm breaking up. I might not be back tomorrow.
Go back the other way. Okay. Back it up a little bit.
If you do throw yourself
From
out
this
your office
perspective,
window,
can you see that perspective
I'm
right
not
there?
calling 911 because then they'll blame me for it.
I love going back into private
Back up just a
practice.
little bit.
Billing is the bane of my existence.
Oh, I hate it. 6-minute increments, right?
Stop it there.
Go back.
You can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please? So we all are singing from the same sheet of music. If you'd stand over that way so these jurors can see.
Head of
Oh,
VMS,
this is
but obviously not a
right
diet
here.
expert.
Uh-huh.
And there's a row here, a
Uh-huh.
row here, and a row here. This row is where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
Right here's where this Maggie's body is and that's Paul's body.
Okay. And how far is it from where you saw those tire tracks to where their bodies were approximately?
20, 30 feet.
20 or 30 feet. And you saw, now this was gravel, grass, dirt,
Kind of standard.
sandy, but distinct tire tracks.
Yes, sir. Like
And-
one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or you're
Could have been coming in, could have been going out.
not a tire expert, are you?
No, sir.
Track, okay. Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank
So whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to attention of one of the deputies. I don't recall which one.
Was it Green, Deputy Green?
I don't recall.
But one of the Colleton County deputies.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed them to him and told him, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There was civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining. So at that point,
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it?
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
And vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road?
Yes, sir.
Destroying the tire track?
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay. But to your knowledge, while you were there, did anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
Okay.
I have no idea, mister.
Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now, did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the sheriff's department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that we backed up and got behind it.
Take the court's indulgence. One final. Indulgence, we need to go to another. Watch this video and then I need to ask you a couple questions. Is this the area you were talking about where there were tire tracks?
They're over to the left. They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where these tire tracks were?
Yes, sir, over to the left of this police car, you can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Colleton County Sheriff's deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Well, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
So I love that they got out of that witness on cross the fact that he spotted and indicated that they should mark off the tire tracks and preserve them, and the state refused to do, or the police still failed to do that. So here you have a guy who it's not even his job, recognizes them. He's like, hey, you might want to preserve these. And they're like, nah, we're good.
sloppy, yeah. Yeah, but this, stories, the lack of preservation of evidence happens so often. And this is one of the problems with the criminal justice system, is that it's so imperfect. There's human beings and it's imperfect. And yet we pretend like it's this perfect machine of truth.
My name is Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
Yes, sir. Wow. That was quite an introduction. Look, he's standing.
Look at all those ribbons.
Standing at attention, baby.
He's proud of his certificates.
Jason, Defendant Director, thank you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and what education did you obtain? Sure, I'm a native.
Call me
born in
Ramrod.
Walterboro. I've lived here most of my life. Graduated from what was Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. Before starting my career in law enforcement, I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21, then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year.
26-year career. Would you walk us through how you when you first got into law enforcement, and kind of the roles you've taken on and the training you've done in that?
Certainly. In
Objection, compound question.
97, I attended a reserve officer class. It was a joint class between the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. I had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take the
This
final
guy
exam.
looks
Went
like
down
South
to the
Carolina
academy,
to
took the
me.
exam, passed.
I've never seen
Began working as a
the
reserve.
campaign badges
I then
on
got
a
hired as a dispatcher
civil uniform. Have you ever
at the
seen that?
Walterboro Police Department,
Nope.
where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole.
He wants to look super
And
serious.
in the spring of '98,
That's a military thing. I've never
I
seen it.
attended the South
I
Carolina
like his
Criminal
bangs.
Justice Academy.
I don't know. You
Micro
do?
bangs going on.
I don't like those bags at all. They're horrible.
They're too short to pin back like I've done.
Since
so.
then, I've been doing.
He's got
law
the Jack
enforcement.
Murphy
I did my
beard.
first 16 years. With
I
the
mean, it's
city
a
of
look.
Walterboro. And I transferred over to the sheriff's office January 1 of 2013.
Can't believe he gave up that modeling career to become a sheriff's deputy.
Since then, my training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of civil process. I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor. I've had training as a narcotics supervisor.
Teaches
I've
people
been
how to
through
be active
schools
shooters.
for administration.
That's a word phrasing.
Pretty much everything.
What's your current rank with the Sheriff's Department?
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations that includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
I have.
Oh, he's called us an expert.
This past year in 2022, I testified
was a witness.
in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina, on a case involving the city of Beaufort, and I was sworn in as a expert witness in general police procedures.
Okay. This is a rebuttal to the tire mark evidence, maybe.
Of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your
Bangs
role
expert.
with the sheriff's office back?
But wasn't he on the scene?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
And that would include.
He may be a lot
would
of
that
things, but he's not a
include,
banks expert.
Homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an opportunity, were you dispatched or were you noticed of an incident that occurred on that day?
He was there.
What,
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
Hardly a
what did you
disinterested
hear
expert
over the
witness.
radio?
Call coming out that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was, I think it's 4142 Moselle Road in Arlington.
Were you made aware of who this involved at that
I was
point?
not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within the limits of Colleton County?
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night upon, learning of this incident and then making your way out there. Walk us through that process.
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh. And Sheriff Hill advised me that if it was in fact confirmed to be Mr. Murdaugh, that he would likely notify
That
SLED,
incessant pacing
simply
is
because of
very
the conflict of
irritating.
interest with the family. And shortly before we arrived, I believe he was able to confirm that.
Stand still.
And that call was
It's like my kids.
to request for assistance
just
from
walk
SLED
in
and to
circles.
request that they actually
Stand
assume
still.
primary in the
What's wrong with you?
investigation.
Does your department, the sheriff's office, do you all work fairly closely with SLED? Is that a common thing?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works with the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County, actually, for the Low Country, their crime scene unit still comes out of Columbia. So middle of the night when they're notified that we may need assistance, or in this case that we wanted to take them to take primary in the investigation, even with the fact that they're emergency services, it's still going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the investigative process at that scene while we're waiting for their arrival, with them working jointly with us. And that investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigations, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do have one. At that particular night, I did not have it. It's on my my exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival, so I did not have my vest on.
On arrival at the scene, were you made aware, did you become aware of who in your department had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio so that I knew that several patrol units had arrived prior to myself. And I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes after the initial officers.
Do you remember the rough approximate time that you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m. that evening.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Green, that to try to maintain the integrity of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up in this particular area I was driving through. I did not have much phone signal, so he did, and realized that we had an approaching storm that was about 45 minutes out. So he advised over the radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims. I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives around that has the longest drive in, which is Detective Rutland, and I informed her to head to the office to start working on a search warrant.
Is that your common practice?
Yes, sir.
Kind of you spoke before about you all conducted joint investigations with SLED. Is it common for, well, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out in this case?
Certainly. So the very first thing obviously is a notification for request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times our assistance is what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding, that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
You touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
As I arrived, hot, sticky. I recorded in my notes. The only reason I can go back and tell you exactly, but what I have recorded in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet.
Ooh, hot and
An
sticky.
occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was
Sounds like the South
a little
every
foggy
day.
on my ride in, but not foggy at the same.
I could deal with it right now. It's
And obviously evening hours.
There's
below
dew
zero.
on my windshield, but no
The
rain.
did set in at how
And I'm
long
just sitting
was
here
it
with my
until the rain
soft,
It wasn't very long. I think the radar was pretty accurate.
soft
I
and
wanna say
limp,
within 45
but it is free.
minutes to an hour of that notification.
You gotta get
the rain did
you gotta
come.
get it hot and sticky, Steve.
mentioned setting up tents or requesting that tents be set up? What would be the purpose of those tents?
So in response to the crime scene, obviously preservation of any type of evidence is important. But the preservation
The
is
state's
not
really
always
defensive
limited
about
to
all this evidence stuff.
leaving it there and taking a
Yeah,
picture of
well,
it.
they should be. That
They
was a
should
good
be,
attack.
In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound.
So we tased her.
So the tent was placed over victim Maggie's
But her
body
taser was bigger.
in an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there,
Hence this hair.
that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from, and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from, tire tread, footprints,
Tire
shell
tread.
casings, anything.
All the
at
stuff they
all.
didn't
So the
preserve.
intent would be
Footprints,
to
tar-
preserve that as best as possible.
And why didn't
And
you?
if it
That's on cross
was
right there.
Going to be affected by the approaching weather, do the best thing we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
I arrived pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene, yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres. And it's
feel
not
like this
just that
guy's
property. It sits in the middle
Heart
of nowhere.
flutters when he sees gravy.
At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter. Didn't know. If we
No
had a
shame, mine
murder
does.
suicide.
Just
Didn't know if
saying.
we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So, inner perimeter secure. I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdaugh and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
Tell the jury, if you will, well, first of all, let me ask you this. As part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques, if needed, if someone needed CPR or something like that? Are you trained in that?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why is this
Arrival on the
relevant?
scene, did
Why
you
exactly? What are they
physically
doing?
observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes.
Yeah, why are they
Yes, sir.
beating this dead horse?
Consider that life-saving techniques would be possible or would have any result?
I did not. Paramedics
Are they
were there.
worried that the defense might argue if only you had tried to save them, they wouldn't be dead?
Great fire
No, it's
rescue.
it's a straw man. I don't. They're wasting time, boring people. This is not good.
My arrival, but
Would he examine the
what I saw,
bodies?
it was,
Maybe they're going
well
to try and go with it
beyond
was so obvious that they were dead that his examination is shady, which is dumb because he's not a paramedic.
Either sheriff's office,
Also in shock.
employees or employees of EMS and fire. Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The 2 victims, Mr.
I gotta take
Murdaugh
this. I'll be right back.
and Emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdaugh. Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. You see the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt and glasses.
Just once is fine, twice is okay, 3 times it's starting to
Did you have
get
an
like
opportunity to
okay.
observe Mr. Murdaugh that night?
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? In what capacity?
Again, investigative. I realized that, we had notified SLED to take over, but again, what we were attempting to do and what we did do was identification of any potential evidence. We marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed, it would have been photographed. And then from that point, simply protected. Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I know, have you familiarized yourself with the body worn video of both Deputies Green and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that, I'm not always, I don't like. I understand that.
So wait, how did you assess whether they were still living? Did you look under the sheet?
So the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there. And because the scene is still somewhat fluid, we talked about the inner perimeter being secure.
Yeah, it's a little more fluid
as
than
reported by Mr. Murdaugh, we don't
victims would
know
like.
who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means 2 weapons. So were there 2 people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered secure, outer perimeter not so much. So we began really quick with an inspection of the 2 individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon, or that the initial responding officers had not missed one. And we could see that Maggie.
I wasn't until he told me.
What?
We could see that Maggie, there was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present state of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing out to left or right.
The lead prosecutor
Chapman,
said,
I'm gonna
sit down,
direct
buddy.
your focus to the
Let's go
monitor
focus.
in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as state's exhibit. What's that? Oh, yeah, we need to. It's exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar with the scene there? And can you
I am,
describe
sir.
what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the perimeter, inner perimeter tape. And victim Paul Murdaugh's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
What are you preparing to do here?
At this point in time, double checking to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before, we weren't sure whether we're talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the casings that matched to a rifle with some
all
evidence
this
to
wondering,
support
but they didn't
possibly a
preserve the evidence.
shotgun. So
I think
when
the defense
asking
is going to jump on that 2 guns,
if
2
any other
shooters,
weapons had
or
been found, everyone
people
stated no.
thing.
So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or
why would
anything
you
sticking
suspect
out
that?
underneath
Because it's
the
a
body.
reasonable suspicion?
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left. If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes.
Did you notice animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1,
They're
2, 3,
repeating
there's a
themselves.
couple
This-
kennels closest to
why
the
do you
feed
have to
room that
repeat
did
this
have
stuff?
dogs in them. I don't
get
possibly
it.
one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
And was the area wet?
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was
Feed
also
room is
water
this guy's
that
wet
tailed
dream.
out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. This and that water,
You take that
I never
female
saw a
lawyer
hose,
there,
so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
like a popular date night destination.
Was that water consistent with the weather at the time?
No, sir, it hadn't rained yet. Not enough to leave anything. It was a drizzle here and there.
You observed the body of Paul. Was it physically wet as well?
He was saturated with obviously blood tissue, and his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had sprayed him with a hose or anything.
Please observe the video if you would, and we'll have a few questions afterwards.
Wait, so is this the original video?
Hey, you want to close that in? Sir? Was that? You want to close it in?
Yeah.
What's he playing with in that pocket?
Is the caller? There's a guy over here that's wanting to talk to him.
Don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Okay. Is the guy over here wants to talk to him?
Yeah, but I didn't know if you want me to tell him.
They're not telling you the information. It's a green trailblazer. Correction. It's unknown what type of vehicle. She has a gray trailblazer. It's her yard that belongs to her. She says she can only see the tail light from the vehicle. She is also pregnant and useless, so not possible.
I mean, do you direct Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there, but I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it. The spot right inside of the door frame. I had looked and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, step back out.
Is preservation of a scene important?
It is
in
important.
your line of work?
Absolutely.
Why didn't you do
Is
it?
equally important securing the scene and making sure that you understand if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is. Again,
uncontrolled circumstances going on?
it is. Again, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath him.
Thank you.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be about
Is this you looking for the gun?
It is, sir.
What do you notice about the body physically laid there, Paul's body?
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway, hands tucked underneath the body, fairly saturated in blood. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim.
Most of the
Wet.
brain.
Again, I'm assuming probably
Gross.
from soaking up rain or water, whatever that is, off the sidewalk. And a smartphone sitting on
Rainwater.
the back of him.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone without, could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're
what you said?
underneath his body, yes, sir.
The state.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone, get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected at this point.
And later on, it was, describe the collection process that occurred after this.
It was collected by myself and Agent David Owens. I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that, I stood by as a witness as he collected. He had on rubber gloves. It was picked up. He didn't actually do any manipulation of the device in front of me. It was bagged.
Who picked up the
as
brain?
evidence and placed in the vehicle.
Was the phone
The brain was
physically
placed in evidence.
bloody?
I don't recall any blood or water on the phone. I'm not saying that microscopically there wasn't, but I don't recall.
Did anybody
from the
take a bite of
naked
the
eye
question?
seeing anything.
That's what I'm asking about.
No,
From
sir.
From your observations, was it wet?
EMT did.
Water and blood?
No, sir.
And when it was lifted off of Paul's shorts, did it leave like a mark of blood or water or anything like that?
Not that I recall. No, sir.
Yeah,
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else.
they're doing a lot of repeating, don't you think? It's like we've heard all this before.
Have secured that.
None of it's like not like useful collateral evidence.
I just think they're trying to get away from drawing any kind of objection on foundation or relevance or anything like that. Maybe duplicative.
Were you able to locate a firearm underneath the body of Paul?
No, go ahead, Steve. I don't know.
When the
Well, I
coroner's
don't wanna
officer
interrupt
arrived
the
and the
listening.
crime scene unit and victim Paul was eventually moved, there was not a firearm underneath.
I'll write it for next break.
Are you familiar with the rifle round called 300 Blackout?
I am, sir.
Is that in your 26 years of experience, is that a caliber you've come across with any frequency?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever, but in all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was, at the time, the second ever in my career that had a 300 Blackout as far as being involved in a homicide.
As supervisor on the scene, is it part of your responsibility and your duties to sort of direct what people do? You're the person in charge?
It is, sir.
Does that free you up to do other things? If you have your deputies doing the tasks that you've assigned them?
If possible, yes, sir, sometimes.
And on this particular instance and this night, were you able to observe Mr. Murdaugh and see what he was up to?
Oh, yes, sir. I spoke to him on a few occasions.
Whenever you're investigating a case, I'm going to ask you about items that you might designate as points that you need to address.
Yes, sir.
Describe what that might mean. What's in general like an investigative point or investigative cue that you need to focus on?
Anything that we hear or see that based on the limited amount of knowledge we have at that particular point just creates a unknown, something that may need further investigation, something that maybe doesn't necessarily correspond with the evidence on scene or with the statement made by somebody. It's something that just we need to follow up on. It can't just be left alone or accepted as fact.
What are some of the physical observations? I'm going to ask you about physical observations of Mr. Murdaugh. Did he appear to be, at least outwardly, did he appear to be upset?
Yes, sir, he did.
Were you close enough to observe whether or not he actually cried or had tears in his eyes?
Jesus.
He was upset, definitely upset. I got up to him, again, like I said, I spoke to him on at least 2 different occasions, and he was breathing hard. You know, his facial expressions were that of, torment. But did I physically see him crying? I did not. He was sweating, but he wasn't crying.
How is this helping the state?
This is just not
What did you
good.
observe about his clothing?
Clothing was clean. Didn't see anything that stuck out, and obviously no dirt or blood or anything that indicated he had been rolling around on the ground or that he had, been involved or anything up to that point.
Been
I'm
involved?
going to ask you about something you do when you're arriving on a scene, particularly if it's a
No
homicide.
evidence he'd be
Do you
involved
have
in the
a
homicide.
practice of
He's charged
Did
with.
they
not
phoning or having dispatch send you the 911 call?
Yes, we do.
Why would you do that?
We get a lot of information from 911 calls, more so than the average person, I think, would believe. And it's over the years, we've had several cases where had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call, we would have missed some very important information or information that could have cleared up some unknowns, those points of investigation you talked about much sooner. So in our investigative process, that's now one of the things that we try to do relatively quickly. In this case, with the scene being fluid and not knowing if we had suspects on the loose, I opted to go ahead and do that. And it took a minute for them to get caught up, as busy as they were, but they were able to get on the phone with me and play the 911 call for me.
So were you able to hear the 911 call?
I was.
And are you listening to that 911 call both for content, but also critically and trying to examine the things that are said?
Oh, absolutely. We're listening for noises in the background, exactly what is said versus what we see, so forth.
So with that awareness of everything that was said on the 911 call, do you then take that information and apply it to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call?
Objection
Yes,
leading.
sir.
And on the 911 call, did Mr. Murdaugh indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't. And Mr. Murdaugh replied that he had touched them, checking them,
To check and see if they're breathing?
and which would be expected. Absolutely.
Leading hearsay.
On examination, Mr.
Just a
Murdaugh,
free flow
did you have
conversation
a
now.
chance to look at his hands?
Again, I did talk to him, yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to look at his shirt?
I did.
And did you see any indication that there was any blood on any part of his body?
So
Yes,
the,
sir. Not,
the absence
just
of blood is
physically with my
guilt.
observations, no microscope there. I did not see any blood anywhere.
So if
And
he
in your experience with viewing Paul's body, had you physically touched Paul, would there have been blood left on your hands?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
You're trying to say that the defendant didn't
Response.
provide care to his wife and kid?
Physically saw the body, and he cannot testify to the locations that would be touched.
Apparently, you're supposed to roll around in the blood like mud wrestling.
Does he know what?
I mean, their brains were on the floor.
Well, they had everybody come up and say they're so obviously dead that they merited no care.
Mr. Chapman, going back to, or Captain Chapman, going back to.
they're trying to make the argument now that because he didn't have blood on him, he's
Are there
guilty.
common areas that someone might touch to check the pulse if they were indicating they're check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, where did Mr. Murdaugh touch the body for a pulse? Was it the neck?
Objections overruled.
I can't believe you let him do the speaking objections in front of the jury like this.
Yeah.
Is there common areas that someone might check a body to check for, if they've indicated they're checking for breathing, are there common areas that someone might check?
I believe the most common.
Well, their nose, except it was
the neck
gone.
and the wrist, that you see that, people with limited training would probably use. I'm sure there are others with medical training.
So the neck and the wrist.
Did he say
And
check
please
the
tell me
wrist
where
for
Paul's wrists
breathing?
were located when you discovered his body.
They're up underneath his body.
And was Paul's neck
He literally
accessible?
said
If
wrist
his
to
wrists were
check for
underneath his body,
breathing.
was his neck accessible?
I think you can get the portions of his neck.
The top of his
I
neck
don't
was
know that
accessible.
you'd be able to get under, he's face down. And
On
I didn't try to
cross-examination,
get a
was the
pulse,
inside
but
of his skull
where I know that you
accessible?
would check would be
Yeah.
difficult
Why didn't you try and get a pulse?
without
Just ask it.
manipulating the body in some fashion, I guess.
And if
You know
had
this
to
guy
manipulate
broke his
the
brain
body,
with a stick.
if you were going to try to check his pulse via wrist or neck, with what you saw that night, would your hands be bloody?
Are they trying to find an
If I had attended,
inconsistency
that
because he
would-
said he checked
yes.
to see if they had a pulse?
Well, this is all speculation. How does he know where he touched him?
Yeah.
You could just touch his arm and find it's cold.
Yeah.
He could also just be
Let me ask you
stupid
another
and not
investigative
check
point
the
that
right
you
place
observed.
for a
Did
pulse.
Mr. Murdaugh on the 911
Yeah,
call
people
indicate
don't
he was
do that all
going
the
to
time
retrieve
correctly.
a firearm?
Yes, sir. That actually came out while I was en route as a caution from the dispatcher, but it was also present on the call when I monitored the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to the 911 tape, what was your reaction, or what was the cue that you were fixated on as it relates to the retrieval of the firearm? What is going through your head at that point?
Well, that he's scared. That he believes there may be somebody there that possibly whoever he believes hurt them may come back and hurt him.
And sure, that's your estimation, right? That's what you're thinking was
So
going
that's what I
on.
was thinking. Yeah, and that's what I believe pretty much anybody would think if he was there present with them and got spooked. And because I believe the verbiage on the 911 is he states, I'm going to get a gun that I don't feel safe. And dispatch tries to tell him we would rather you not. And he states again that I'm not going to show it to the officers. I'm not going to hurt anybody. I'll put it away, but I feel unsafe. So I understand that.
All right, and listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue onto in your investigative process?
After knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he stated he was unsafe and that he went and got the firearm, when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival. It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that point in the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun. And then when he got back to the scene, are y'all here yet? How far out are they? And then it was, I need to call my family, and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Does that, when we're referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone call, excuse me, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering a crime scene and not being able to introduce evidence, or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence. And by his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house and got a gun. Potentially that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he
Know
indicated.
what he's asking for.
Is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene? The scene?
Of course. He's inside that area when we arrive, and I mean, he would be factored into everything.
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure. I mean, we would anybody that was there.
Now and I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered, but you've had a chance to review
Objection
the
asked and
body-worn
answered.
camera from Deputy Green.
Just gave him that one.
Yes, sir.
Did after those videos cease recording because the crime scene had been secured, did you have an opportunity then to continue your investigation and continue your line of work?
We did.
And these activities would not have been captured on the video because it had been shut off. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
When your opponent's digging a hole, you don't bail
Did
them
you have
out.
an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. Distress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. There were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift.
Oh my God, it must
And,
be
yeah, I
filthy
took
now.
note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did, there were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officers' movements?
I know when I was there when I ordered Detective Barnadoe to take a GSR kit and explain how the kit worked and why we were taking it. And he was very cooperative with giving the kit. And we really didn't have an issue there. Later, was looking at some, I wouldn't call them tire tracks. I'd call them tire impressions because there's no dirt there. It's just grass. But we noticed there was quite a bit of tire impressions that ran around the backside of the hangar.
And we'll get to the tire tracks in a second. You mentioned a term
He just said tire
a second
impressions.
ago called GSR.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, could you explain to us just
Sure.
what
I
that is?
apologize for that. So a gunshot residue kit is just a kit. We use specific kits provided by SLED because the kits are then sent off for testing, but it's meant to test for the presence of gunshot residue. They're very non-invasive. They have little ampules. You open up a sterile kit, put a set of gloves on, open the kit up, and you'll dab one of the sterile collectors around on the front and back of the hand of an individual. Package
just
those up,
received a
tape it
shotgun
off,
from the house.
Seal it,
Yeah.
date it, time it, case number, and then that's eventually sent off to SLED.
I mean,
We
I
were
would
asked-
test positive for
I spoke
gunshot
earlier and said
residue
the
every
only
day.
thing that
I mean,
my
I carry a gun every day.
detectives physically collected prior the SLED's crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks it's, well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it. So we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I say GSR, the gunshot residue test kit.
And
Wait,
Captain Chapman,
what? 6 hour
related to
limit?
the GSR
No.
retrieval, I know you mentioned that.
Maybe
that
that's a
time limit
policy
that's
thing with them, but
Is it your understanding that that's?
Yeah, yeah, I was about to say, it doesn't go back.
it doesn't go away.
Or just
It's
things in
inert.
general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED lab, is that it has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon.
so you can connect it to
And
the
again, that
firing of the
gets-
weapon.
I mean, it's
That's
just as
all.
much for any type of
It's not even proper.
exculpatory as it is conviction.
It just means they were in
We use
the
it a lot
presence of a
times to
firearm.
Exonerate someone as much as we would to convict.
Going back to Mr. Murdaugh's observations that you had, did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage, I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam footage, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife, but that's in that limited amount of body cam footage that I have.
What the hell is this testimony?
All right, you mentioned before the tire tracks that you observed.
Yes, sir, or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us, if you would,
Sure.
please. Describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about, there's rain, but moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures.
Wouldn't this
And
be
there's some
time
very
for
obvious
the
at that
state to
time
introduce a map
impressions
and say,
in the
"Does it look
grass,
like
but they're
this?
not
Your Honor,
tracks like
I'd
you
like
think
to,
of that
enter
we
this
could cast a
indictment."
track out of dirt.
The lack
but you
of
can't
demonstrative aids in the
cast
state
an
is
impression that's
unforgivable.
laid over wet grass from the dew. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them. And I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he could tell me, because was unaware of the body cam footage at the time. Could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that he pointed and said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route, confirming that the tracks around his vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be two sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. You had to have the light just right. And it just happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle because the lights were shining on Paul that you could see that.
So why didn't you take
Tire
pictures?
tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time trying to, or attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property, and I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing, probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night, so I don't know what time they got there, but
1,000 yards?
it's a pretty long walk, especially
Almost
if
a
you're planning on
mile.
walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did
Prosecutor
they drive,
described it as a third of a mile at
a
opening.
four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was, but we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks
Wait,
lined
no, it's
up with the
a
position
little
of
over
the
half
other
a mile, my
vehicles that
bad.
were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another, a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
Oh my God, this is painful. How about a demonstrative aid here? How about a map?
Part of,
What if the
your investigation
demonstrative
of flash forward and
doesn't look right?
Did you,
Like it looks
operate and
implausible when you put it on
record 2
paper?
drone videos of the property?
I did.
Maybe that's why. That's actually.
I'm going to show you. I hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187 and 188. Briefly take a look at those 2 videos, DVDs.
I like the way they hand them DVDs, and then it's like, is this an accurate representation of a?
Yes, sir.
It's just
Both
a
of these,
disc,
yes,
man. You have no
marked
idea what's
as
on
having
there.
previously viewed and confirmed their
Well-
authenticity, one on the 25th.
They'll
this
mark
month
it.
and
They'll
one on
put
the
their
26th.
signature on it and
I
mark
know,
the
it's-
These would be the
individual.
drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
It's, then it's going to show. It's
Move
fine.
to admit these.
We're just
into
getting
evidence, I
sick of
believe,
this
without-
prosecution. Come on.
Bring
Let's
back
see
the other
some
prosecutor.
evidence.
Let's
Let's see some evidence.
We'll take a recess at this time.
Thank you.
Please do not discuss.
The defendant has the worst RGF face, resting guilty face ever.
Really?
He does.
I don't think
It's
so.
a bad look for the defendant. I mentioned early on, it looked like he was cast as the bad guy in a movie.
Seriously, he would have been perfect.
This is
So-
painful.
So the state got beat up on the tracks at the beginning. Then they bring in the guy to talk about the tracks, and he seems to confirm that there's a strange set of tracks close to one of the bodies that doesn't match any of the description so far. But then we still don't have any pictures of it or any preservation, despite the fact that he said his job was to preserve things like tire tracks. I feel like the defense is going to eat him alive on that.
It's just creating reasonable doubt, and they're beating the dead horse on irrelevant evidence. They're not giving us any evidence, and this is here. There's a strategy I wrote down as we were talking here, since we're on break. There's a prosecution strategy of not calling or of calling all of your witnesses, so everybody who's involved in every bit of evidence, even if it's like nothing happened. But when you do that, okay, so let's assume that's what they're doing in this strategy. You ask the relevant questions and you sit down. That way you've provided the jury the witness. You haven't hidden anything. You haven't hidden what about the guy here. But you don't need to say, was it raining? Is this the guy's brain on the floor? Is this thing? And basically repeating yourself over and over and over with every witness. You don't need to do that. I do not see why they're reestablishing and repeating themselves on every witness. And this guy is the worst. This prosecutor here, he's boring the hell out of us. What bit of evidence, anything that they're providing here is basically pro-defense as far as I'm concerned. Well, have you seen anything?
I mean, this entire witness to me is defense friendly, very defense friendly. I mean, so here's the map Andrew sent me. So this is the property. So look at how far off the road you have to come to get to the location.
Okay, so
It looks like actually you drive up these. This looks like a set of trees paralleling a dirt road here. This is the old airstrip running diagonally that they talk about.
Here's
And
the
this
old
must be
airstrip.
where the killings happened. This must be the kennel, the barn, whatever they're
Down
talking
here in
about
the
this.
bottom left.
No,
Or up
up,
at the top
up near
right?
the top by the roadway. Yeah, because
Okay.
they said early on you had to go past that to get to the house.
Gotcha.
And
Well,
so I imagine the
don't know.
house is the red dot. When I typed in the address for the house, the red dot was already placed on the image.
So basically, they just walked, these two parties walked to that location or were driven by somebody. And there were tire tracks created, but we didn't preserve them. This is just insane. This is really not good for the state. I mean, the more that they're hitting on things that are weak, then the more I suspect they don't have anything.
Yeah, right. That's my feeling too.
This whole thing about his demeanor and I reviewed the video and he was more focused on his son than his wife. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why would you ever even mention that? I mean, that's like, oh, well, that shows he's guilty. I mean, why? It's like you're just making stupid. You're just talking to hear yourself talk, like I like to do.
Well, and the interesting thing is they're hitting on his demeanor, but the testimony is, so what was his demeanor? Well, he was very distraught.
Yeah.
Very, very, shaken. I don't know if he cried, but I really, that doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, whether he cries or not, this guy was clearly out of sorts. And then they focus on like the testing of the pulse. And it's like,
see, here's the problem with that. Where this officer has no idea where he touched the person to check for life.
Right.
You could have checked the leg, the pulse. You could just feel somebody's skin and see they're cold. You see this shocking incident, you go up and you touch them. It's in a non-bloodied area and you walk away in shock. Why is it that this guy says, oh, well, he says that he touched him, he says he checked for life, so he must have checked him on the neck and he would have gotten blood on his hand. Well,
right. So an untrained person might not know where you're supposed to feel for a pulse, and they'd be naturally inclined to touch whatever part of the body did not have blood on it,
right,
and see if they could feel a pulse there,
and
even if it's not technically an appropriate place to check for a pulse.
And they're actually arguing that the lack of blood on him is evidence of guilt, which is
right.
like Andrew likes to say, whatever they do, whatever you do is wrong. It's like, so if you had blood on you, then it's like, aha, he's got blood on him, but he doesn't have blood, so aha, he doesn't have blood. It's like he's guilty no matter what. Well, this is not evidence. This is just rank speculation at this point. I'm getting very discouraged by this prosecution team. What say you? Oh, by the way, since I can't drink, I've got a cigar.
Oh, very nice.
To that point, with the discouragement of the prosecution, I don't like to attribute malice where it's clearly incompetence. But have you guys ever seen cases where prosecutors will throw a case? So they'll charge, they'll move forward on the case, but they're not going to be doing their best, and they're not going to send their best because they're buddies with the defendant.
Not a trial. I mean, I've seen them do that in front of grand juries when they want to use the grand jury as cover, to get a no true bill, so they can say, hey, I did my part, but the grand jury refused to indict. That's very easy for them to do, especially since the proceedings are secret. So,
like with that Ferguson cop.
Yeah,
right,
I don't think so. I think that it would be, Occam's razor, right? Incompetence. Yeah. I don't know. And the lack of demonstrative aids. We didn't talk about this. We mentioned it, but you remember the Waukesha Darrell Brooks trial and how great those demonstrative aids were and how it laid out guilt. It was that whole trial strategy was based around that demonstrative aid, and it was so well done by the prosecutor team. And this case, we haven't seen a map, we haven't seen a timeline, we haven't seen cell phone tower locations, and yet we've had testimony to that. So if you're going to have a demonstrative aid, they absolutely should have that, because this is complicated. They should have a timeline with all the cell phone towers and the times, and when those witnesses come up, they go and they mark it on the demonstrative aid so then they can use it at closing. But it seems like they're not going to do that. So they're just going to wing it and throw all this mud up on the air. That's right. You're just creating
and
chaos.
it should really be a combined timeline with a map, right? With the cell towers laid out, with the house, the scene of the crime laid out, all of this.
Bodies laid out, like here's the body here, here's the body here, here was the tire tracks, right? Here's where he found the shotgun, here was his car. All of this stuff should be laid out right now, because they're putting witnesses on, and those witnesses got to locate those things on the map. This stuff is going by, so I'm assuming they're not going to have that. So
it's
without
completely
that,
lacking context. So it's not sticky, especially if this trial goes 3 weeks, like heaven forbid, Nick suggested. 2.5 weeks from now, no one's going to remember any of this.
And especially the little details, like I wrote, like 10:07 p.m. in Hampton County was the 911 call. Well, is anybody in the jury going to remember that? They're just going to say it. It's just a bunch of numbers and times, and you get confused. It's not laid out methodically, which is, you got to be clear. Prosecution, you've got the burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And you're going to get reasonable doubt just because people forget the numbers and get confused by the numbers.
Well, there were a lot of numbers in the state's opening. I mean, he was spewing out times like crazy, this minute, that minute, the next minute. And he didn't use a demonstrable then, but you can almost forgive him because you have such limited time in your opening. You're just kind of provide the broader arc. But this is where you're supposed to be making things concrete in your case in chief.
See, I think I have a lingering suspicion that if they actually put everything down on the map and they put the times down, it would look really suspect. I mean, he has to, again, the idea that he takes his cell phone, travels to the kennel by foot, kills them, travels back home, allegedly cleans up, grabs the guns or whatever, grabs a tarp, gets into the truck, drives off to go visit his mom, all happens within 10 minutes. And then he's gone for an hour and a half or whatever. Then he comes back and he makes a phone call. And then they're going to have that cell phone data and pegging everything out. And I think that when they put that on the map, they may have real trouble. And even if they're right, they may have looked at it and goes, I don't know if a jury I don't know if anybody's going to believe this. Like we have this data, we believe it, but I don't think anybody else will if they just look at it, even if we explain it. But that, to me, that seems like why they wouldn't have this done. I mean, I don't understand why they don't have something better, because it's way too confusing. Plus, like, what juror is comprehending a 1,700 acre property and just like how big those distances are between these things? I mean, to think about walking to your detached garage is a third of a mile. At a normal walking pace, it's going to take you between 5 and 7 minutes to get to this garage. Like, that's how far away it is. That's something most people don't have. These jurors probably don't have a 1,700 acre property.
If I was a defense attorney, I would absolutely use that to my advantage and start calling it like, rather than calling it the estate or the property, I would start calling it like the valley or the mountainside, right? And say, that's how I would frame this so that people kind of get a concept of how big the property is. And they keep that in mind this entire time. And I would continue to refer to that property rather than being the home, the property, the estate as the mountainside, the house next to the mountain, on the other side of the airstrip, on the other side of this giant field, right? I would continue to create references in the minds of the jurors in terms of geographic placements.
Yeah, building the picture with words to root it in the jurors' heads. And also, I mean, it helps them cement the locations, but it also does kind of build this distance between them. But I mean, you know what might be an interesting strategy is if the defense makes the demonstrative. And just, look what they're trying to do here. Like, look what they're saying happened. This is insane.
Well, if I was to do that, it depends on what the evidence shows when you place it up on the board. But the thing is, they could do that at their closing and create confusion with a demonstrative aid that they create and make it in the light most favorable to the defense. At the closing, you wouldn't want to reveal that as you're going, but the state is giving them that opportunity to create some demonstrative aid for their closing that is in the light most favorable to the defense.
Yeah, I would create a demonstrative where you have football fields and you place football fields as measurements. So this is half a football field, like literally just superimpose it and say a quarterback, ladies and gentlemen, you're aware a quarterback usually takes about this long, okay? The fastest quarterback to run this space. They're saying that within this time frame, our defendant, okay, take a good look at him. Our defendant somehow got teleported from here to here. In your mind, does that make sense? And I would absolutely do that. Do measurements and things that
Danny, man, you got lots of good ideas. You should be on the prosecution team. I mean, those are all you made multiple suggestions that just by brainstorming it, they should have thought of this. I don't know.
Can somebody explain the drug dealing that was going on? Because I wonder if some of these prosecutors weren't included in that. And so they're just trying to like scoot under the rug. This is a complete speculation, conspiracy thought from Danny, not real.
Well, the interesting thing about what you just said, so we just learned from the guy that, but going off of his estimate, it's 1,000 yards. It's 1,000 yards away, which is actually more than a half mile, 1,780 yards or whatever in a mile. So it's more than a half mile by his estimation. So use his estimation. Say that's 10 football fields. That's 10 football fields. Have you ever walked across a football field? Takes a while, doesn't it? Like just use their.
We need to cover this up. Can we go to the full 4?
Or to your point, Nick, measure it in
hoping that-
terms of miles. This is a half mile because most people know how long it takes them on a treadmill to walk a mile, half mile, 2 miles.
A treadmill.
So do it in terms of miles. Say, hey, look, for those, who are part of the jury who've walked half mile, how long does it take you? Now imagine this old guy doing it. That's what I'd be doing as the defense. I'd be harping on that, and I'd do measurements in miles and football fields.
See, now there's another question I have here because, I'm just confused by this whole thing. One of them is they're saying he came to the scene, found them dead, went back to the house and retrieved a gun and then came back. Did he walk back and get the gun? He walked a half mile to get the gun and then get it and come back. I'm confused.
That part didn't really make sense. Maybe the gun was not in the house, but in the kennel area. I mean,
in the truck
this is all confusing. This witness on cross, they have several points to go after. I think that they should really hit that he said. One, so the immediate suspicion is that there are 2 different types of guns, which implies the possibility that there's multiple shooters. So you said that it seems reasonable based on 2 different guns that there might be, someone else involved in this thing. Like the fact that he said that was great. The gotta hit the tire tracks over and over and over. And if I was the defense and actually working on this, I would have taken a ton of notes about what was said because this guy was just delivering gold to them, I think. But yeah, his actions seem consistent with someone who's hysterical. He said that the scene was secure before they got there, but then he said they had to secure the scene later, which was a weird inconsistency. So it was secure, but then you got there and you decided it wasn't secure, which is why you weren't wearing your ballistic vest. And then there was there was something else where I was just like,
it was a lot. And that it was too much. That young prosecutor, I know it's his time in the sun and he wants to get in all his questions, but there's got to be some discipline on the part of the prosecution team to say, look, get in and get out. What did this witness add to the prosecution? Anything?
I think he took away from the prosecution everything. Like, to me,
Well, he got all his steps in.
What was with the salad on the chest? Have you ever seen a witness testifying with the campaign ribbons on his chest?
Like a dress uniform. It was weird.
I'm surprised that the judge allowed that, frankly, because if I was a jury down in South Carolina, okay, and I have tangential relations with that state, that would be very
tell us
not
more.
like that. But that would be very it's this appeal to authority, this appeal to a hero, this appeal to, it's
He's
very
military
prejudicial.
like.
Yeah.
If I were defense, I would absolutely be objecting to that. And what is the deal with the dead chicken? I don't
know what the dead chicken. I don't know what they're harping on with the dead chicken. Is it collateral damage? Did a round pass through the wife and hit the chicken or something?
So what? What is the relevance? I don't get it. I don't get anything that's going on here. It may just be a weak state case. Maybe that's what we're dealing with. And they're trying to, but 3 weeks, you're also got the danger of just boring the hell out of the jury. There's going to be cell phone. I hope there's going to be some convincing cell phone coverage evidence here that's going to somehow make this stuff seem more sinister. But nothing has been said that makes anything sinister at all. And when they harp on the weak stuff, it's just horrible. Hey, how's the weather out there, by the way, in Minnesota and Colorado?
It's cold here.
You want to take a look? I just want to show you here.
Oh, you bastard. Palm trees.
Steve, I liked you.
Just wanted to rub it in for my northern brethren.
Steve, I thought you were cool. You know, if you find a shotgun and a rifle in your office tomorrow, I have nothing to do with it.
I'm just saying, hey, you need to come down to Florida again soon. That's what I'm saying.
It warmed up from this morning to 15 degrees. So it was below zero when I got up this morning.
Oh, well. Anyways, I thought I'd share. Aren't I nice?
I ruined my high heels going to a hearing yesterday in Park City. Like Park City right now, the snow is up above my head, all the snow drifts, and they have that really gross sand salt everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get into the courthouse and my heels just got wrecked and now I'm mad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
I hate
know
it when that happens.
I know you can relate, so I didn't want to harp on it, but go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
No, I'm still trying to figure out. So someone in chat said, when we were kind of marveling at what was going on, someone in chat said, wait, are you surprised that the cop won't lie? It's not that. It's that the state is eliciting the testimony that they're eliciting. I mean, the cop answering a question honestly, well, is slightly surprising. Not that I'm jaded, but the other part of that though is like, why are you asking these questions? Like, what is your goal to
this
get?
Is completely the state's bag. I mean, the state is the one that's doing this. It's not the witness. The witness is answering the questions, right? Now, I think he's answering them honestly. He's not squirrely, but it's the state that's beating this dead horse. It's the state that's asking irrelevant stuff. It's the state's game. They're not here listening to the rest of the testimony. So all the repeats, he doesn't know it's a repeat. It's the prosecution team that's doing this. If they're watching this, it's not too late. Get your demonstrative aids together tonight. Do an all-nighter.
Get a case together.
Get your case together. Get those, because if you don't have that timeline and those maps, this jury's going to be so confused. You're buying yourself a not guilty.
Oh, that was weird. So the other thing I would focus on is the officer on the stand said the only thing that was concerning to him at all about the defendant was the fact that he ended the 911 call early to call family. It's like that was the only thing that concerned you at all, right?
And that's not suspicious either. I mean, you're on how long are you going to spend on it with the...
He was on that phone call for 12 minutes, I think, something like that.
Yeah, and he's like, I want to call my family. That's not unusual either.
Especially if you think it's a hit.
Testimony.
Right. You must protect your other family members.
I've marked and I'm identifying.
Unless you're calling your mom after stabbing your boyfriend, then that's weird.
You offer them all into evidence?
I am.
They are admitted without objection.
Okay, permission to publish?
Yes.
Here, I'm going to take a break here a second.
Yeah, so far his suspicion of being the target of a hit is pretty consistent with all the testimony we've heard today.
Are they finally going to some diagrams here? Shuffling a lot of papers.
Your Honor, I think we already established that the drone footage has been placed into evidence, and I would request permission.
Drone footage.
First, and then I'll go to the pictures.
Pictures. Andrew, your wish is their command. Look at this. I think it's happening.
Earlier, you did describe the process of what you did with the drones and why you surveilled the area.
Please describe why you didn't use your drones. Take a picture of the tire
with our
tracks.
drone, just to give an overall. Some of the agents
It was the rain, not rain, Nick.
job descriptions that day. Some of my personnel had different job descriptions that day. In order to have something as a reference point to go back and work with later, we took the department issued drone and took a couple of aerial videos so that we could use them for reference later.
And Your Honor, request permission for the witness to sort of direct the geography of the drone footage. If you would please step down.
Sure.
And if you could identify for the jurors as the video is played what we're actually looking at. Appreciate it.
In the image currently, what we see is the main house, the Murdaugh residence.
And
left of that road would be, from the trees would be the main driveway that comes out.
Chad is saying that the
If you
chicken
could
is
identify that on the video,
related
the
to an
driveway that you're referring
inconsistent
to.
statement.
I'll walk up.
That's why they're harping on it.
So
But they haven't
this would be the main structure and the main driveway that comes out from it.
they haven't admitted the underlying
Ladies and
evidence yet.
gentlemen, the main structure, a residential structure, and the driveway, the main driveway that comes away from it with the trees.
All right, and now looking down the road a bit, Captain Chapman, this road that veers to the left or turns left, what is that road?
So that would have been the route that was described by Mr. Murdaugh as how he left his residence and came to the dog kennels, coming up the road with the planted trees, making a left here, ladies and gentlemen, there. And if you play the video a little farther, that road ends at the incident location with the dog kennels.
I'll be
And
right back.
If you would, please describe for us what we're actually looking at with this dog kennel area, identifying the structures and the entry point for the road, the main mailbox area.
Absolutely. So this would be the area coming from the main residence. When we arrived on scene that night, or when, at least when I arrived, right here, positioned with the headlights facing down this way, would have been Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle. You keep hearing reference of the airplane hangar or the main shed. That would have been the wall structure here. The dog kennels are the smaller one you see in the background that run perpendicular. And the driveway goes out to the road. Do I need to show you, ladies and gentlemen, here? Was everyone able to see?
Please do it. Just go
Sure.
through what these structures are.
So again, the roadway coming from the main residence.
This might be their map right here.
Mr. Murdaugh.
Yeah, they have drone video. They just said when you stepped out.
Okay. No, it's okay. Now it's better.
Dog kennels. This is the large grass area that we were referring to when we're talking about the tire impressions in the dude. And this is a separate structure that sits off to the side.
And where would the entry point for the Moselle Road be on this just still shot?
Following straight down between the hangar and the dog kennels, going all the way through the tree line, the Moselle Road entrance would be back here.
All right, I'm going to just play it one time without stopping.
So they're doing a drone overview of the property. Is that what this is? And it'd be nice if we could see what they're showing the jury. This is not something they should censor.
Thank you, Captain Chapman. I'm going to play the second drone video.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you start with this?
You would.
And it's better to have paper maps.
Please tell us what we're looking at from this perspective right now.
Yes, sir. So this would be the back portion of the airplane hangar. The driveway, the vehicles at the bottom of the screen. This driveway goes back around and connects back to Moselle Road.
And is this the hangar that you
I
were?
want to see.
Airplane hangar, as we've been referring to it.
What is this structure on the top side of this image in the far back?
I believe that was a cleaning shed, for a processing shed for animals. If you were going to process a deer that you killed, it had like a walk-in freezer, sinks, floor with drain in it.
All right, describe to us what we're looking at from this perspective, if you would.
Certainly. So if you came in the Moselle entrance, which was the entrance that we were dispatched to, the 4147, and you turned by the mailbox off of Moselle Road and you came in the dirt driveway, you would be coming up between the two structures. You have your airport or airplane hangar on your right with the red tin roof, the dog kennel on your left. That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was driving when, at least he said he was driving when I arrived on scene. At the time, the flashers were flat. I believe they actually still are in the drone video. The hazard lights are on all the way back from where dispatch initially advised him to cut them on for arrival. The large shed in the background out there is just simply another tractor shed.
And,
Hey, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go home. Might pick it up on the way back. All right.
Body of Paul Murdaugh
Okay.
was located when you arrived on
Yes, sir.
this picture.
So the dog kennels on the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen,
If you were to look towards the end of that.
Nick, I also have to go since I'm heading out. You might want to pull up a map of the area if you have the address so that you can follow along.
That would have
Just
been
an
the
idea.
location of Paul's body.
I got
Love
it.
you guys. Thank
See
you
you
for
later.
having me.
Of course.
And Maggie's body would have been just beyond the roof line of the red airplane hangar on the side closest to the Suburban.
The trajectory of the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was operating and actually left parked there, where would his headlights have been directed to?
As it sits now, which I believe is the same it was when I arrived on scene, the headlights were pointed on Paul's body.
And this structure just past the white roof, which is identified as the kennels, what's that run structure there?
I believe that was like a chicken coop or a chicken pen.
Mentioned before when we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. As part of your investigation in conjunction with Detective Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
Was the black truck, did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir. That's what got us back to that location, looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believe that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you check the truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or had
It
been
was,
turned
it
on?
was not.
So again, you have tracks that don't match any of the vehicles on the scene.
The
Can't
kennel
be
run, I
accounted
think
for.
you already identified.
Good
Is
work,
that the
guys.
structure with the white roof?
Bang up job.
Yes, sir.
The silverish white roof in the background
Yes.
on this image? And the feed room located where Paul actually was sort of straddled, where would that feed room be in this image?
If you look at the right corner of that building, and you can see the white frame door just above the red roof, that would be the area of the feed room.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to identify that on the screen, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the area of the feed room here. This would have been the area of the feed room here.
And while you're there, Captain Chapman, would you please identify in this angle where Maggie Murdaugh would have been located?
Yes, sir. Maggie was in this area here. Here.
Did you become aware through the course of your investigation of footprints on the side of the hangar?
Yes.
How did that occur? What brought your attention to that first, and what did you do as a result?
Detective Rutland approached me at some point in time after her arrival with the search warrant that she had located a set of prints. The prints appeared to be a flat style print, like a flip flop or a sandal of some type, and that they were to the left of this hangar door in the dirt underneath the left lean-to of the hangar.
And if you mean to the left of the door in the image, to do you identify an orange lawnmower there?
That's correct. In between that mower and the wall.
If you would describe what you did and what you and Detective Rutland decided to do to examine these footprints.
She came over and alerted me to the presence of the footprints or shoe impressions. I went over with her. We started at the side of the hangar here that you see in the image by the orange mower. At that particular point, you could only see those sets of tracks or shoe impressions in the dirt. We then walked around the other side, and you could see that they were also on the other side of the hangar, the far side of that structure. So then we made the decision to walk a line off of those tracks from one end to the other to ensure that there was no evidence of firearms, blood, anything underneath that hangar along those shoe impressions, which we did not locate anything but the single set of shoe impressions. And they appeared to go from one end of the hangar to the other, turn around and come back.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence.
So whose shoes are they?
193. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still image of the area between the hangar and that lawnmower?
It is, sir.
And is that the location where you noticed the treads, the footprints?
It is, sir.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 194. Could you please describe what you see in that picture?
This is a picture of the footprints along the edge of the hangar structure.
I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 195. Please describe what you see in that picture.
Again, another photograph depicting the shoe impressions along the edge of the
And those are the shoe impressions that you personally viewed on scene at Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
I'm also handing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with what that is a picture of?
These are the shoes that were on Miss Maggie at the time. I believe they're crime scene or autopsy.
Miss Maggie.
Yeah, so, okay, now we have a mysterious set of shoes. Don't seem to match anybody walking the entire length of the hangar. Very confused. I'm wondering what the defense is going to do. I'm wondering if they're like, Your Honor, we're going to need a whole day for cross-exam with this witness. And to answer the chat, I don't know what the court reporters like got in her mouth. I don't know if it's dictation software and she's like speaking into a closed microphone thing. I have no idea. Maybe she's just feeding.
The car operated by Mr. Murdaugh that night. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are those headlines directly aligned with where Paul's body would have been laid?
Yes, sir.
And from this perspective, where was Maggie's body located?
Yeah, it's a steno mask.
Ranger to the left of the vehicle.
And from which direction did Mr. Murdaugh indicate he drove to the scene from? Which direction would that have come from?
Bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you're seeing now.
It's her cud. You bastard. Nervous drink of the water. The cop did it. He's guilty.
Captain Chapman, I'm just asking you to identify just very quickly. These are stills from the video feed. What does that show?
That's the dirt road between the hangar and the dog kennel.
Okay, that would be States Exhibit 192. This is States Exhibit 191. And what does that show?
That's the, like we said, a cleaning shed, processing shed for animals, had a walk-in freezer floor with a drain in it.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 190. What is that image of?
Looks like the area, the first two kennels closest to the
Does that reflect the two kennels with the two dogs on either side closest to the feed room?
Closest to the feed room.
I really want to know what
And I'm
this
showing you what's marked as
attorney
States
thinks he's
Exhibit
getting out of this
189.
guy right now.
That's the,
Is that another close-up of the water?
that's
Of the
close
scene?
up of the water just outside the feed room.
The jury's going to pick one of their members to plead guilty to this crime just so they can get it over with.
Reviewed. This would be States Exhibit 193.
We're drawing lots. You're going away.
Is that where you physically walked with Detective Rutland?
It is, sir.
And to be clear, when you observed the footsteps in the sand there, were they the only footsteps present?
There was only one style of shoe impression when we first observed that went from one side of the hangar to the other and back. And it was that smooth style shoe impression.
And you say there and back, does that mean the footprints to you indicated they had walked one direction and then walked the opposite direction back? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We weren't able to tell at which side they entered initially, but they walked completely from one side of the hangar all the way underneath the lean-to the other side of the hangar, or turn around and come back.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 194. Describe the types of treads we're seeing in this picture, if you could.
Certainly. If you remember, I stated earlier that after locating the shoe impressions, Detective Rutland let me know the impressions were there. I went over, we checked both sides and realized that they ran what we could tell with a flashlight from one side to the other. So we made a decision to walk straight through, keeping the shoe impressions that we were concerned about in between ourselves and the wall of the hangar structure, never crossing those actual shoe impressions. We went from one end to the other just to see if they were joined by any other shoe impressions, if there was any blood, if there were any weapons, so forth. We made one trip down and back, and we did not locate anything.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 195. Would that be a close-up of these impressions that you observed?
It is, sir.
And specifically the items in the middle with the flat tread, would those be the footprints that you noticed that night?
Those were the ones initially identified by Detective Rutland and pointed out to myself. The ones with the shoe impressions with the actual designs that would be left of those in this photograph, those are myself and Detective Rutland.
I'm going to move to publish what's been marked as and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 196 and 197. These are images of sensitive nature, have the cover sheet. I've advised counsel and our table to obscure the monitors. Showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 196. Are you familiar with what this is an image of?
Yes, sir.
What does this show?
That's the lower portion of victim Maggie's body.
And specifically referring to the lower portion of her body, but her footwear. Are these the footwear that you observed on her that evening?
Those are they appear to be an accurate reflection of what she was wearing the night I was there.
Were you able to compare those, the general size and shape of those foot treads to the ones that you personally observed on the side of that hangar?
General impression, they are similar in nature and design and size. There were no measurements physically taken by myself or Detective Rutland.
Thank you.
Why did it take so long to say that this set of tracks matched her feet? Like that would have
It's
been
so crazy.
simple.
And if they were important enough to pace
Place of
alongside,
evidence.
why wouldn't you take out a little 6-inch ruler and measure something?
7. And this is a similar photograph with just a slightly different angle. Is that the same treads and same footwear that you observed previously?
Again, that what we believe that what we saw on the side of the building is a very close match as far as design and size as to those.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and placed into evidence of State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with that? I know you already described it, but tell us again what we're looking at.
Again, those were the shoes that were removed from victim Maggie's body at the scene, and the ones that we were visibly comparing the shoe impressions to.
Thank you. You can turn the lights on. Out of your way. Did you at one point have a be on the lookout or a bolo placed on any in particular vehicle that night?
Yes, sir. I believe I explained earlier that we had asked if anything was missing from the scene and trying to determine how Maggie and Paul got to the dog kennels. And after checking the F-150 that was in the picture that showed you earlier, the dark colored F-150, and that the Ranger had a flat tire, neither one of those matched up. I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he knew how they got down there. And he said he wasn't sure, but they should have driven Paul's truck, which was described as a white Ford F-250. We noticed that the truck wasn't there. It wasn't up until that point that Mr. Murdaugh, probably with everything going on, did not realize the truck wasn't there. And at that point in time, to our units at our agency, it was boloed out as possibly having been taken from the scene or removed from the scene.
And what happened? Were you able to locate the car eventually?
That was done sometime that night while we were on scene the very following morning. And I'd have to look back at notes to tell you exactly, but I believe it was around 10:30, 10:45 the next morning. That vehicle was located just inside Hampton County off of Highway 63.
Captain Chapman, referring back to the tire tracks, I know you spent some effort trying to identify the source and origin of those tire tracks. When you were attempting to investigate those tire tracks with Detective Rutland, did you have a chance to then observe Mr. Murdaugh's demeanor?
Yes, sir. And we discussed, there were changes at the time.
What kind of changes?
Again, he did appear very upset, heavy breathing, distraught. When we asked the specific questions in regards to the tire impressions and we began looking at the tire impressions, it was just a change. The breathing slowed and he began to watch us work more closely, sometimes out the corner of his eye. And after we moved away from that area with the tire impressions, the demeanor change returned back to upset.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Okay, so did I follow that? My ADD is kicking in. The car or the truck that presumably they would have used to get to the hangar was found ditched somewhere. I mean, that's
no further questions from the state. Thank you.
I think that's what they said, but
sir,
when did he have the opportunity to ditch the car somewhere? Is that the allegation?
I couldn't follow it.
That's what people are saying.
I mean, why would you do that? If it was other people, they would have their own vehicle to get there in the first place.
Yeah.
Captain, my name's Dick Harpoogan. I don't think we've met before.
He would have to drive the vehicle and then
I
presumably
represent
walk
Al
back
Murdaugh.
to get his own
And
vehicle.
let me ask
Or
you
have
a
an
couple
accomplice.
questions. One, and let me deal with these in a different order. But you indicated that if Mr. Murdaugh had taken the pulse of tried to take the pulse of his dead son on his neck, or his wrists were under him, did he indicate to you he had tried to roll his son over?
To me, no, sir. He did not.
Okay, tried to move him at all. Secondly, if he did get blood on his fingers or hands, were you aware that there was blood found on his shorts?
I was not, sir. Again, I was asked only about my visible observations and just did not see anything at the time.
Right, nothing on his shirt that
No,
would
sir.
indicate. Okay.
And I was unaware that anything was found.
But you're not saying that you didn't see anything that would confirm, but he didn't smear
That's
blood on
correct.
himself. Right.
That is correct.
But you're not saying that you have evidence he didn't try to check the pulse of his dead son.
I am not. No, sir.
Okay. So, and I think you indicated that his demeanor was consistent with somebody who had just found his wife and son butchered.
His demeanor upon my arrival and initial conversation with him was someone who was upset.
Okay, now let's talk. Just a moment ago, you said something about when you started looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
It was a change of demeanor. Yes, sir.
Well, a change of demeanor that perhaps he thought you had some evidence that would point to the killer of his wife and child.
Are you asking me if that was the change?
Was the demeanor consistent with that?
It was simply a change in demeanor.
Right.
And could it be?
Yes.
Stop pretending that you don't think it's
It was
important.
just a noted
Yeah.
change in demeanor.
Defense is just planting seeds here for the jury to think about.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You were over there looking at tire tracks.
But I like how they
Perhaps you had
focus on the
discovered
change
a
in demeanor, and then he's like,
different
"Well, it was
car or
just a
different
change."
tire track, and did you follow all those tire tracks?
We attempted to follow out everything we could. As mentioned earlier, it was just impressions, dew impressions, wet impressions, not actual tracks.
Did you take pictures?
By the time that we did that, the rain started and SLED's crime scene was arrived. Again, we were rushing against the weather. The images, I believe we discussed earlier, were the only ones captured by.
You don't have to get defensive. Just say you didn't take pictures.
And it's body cam.
I don't want to hear about the reasons.
Our focus at the time was to secure the largest items of evidence that were identifiable to make sure that the weather didn't damage them. And by that time, SLED's team was on the scene.
Okay, and now
Everyone always has excuses.
two other
Yep.
sets of tracks. One of them coming out of
They
the
know how
shed.
it
I believe your
sounds.
notes indicate that was the caretaker or the caretakers. Now, was that the
Especially
caretaker
because the
that
tire
cared the
tracks
dogs
ended
or
up being
somebody else?
the change in demeanor.
There was a set of tire tracks or impressions that went through the dirt underneath the hangar
Right.
lean-to. Initially, we didn't know whose they were, what vehicle had left those tracks. In the drone footage, you can actually see the agent still processing those. Believed that later, I was told that they matched the tire tracks of someone that came to take care of the dogs.
Okay. Now, we heard from the fire chief a little while ago. Were you here in the courtroom when he
No,
testified?
sir, I was not.
Okay. He indicated that there were, on the road that led out to the Moselle Highway, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
You know, could we put the, from, wait a minute. You do that? Email.
Overview of the housing chemical.
What now?
Overview of the house and kennel.
I think I like this. Well, no, go ahead and give me the first one. It may be in there.
Oh, everything comes to a screeching halt. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Their
I mean,
inability to use technology is embarrassing. I mean,
Okay, so were you informed that the chief of police had found some tire tracks on the road leading in or out from to the Moselle Highway behind? And if you look at the screen, this road where the cars are parked on either side of the road, that is that road, correct?
For clarification, the chief of the fire department or chief of the police department?
I'm sorry, chief of the fire department.
Just want to make sure I was answering correctly, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I was not made aware by Chief McRoy of anything back there, but it doesn't mean that he didn't see something.
He apparently informed your deputies of that. They never communicated that to you?
I was not made aware of any tire impressions of potential evidence down that driveway.
And I think Sergeant Green
Yes, sir.
indicated that it was communicated to him by the fire chief. Were you aware of that?
I was not, sir.
Till I just said it, you were not aware of that?
I was not made aware of anything that they believe was a possible extension of the scene that went down that driveway. No, sir, I wasn't.
If the fire chief had seen, and he's testified he saw distinct tire tracks on that road, he thought it had some evidentiary value. He's not a police officer. Had you been made aware of them, would you have taken photographs, or I guess they don't use plaster casts anymore? That's,
We still do. Yes, sir. I would have done my best to preserve it, whether that meant photographic form or protection by other means from the approaching weather. I would have.
okay, so go ahead and let that run for a minute. I may want to stop it and deal with another issue.
This is Cross, folks, so he can ask leading questions here.
Yeah, right there's good. Now, if you'll watch where I'm pointing.
Yes, sir.
These are the dog. That's the dog shed right there, right?
That is correct, sir.
And right around in here would have been where Paul's body was.
Close to the end of that structure, yes, sir.
And Maggie's body would have been on which side of Alex's car?
The end of the red roof on the driver's side.
Right. Now, are you aware that he
oh man, my
discovered
neck
the
and back
bodies,
get so
called
tired.
911,
These
drove
things.
back up to the house, and then came back down?
From listening to his statement and from the 911 call, I was aware of it.
And
Yes,
I mean, he went and got a shotgun, came back.
yes, sir.
And the shotgun was there, which sort of corroborates his statement, right?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir. That Sergeant Green took the shotgun from him upon his arrival and secured it.
And you can also hear the seatbelt dinging going on as he drives away, you know?
You can hear that in the background of the 911 call.
Right. So this is where he came back, not necessarily when he pulled up to begin with, correct?
My understanding that is the way the vehicle was when he returned and the initial officers arrived on scene.
Right. So you don't know where the car was positioned. We first came down and discovered Maggie's body and Paul's body, correct?
My knowledge to it would be limited to his description of having taken a very similar route back to the house,
Right.
but close, but not exact. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this green hedge or whatever?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a grapevine, but the structure on the other side of it, a chicken coop.
Okay. And do you remember how tall that grapevine was?
I don't know exactly, but looking
hear
at
it through the grapevine?
image, it's fairly tall.
10 feet?
I would say at least.
At least. Now, if you were at the house, looking down this way, there's some pine trees between this area and the house.
There are, sir.
And then there's, if you're trying to look at the dog pens, there's obviously a 10-foot at least what'd you call it?
The kennels,
No, the vine.
grapevines.
Grapevine,
Yes, sir.
10 feet tall. So you could not see from the house the dog kennel because of the pine trees and the grapevine, correct?
I would venture to say you could not see the position of Paul or Maggie's body from the house
At night,
at night.
right? And this is not a well-lit area down here, is it?
I don't recall it being extremely well lit, no, sir. There was some artificial light, but I wouldn't call it extremely well lit.
Okay. So go ahead and continue running the video, please. And this was on the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keep going. Okay, stop. That black truck, whose black truck is that?
That's the vehicle that we checked that evening that I believe was titled as a farm truck, just around the farm truck.
And is that the one you checked to see if it had been driven lately?
That's the one that Detective Rutland and I looked to see if those wet tire impressions matched up to the position of that vehicle when we arrived. Those particular impressions did not, and the vehicle was not warm to the touch.
Okay, but that would have been the previous night?
The night of the incident, when
Right.
we arrived, yes, sir.
The night prior to this. But that, could Paul have driven that truck down there?
It would depend on what time he drove the truck down there, but the impressions that we were looking at, that we referenced when asked earlier by the Assistant Attorney General, they did not come to
They
the
did
back
not
of
come
that
from that.
vehicle. They didn't come from that vehicle. Did he drive that vehicle to the scene? I can't tell you that, yes or no, but the impressions that she and I were looking at did not match the position of that.
Eastern time zone, folks.
Yep.
South Carolina.
Oh,
It's
earlier.
5 o'clock there now.
He could, it's very feasible he could have driven anything out there that night or earlier in that day, but just not that vehicle for those particular set of impressions.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Back that up just a little bit.
So somehow in the span of 10 minutes between him killing his wife and son and getting to the house to leave in the Suburban for Florida, he has to completely clean up, change clothes, pack the guns to ditch them, and ditch the white truck off a highway. Did I miss anything? Because it sounds like at the minimum he couldn't have done this alone.
Back it up.
And someone said that they believe the truck was ditched about at least 3.5 miles
Stop.
away.
So the tracks that you found from the caretaker, where were they?
In the image that you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, they would have been to the right of the open door in the center, underneath that large lean-to section. So the right
Could you
side
come
of
down
the,
here and point it out for me?
you are, yeah,
Yes.
thank you, sir. This section, you can actually see the agent's feet there where she's still actually processing.
Okay. Were there any other tire tracks? Any other tire tracks? Go ahead and take it.
Thank you, sir.
That y'all processed other than those tire tracks?
To my knowledge, that was the only set that they actually, I believe the only set that they actually processed. By then, the only one left that wasn't damaged by weather as well.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to make a recording of these proceedings to play on flights when I can't fall asleep.
Stop.
It's
So,
getting
and this
brutal at the end
road
of the day here.
This is like, I'm going to get a bill for anesthesia from the court.
If you were to take the right T there
Yep.
by the silver trucks,
Yep.
if you took the right, that would go out to Moselle Road. The left just loops around the airplane hangar.
Okay. And if the fire chief had
Everybody in the
indicated there were
courtroom took
fire
2
impressions
edibles before starting today.
back here,
I've got those 5-hour energy drink things.
we would have taken pictures or gotten plastic cast or something, right?
If I had been made aware that there was something there that someone thought may possibly be evidence, I would have done my best to secure it, but I was not made aware of any.
Why
of
didn't
that.
any of your other officers do that? And why didn't they make you aware? Weren't you the head detective, like the lead scene guy? Like that's why you're on the stand.
I swear to God, I'm going to take our big office stapler and just start stapling my fingers together. Just for something to do. Just look, bam.
Gotta do that thing that Bishop did in Alien, except with a stapler.
Okay, I'm done with this one. Can you put the other one up, please?
Oh.
That's the main
See,
house, the white building.
Being a lawyer is not all Mission Impossible drama.
Yes, the Murdaugh residence.
Keep going.
It's a lot of this.
Well, that's running. You would come down that driveway, take a left at that road, stop. And that if you kept going straight, you hit the Mozo Highway, right?
If you continued straight out the driveway with the planted trees on either side, that would be a separate entrance from the farm entrance.
Right.
It would have been the main entrance to the residence itself off of Moselle Road.
Right, the main entrance to come to the residence.
That's correct.
If you're going to the residence, you come in that entrance.
That is
If
correct.
you're going down to the dog pens, that area, the farm area, you take the entrance with the
I would assume so.
the post office box on it. Okay.
Not applicable says I give this trial a brain water out of 10.
So I've missed a lot of scintillating testimony.
Oh my God, Steve, it's brutal.
Desert cat. Perfect.
Thank you. Let me ask you a few more questions.
Please don't lie to me. Please make it a few.
If I could see. The photos of the
The state's only chance is to refer to the defendant repeatedly as Alex Murdaugh.
I think the flip flops or whatever. In one of your reports, you described
Hiroshima.
Someone set off a nuclear bomb in the courtroom.
Is that correct?
I did describe it as pacing.
Pretty
I
soon they'll
believe.
all just be shadows on the wall.
Simply because it goes down, turns around, and comes back.
Terminator walks in.
You're off anywhere in between. And there's nothing, it doesn't start anywhere in particular. It goes all the way across, turns around, and comes all
See
the way
their
back.
bones,
Okay, and,
skeletal structure.
Pictures that, and I'm going to look at them here. Could I have?
Maximum vitamin D.
Oh my God.
Right.
It's like, was this a rock concert?
Suddenly we'll see Steve mosh pitting in the back of the courtroom.
Hey, I'm ready, man. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what I'm cool.
Only if you punch this guy in the bangs.
This is 195.
Sir, have your bangs ever left your forehead?
Oh my God, is this the worst witness ever? I mean, what has he done? Nothing.
He's left a lot of confusing questions about why the hell
See,
there's
in
a
this
truck
picture.
ditched miles away from the house. Like, the hell's that?
So somebody stole his truck and ditched it. Is that consistent with the state's case?
I have no idea.
We see these flat marks, right? That would be the flip-flops.
The impressions we were following, yes, sir.
Yes. So they're like right here and here and here, and in some instances, these look like, actually, we blew one up and it's got an REI symbol in the middle of them. And they're, in at least one instance, over the flip-flop. Who's that?
The only prints that I'm aware of that we could see that night without blowing anything up was the image of the flat shoe wear that you see, and then what Detective Rutland and myself were wearing when we crossed through.
Well, were you wearing, that's fine, but I mean, is this y'all? Would you have walked over there or here?
Presumably so, because those images weren't there prior to us walking through. I don't remember
Presumably
exactly
so.
what shoe style Detective Rutland was wearing and myself.
You don't. You don't.
Let me put this one up.
Isn't this the problem with your whole preservation of evidence issue that they were talking about earlier?
The first thing you do is you eliminate the officer's prints, DNA, shoe prints.
But you also see these patterned boots or shoes over the flip-flops. Are you telling me those were not there the night before, or you couldn't see them?
No, sir. What I'm telling you is when Detective Rutland and I first observed those impressions, it was nothing but a smooth, small, flip-flop style impression. Went down from one end, all across underneath the hanger, all the way to the other, turned around and came back, which is the reason that I referenced it as being a pace. Had it simply crossed underneath, I would have just said crossed underneath. But those were the only impressions. Then she and I walked down the shed, keeping those shoe impressions between us and the wall without stepping on them.
So those are not, I'm sorry.
But we did not photograph them. That information from that point was relayed to crime scene because we had not done any photographs of all at all at that point. We were waiting on crime scene. So anything else that came through after that would presumably be crime scene that would have come and taken a look at the impressions, not us.
Trying to get
Presumably.
issue. Were those patterned shoe prints there the night before when you walked through?
The only print there were the flat, smooth ones.
So
If
those-
only there were a picture of
I'm
that.
not trying to belabor it.
I'm sorry.
So those
That's right.
pattern prints came after you saw them the night before.
Correct. The
Okay.
only impressions were the flat, smooth.
Okay. And you left and turned it over to SLED to process the scene?
While we were there, again, that was at some point in time while we were there that evening. I didn't leave until like 10 o'clock the next morning.
Oh my God, it's all muddy as
Time, that information was relayed so that they could photograph it. And I don't know whose prints those are. I would assume that they would have been agents that came down behind us and photographed or collected or did whatever.
So we were talking about crime scene integrity earlier.
Yes, sir.
Those aren't your footprints, right?
The ones that are, there is a set that would be myself and Detective Rutland,
But not
but they're
the
not
ones-
going to cross over any
Right,
of
they're
them.
not, the
That's
prints that
correct.
cross over, they're not your prints.
No, sir. If it crossed over one of theirs, it's not mine.
Okay. Who took this picture, do you know?
I do not know.
But it was taken, you think, the next day?
It was taken relatively soon afterwards because it still shows the smooth prints. So it was either taken upon daylight, because again, we didn't leave until like 10 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't actually know.
So is this best practices to walk over evidence before you photograph it?
Can't say that because it wasn't myself or my detective that did that.
I'm just saying, you've
If they
As an
were doing
expert-
so while processing.
You're an expert.
While collecting, then and inadvertently stepped on one, it's okay because they have other ones to use. But, I'm sure.
It's
that
okay.
Did you see his face?
You would have to probably ask the person that stepped on them and took the photograph.
If one of your detectives had done this, you would not be happy.
I wouldn't be happy, no, sir.
Okay.
Not unless it was done after it was processed and for a reason.
Well, these are the crime scene photographs taken by, we think,
Is the
SLED,
process.
or Solicitor Duffy Stone took some pictures the next day.
Sure.
One of some agency other than yours, but certainly nobody ought to be walking across this stuff, right?
Oh my goodness.
Again, like I said, they weren't like that when
Okay.
we were there, sir.
If only there was some sort of
Let
proof.
me then go to one of the other pictures you were showing a moment ago. Oh,
Only there was some way you could have taken a picture.
this water,
Yes, sir.
these pictures taken of the water. Do you know when they were taken? I'm sorry. 189, 190. Do you know when they were taken?
I know they were taking that evening, sir, but I'm not sure if you're looking at stills off of a body cam or an actual crime scene photograph. So I don't know exactly when, but they were taken that evening, obviously.
In this picture right here.
Wait, is it obvious?
Water seems to be coming
The other
from
pictures were
pen,
taken in
right?
daylight the next day, apparently.
From the dog pen.
It appears so, yes, sir.
And there's two full pails of water there for the dogs, right?
In the picture, absolutely.
Okay. And then there's some additional water in, and this is 189, that I'm not quite sure where that is, but that's consistent with the water you saw that night, right?
Yeah, the water that I saw that night, and it was captured very well on Sergeant Green's body-worn camera, came out of the first two kennels,
Right.
traveled down a short distance, and then over to where, at the time, Paul's body was laid.
So the water that was around Paul came out of the kennel, correct?
I don't know if that's where it came from, but it did come from that direction. There was, and I did not see a hose or a jug or anything else, but it did tail from those first two kennels down to where Paul's body was.
Okay. Let me, so, this is an item under seal. 196.
The high-tech box lid.
They should do all jury trials in black light so everything glows and is funky looking. Keep everybody excited. God, this is kind of cool.
Put a light show on it, like changing colors, kaleidoscopes.
Keep going. Okay, stop. No, this word, take it back home.
Let's address shoe print evidence also when we take a break. All right, Nick?
Okay, stop.
Yeah.
This was introduced to show what shoes she had on, right?
Previously,
Yes.
yes, sir, it was.
Now, on the back of her leg right here, did you that night look at that dirt?
I did.
Did you see a footwear impression, partial footwear impression in that dirt?
I saw what could very well be a impression.
As if somebody put their foot on the back of her leg.
It was something out of mud that very well could have been a shoe impression.
On the back of her leg.
On the
As if
back
they
of her
put
leg.
their foot on the back of her leg. Do you know what analysis, if any, was done by SLED or any other law enforcement agency to determine if that was a shoe impression, and if so, what kind of shoe? Do you know?
I do not know, sir.
Thank you. You can turn the lights on, and how do I turn this off?
Hey,
What's up, Joe?
Why is he making those faces?
Yo, how are you? Sorry, it was just
good, brother.
One of my locals know. So the state's case so far hasn't been that great, huh?
Just a couple more questions.
No.
It's been pretty bad.
I mean, so far what we have is this guy left his house, came back an hour and a half later, found his wife and son shot dead in the barn, and called the police.
Yeah, that's about it.
Well, guilty of being a D-bag is not the same as being guilty of murder.
And because the whole family is a bunch of dirtbags, there's good reason to believe that a whole bunch of people might have wanted him dead.
True.
And now we have an unexplained escape truck. A truck that was, the guy's truck was taken from the scene and ditched
So
somewhere.
when you left that night for that early the next morning, had you come to a conclusion as to any suspect?
Had I come, no, sir.
Okay, are you aware that the next day, the next morning, that your department issued a statement that said, misquote, at this time, there is no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we immediately notify the public. Are you aware of that?
The Gallatin County Sheriff's Office issued that.
Gallatin County Sheriff's Department, yes.
Oh, God.
No, sir.
Let me hand this article up to you.
Oh, my God. Oh, this is such Keystone Cops.
Non-objection, I haven't seen this. I'm not familiar with anything council's referencing.
I'll just show it to you then. Here you go. You gonna object to the sheriff department's press release?
Now let's stand for a moment.
Is there a motive?
Not a clear one.
Not a clear one. Just speculation.
There's speculation about maybe insurance money or maybe taking some light heat off of some other crimes that he has, but it's not
This
clear.
is a
to
weird
me.
way to do that.
Yeah, it's very unclear to me what the motive is for him. Now, there's a lot of people, like the son evidently was involved in some killing in a boating accident of a young girl in this area. So there was motives for other people to hit the son.
Well, that's where this whole thing started coming to light, is when after the son had that drunken boating accident, supposedly the father was trying to clean things up with the witnesses, and that's when things started looking funky for them back in 2019. I read up on what's happening here. I just haven't been watching with you guys.
Opportunity to look at that article.
Media article. Question posed was whether he was familiar with the statement made. He said no. The media article contains all sorts of information not in the record. And not
I haven't heard any exhibit being offered into evidence.
Your Honor, I offer into evidence the Post and Courier story of June 8th, the next morning, 2021, which contains the quote, which I've just read.
He indicates he's not familiar with that.
Are we going to not admit a sheriff's statement about the case into evidence? Like, is that going to somehow be excluded?
It might be a discovery issue.
Was there a danger to the public the next morning? Were you afraid some serial killer was out there with a shotgun and an AR type weapon?
I can't effectively answer whether or not there's a danger to the public when I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. I am fairly certain that statement wasn't issued by us, and the reason I can state that is because we were not primary, and it is a big no-no for us to issue anything when we're not the primary body. So where that information came from, I'm unaware, and it was never asked for me to approve to send to the sheriff. It would have never came from us.
Okay, if that statement had run, if it did, in the Post and Courier on the 8th, would the sheriff's department have pushed back on that and said that's not accurate? There'd be a subsequent story I haven't seen.
I wouldn't have, I can't state that. The only thing I could tell you that when I left that morning, I didn't have any information that proved one thing or the other.
So when you look at it that morning, was Alec Murdaugh a suspect in killing his wife and son?
When I left that morning, I wasn't the primary investigator.
Who was?
That would have been SLED.
So you gave the whole case went to SLED.
The whole case went to SLED. We were an assisting body at that
And you
time.
were never consulted after that by SLED.
I was not consulted in the sense that anything was provided to me. We have assisted I have stored vehicles. I have stored property for them. I have stood by while they executed search warrants, but it was not in a manner in which the information or knowledge they had on the case was shared with me. It was the exact opposite.
On the night of the murders, did your department obtain a search warrant
We did, sir.
for all of the property, the house, all of it,
It was obtained for the entire 1,700-acre property,
including the house?
including the house.
What was it exercised on?
It was executed beginning at the dog kennels at the primary scene.
But did you go to the house?
I did not.
Did your department?
We did not.
Who actually executed the search warrant?
The search warrant was provided that evening to crime scene, which is standard protocol. When they come, they're going to ask for it. We have to show it. Sledge crime scene.
Okay.
It was given to them. And we stayed, myself and several of my detectives. Several were sent home so they could come in the next morning. And we stayed and assisted. I didn't leave till 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning.
Did you go in the residence?
But no, sir. The drone footage that you saw was the last thing I did at that scene that morning, and then I left and went home.
What about that night when was the search warrant executed that night?
After that incident there, or that search warrant was executed, I did come back later that day and did a walk around of the property that we've been discussing all afternoon. I have never been to the main house.
Never been there.
I have not been in the main house. Not during this incident or any other incident.
Did someone from your department go in the main house?
Not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't have been, not as an investigator. Let's put that. None of my detectives went over there under my direction.
So you gave the search warrant to Sledge, to crime scene people.
Yes, sir.
That gave them the authority to go in the house, correct? That search
It
warrant.
gave them, it was signed off on to cover the 1,700 acres.
Right, but I'm specifically talking about the residence.
Any structure on
Any
that,
structure.
any
They could have gone in the
structure.
residence. They could have.
A nice narrowly defined search warrant.
Just whatever.
They could have. I don't know that they did.
Well, we're going to talk about that later on. They could have. You're familiar with trace evidence, many cases where they check showers or sinks to see if there's trace evidence of blood, right?
Am I? Yes, sir.
Yes. And do you know whether they did that or not?
I do not. Again,
Do you know if you can, with the appropriate technology, use look at microscopic evidence, see whether it be blood or tissue, or if somebody tried to wash something, you can actually still in a washed piece of clothing detect blood or detect tissue even after it's been washed. You aware of that?
am I aware of that? Yes, I am.
Do you know whether Sled did that?
I do not. Again,
But they could have that night done all of those things under that search warrant.
presumably so. And I'm not saying they didn't. Again, Mr. Harper.
But they could have. I'm not saying they didn't either. We're going to find out.
Sure.
But under the search warrant,
We're going to find out they didn't.
any of the buildings, anywhere on that property, and look for guns, evidence of any sort of crime, evidence of, again, in the shower, in the sinks, trace evidence. They have the authority to do that.
To answer your question, as long as they stay within the scope of the actual warrant that was signed, I don't have the search warrant, and Detective Rutland is the one that actually got it. If they stay within the scope of that search warrant, and they're only searching inside that scope, they had the ability to search structures, vehicles, only 1,700 acres, as long as they're within the scope.
Only all of it.
Rutland, tomorrow,
Yes, sir.
and I'll ask her these questions.
Thank you, sir.
Having said that, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Oh my God. This guy again, Mr. Black Gloves.
This guy sucks. I hate this prosecutor.
Oh, he's good at beating dead horses, though.
He's also good at pacing back and forth around the horses.
Oh my God.
It's his time. He's going to solve the case.
I wish
Get
when
out
he
of
said,
my.
do you have redirect? He says, yeah. I wish the defense attorney would have gone, why?
Oh. Watch this. Good comment.
Look at how dark it's getting now.
I've never
It's
seen.
lights off.
I've never seen a courtroom that they made it like this dark like this. It's movie night.
The path you followed, were they consistent with someone who, with the person who started back beyond
Every
this
time
area?
they turn those lights down, I'm like,
And then where did they go from there? I'm asking where they went. Where did they originate? Where did they go to? And where did they end?
Objection sustained.
It's like the lights are going to come up. The judge will have a knife in his back. We'll have a murder mystery.
Okay, please explain to us where in your estimation, having traced the tracks, where they originated from, where they ultimately went to, and where they ended up.
Would you agree or disagree?
Crossed completely from one side all the way to the other. With the building to the right, going down, coming back the opposite direction. The only reason I can say that we're fairly certain that it started from the grass side and went through, turned around and came back is because we never saw any impressions similar to that running beyond the airport hangar on the back side.
In the location where, in reference to where these footprints ended, ultimately, and where Maggie's body is located. How did that line up? Describe that how they lined up.
If you take a step back from there to the right of that image would have been on the opposite side of the hangar door would have been Maggie's body.
That's Miss Maggie to you.
Referencing State's Exhibit 190. Captain Chapman, do you notice blood marks here in the water?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Did you observe blood marks in the water when you were there that evening?
Leading.
For speculation.
Right.
He is calling for speculation as to what discoloration in the water, if there is any, is caused by.
I'll lay more of a foundation, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Captain Chapman, were you familiar with the scene as this picture depicts?
Yes,
Did you personally view what this picture depicts?
I did.
Are you familiar with the discoloration, and did you observe the discoloration in this photograph on two different areas?
I did see that.
Was that discoloration, in your opinion, consistent?
Objection.
Speculation.
Not been qualified to give an opinion about this matter.
I didn't hear the complete question.
In your estimation, and
Your Honor, objection, and if he's going to pursue this frivolous line of questioning, I'd ask him to be excused. No evidence whatsoever.
Objection is overruled.
Really? Huh.
In your experience,
The judge got pissed.
Let him finish the
having
question,
observed
he
the scene
said.
and all the matter that was there, were those lines in the water consistent with blood?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
Thank you for any ruling.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Expressing my gratitude is improper. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor. And I'll ask just one last question and I understand the court's ruling. Captain Chapman, are the substance there that you identified as having observed, are they in a straight line? Are they in straight lines?
Yes.
We got these straight lines. You know you want it.
Thank the
Your
court's
Honor, I
indulgence.
make a motion to strike his questions about blood from the record and the jury be instructed to disregard those questions.
I've informed the jury that they're to disregard any
All right.
question when I sustain the objection.
Awesome, man.
They were previously instructed on that.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Still.
This judge is no nonsense.
I like it.
Yeah. Don't tell me how to be the judge.
You turn the lights up, please.
I've been a judge for a long time.
Well, the thing is, he's not like intrusive in the proceedings.
No.
He doesn't waste a bunch of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this day.
Thank
you all
God.
very much.
Thank God.
We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
And may
Still
God have
warmed up.
mercy on our souls.
Remember, you're not to discuss the case with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it.
So the
Any
state
person
ends.
tell you to engage in any or be exposed to any other information other than what you have received in the courtroom.
So the state ends on a high note with them getting
Okay.
scolded by the judge on their first day. Not a good way to go out as a state on their first day.
So, can you guys fill in some holes for me that I'm a little confused about?
I doubt
Filling in
it,
holes
but we'll
sounds
try.
way better than what we've been doing all day.
So there's no witnesses.
No.
To the crime, none. Yeah.
Do they have the murder weapons?
We're not sure.
Well, we don't know.
We don't think so.
They don't have the 300 blackout rifle. We know that much. They have a shotgun, but they have not asserted that shotgun is
the shotgun,
the murder
It's
weapon.
the shotgun, right?
And
there'd be no real way to tell.
And there's
Right.
and there's no real motive that makes sense
We're
to most reasonable
recess till
people
9:30.
for
Normal.
killing two of your own immediate family members.
No.
Well,
No. And I've not heard anything that's not purely speculation. Like he's trying to distract from his other legal problems, which doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I mean,
Or there
yeah.
might
Let
be
me
some
just
insurance motive.
Let me just off this kid. I mean, let's think about this for a second. He's in charge, and I'm not sure if he actually. I'm not sure what the status of those charges were with respect to like
They were
his-
pending. He was awaiting trial.
Everything else is pending. Nothing else has been with the other legal matters he's had has been determined. I think he admitted to the fraud, right, with respect to the housekeeper who was the insurance money from the housekeeper. Has he?
I
confessed to that?
read that in one place, the Daily Mail, but I haven't seen that often enough that I'm sure it's true.
I mean, come on, the Daily Mail. That's almost as good as Wikipedia.
Well,
So
I do want to point out though, like, so this guy is a lawyer, and a very prominent, seemingly successful lawyer. I think you're kind of getting to this, Joe. The idea that you would distract from financial crimes with a double homicide is a little bit strange. Like that's like an escalate. It's like, you know what? We're going all the way.
yeah, it's like let's get that nuclear bomb to take care of that mosquito that's buzzing around here.
Set off a dirty bomb in New York City.
Yeah, it just it seems like it's overkill, and the risks again. You can get away with murder. It isn't easy.
And to be fair, just if anyone is going to think that they have capacity to get away with murder, it would probably be someone who's a very powerful attorney, right?
Maybe.
I mean, that he would know how police are going to operate. He knows every cop that's in his county. He knows what the procedures they're going to use. So to be fair, if we're trying to look at this as to what happened, as to as aside from what the state can prove, you can understand how he would figure that he's the type of person, he's powerful enough and understands the system well enough that he might have the hubris, and he probably is filled with hubris from everything we know about him, to believe that he could get away with it.
But
Does
in
that
a
mean
circumstantial case like this, I still want to see something that looks like motive.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean,
of course.
Maybe he would think, I mean, if he showed me motive, I'd say, yeah, maybe this guy thought he could get away with it. But to do the reverse and say, well, maybe he thought he could get away with it in the absence of motive, it still doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah,
I mean, was
100%.
his wife divorcing him? Was there a big insurance policy that he get paid off if they got killed? Was there,
I think
something.
I think so I'm going off of chat here, but I think what chat has said was the wife and son didn't have insurance. Only he had insurance on him. Now, the other thing I did see, someone suggested that he and the wife were living separately and that she was asking for an audit of like the businesses or something like that. But I mean, that's something someone in chat said hours ago that I saw scroll by. So I have no idea, but that could, I guess, be motive if the wife was moving for a separation due to maybe the boating accident and all the stuff coming out. And then she was going to audit the family businesses and like try and bring him down. Then he kills her. I get like that would make some sense. I haven't seen anything from the state to support that yet, but that would not be in yet. and may have troubles coming in at all.
And why wouldn't we have heard that in the opening?
Yeah, that should have been laid out in the opening.
You
Like,
know.
you're going to hear how he needed to cover up the wife's pending investigation of his financial state of his house. That
The
things
walls
were
were closing in.
Yeah.
Right. Or you know, it's maybe a motive that he had reason to think that they were going to turn state's evidence against him on these other cases. You know, that would be a motive.
Right.
But
that should also be in
Which the state would know.
opening statement. Yeah,
Right.
you would have heard it in opening statement. I didn't hear opening statement. You did, and I take it, and you didn't hear much of a motive in the opening.
No,
statement.
no motive.
No motive.
And this is a state level prosecution because I guess of this guy's other state issues and his family's status in the county. This is the state attorney general's office is prosecuting this case. That's why this cop, who was the initial lead investigator, he's saying, well, that didn't involve me because they handed it over to state level investigators. That's what SLED is, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division or Department or whatever. So this is state led. So if the state were getting the wife to turn, against her husband and testify for these state financial fraud crimes, the state would know.
And presumably in opening argument, the state would say something like, you're going to actually hear from our negotiator who is working with his now deceased
With
wife.
this good woman.
Right.
Right?
To expose his financial crimes. Like that seems like a no brainer because the jury hears that and goes, oh my God. Yeah, definitely killed her.
And rather than be held accountable, he murdered his wife and son. I mean,
in double ice cold blood.
Right.
Yeah, it's
the only witness was a dead chicken.
It's weird. It's a weird case because the prosecution has been so reluctant so far to put the pieces together. The prosecution's opening statement right at the beginning punctuates a very short and very simple timeline. And Steve, I think you mentioned right when we started that was like a good part of the opening statement.
Right. Well, I'm really looking forward to the timeline, but where's the timeline demonstrative aid that puts these things together to show where he had the opportunity? I want to see that. They haven't shown any timeline that I'm aware of. So therefore, what do we got? We got a bunch of confusion, and then we just actually introduced more confusion because not only do we have the failure to preserve the footprint evidence, failure to preserve a lot of stuff at that crime scene, right? But now we also have the son's truck that is located at some other place distant that was recovered. It appears like it was ditched, which is consistent with some third party who took the truck and left and ditched it, right? I mean, what's going on with that? So we got all these loose ends that are not explained, which gives all kinds of reasonable doubt, which is the defense game, right?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, it's very, very awkward. How would why are we here?
When I walked in the middle of your coverage earlier, when Donnie On was still on here, so I heard discussion from you that I walked in where you were talking about him covering a great deal of distance in a short period of time. Can you walk me through? Because I was listening for like 5-10 minutes at it, and I didn't know which part, what was elicited in testimony that you said implied that he's practically doing like some sort of I Dream of Jeannie, jumping from one spot to another in an impossible way.
Okay, so it's based loosely on the timeline that was given at the opening. But apparently, so there's a time when the cell phones of the wife and the son both stop having any activity. It's around, if I remember right, that's around 8:50 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. And that's what they're using to determine the time of death. And again, I'm going off my memory, so Chad, if I'm wrong in this, just call me stupid. But so they think the time of death is 8:50, and somewhere about 10 minutes after that, he gets in his car or his Suburban and drives to his mother's house. She's got Alzheimer's. He visits with her for like 45 minutes to an hour, something like that, and drives back. That's when he discovers the body. But that means that, and they know he leaves because the Suburban and his cell phone data match his excursion away from the house. So that means that he has about 10 minutes between the time of death and his leaving to get without a car, presumably, from the hangar where he allegedly kills his wife and son back to the house, which is a third of a mile. He has to, if he's shooting them at close range with a shotgun and a rifle.
They're a distance from each other, I assume. They were killed in different locations?
No, they're killed in the
really
same
location. Yeah. A few feet apart, that's all.
Yeah, they're killed a few feet apart by two different guns, but that is a third of a mile away from the main house where his Suburban is.
Oh, I see.
Well, except that the possibility is that he could have driven them to this thing in his truck. That's why they're saying. So he could have driven them to his truck. They get out, and then he executes them there. Okay, so
right.
So that's possible. But now
then he still has to walk back to the house to get the Suburban.
Well, no, he drives them in his Suburban to this location. They get out, not knowing anything. He shoots them from behind. Okay, and then he's got his Suburban. He's in his Suburban, and then he can take off to Mom's house immediately thereafter. All right, but
I think they've got a problem. We'll have to see, but
that's why the question about if the son's truck is ditched at some other location, that doesn't compute with that scenario, does it?
Right. And then the other problem is I think the Suburban's location data has him leaving from the house, not from the hangar.
Well, state has a lot they got a big hill to climb, I think.
Right. So now, and then the other issue is allegedly the wife's phone was found like a half mile away on the side of the road using the Find My iPhone app. And I believe the opposite direction of where he had to travel to go to his mom's. So we have this confusing case of how this phone gets a half mile away, how this truck gets ditched maybe a couple miles away, how all of this happens where he gets back to his Suburban, and the window of time is like 10 minutes. It's unless he's killed them earlier and he's manipulating their phones or something.
That's the window of time for this guy to have done it. Now, if there was somebody else to have done it, the timeline is much wider, because then it's a matter of he leaves, the executor people come in, they've gone to feed the chickens or whatever, walked over to the townhouse to feed the chickens, and they are ambushed by some third party who then maybe takes his truck, maybe takes her cell phone, who knows, but then leaves, and then he arrives back and his story is consistent. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of reasonable doubt. There's a lot of edges that need to be shaved before we can get anywhere near a guilty verdict or a guilty.
And if they're charging him with first-degree murder, presumably no other charges, no conspiracy charges, no solicitation charges, it'd be hard to argue. Like, the state can't just come in and be like, wow, there was another party that helped out.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Two,
that's not
two
part of
murder
their narrative.
charges and then 2 gun sentencing enhancement charges.
Another party involved would kind of explain the 2 different murder weapons. It seems very strange to kill 2 people right next to each other with 2 different weapons, unless there are 2 people involved in the murder. That would explain it. If the one's got a shotgun, the other's got a rifle, so that would explain, why it is that there's 2 different murder weapons.
Let's throw out a couple little bit of facts that are interesting that I'd like to have Joe's impression, because one is he then, when he arrives and finds this crime scene, he evidently goes back to the house, arms himself with a shotgun. In the shotgun is a 12-gauge shell, which is a 12-gauge shotgun, and a 16-gauge shell. Who knew that? So, which is odd. And then
you could put a 16-gauge in.
We already went through the demonstrative.
That works. That works.
It can discharge you. I wouldn't recommend it.
And then the second thing is,
I wouldn't.
The second thing is,
I doubt it.
Wouldn't try it.
The second thing is that the one of the weapons, the rifle, was a 300 Blackout, which is an AR style upgrade, I guess, or side grade, and those shell casings were found there, right? And he had three 300 Blackout rifles, one of which is missing.
But is that the one that went missing years ago? 2 are missing, right?
They had 3.
Yeah.
The one was missing from years ago, and then now there's another one that is missing as well, which is never been found.
What if we imagine that he leaves the house, the son and the mother go down to the kennel. The son's been getting death threats, right? We know he's been getting threats. So he says, "Mom, I'll go with you to the kennel. I'll bring my 300 Blackout just in case, trouble starts." They are in fact ambushed by a bad guy with a shotgun. He kills the son, takes his 300 Blackout rifle. decides, well, I better do in mom as well because she's a witness to me killing the son, and shoots her with the rifle he picked up.
You want to know
Wow.
what's pathetic about this entire conversation that the four of us are having? If you're the state, this is exactly the conversation they should have been having for the last year and a half, trying to piece this thing together. And then by the time you walk into trial, be able to clearly articulate and walk us through it. Not have us as four attorneys looking at this evidence, trying to figure out exactly how this case most likely went down. And if they're one day into testimony, and at this point, you have four attorneys, or you had several, panel here watching all day. I came in at the very end, so my knowledge of the facts and evidence is far more limited. But what's been presented so far has left this, your entire panel here confounded as to what happened. And this is something that should have been just decided by the state in a way that's clear and articulate. This is a case that this is sounding very much like a loser. I don't know that he didn't kill him or wasn't involved, but it sounds like they have really a poor chance of convicting this.
A lot of problems.
And this crazy speculative scenario I just laid out has just as much evidentiary support as anything the state said so far.
Well, actually, it's more consistent with the way that the crime scene is than anything else, right?
Yeah, mystery set of tire tracks implies there is some other vehicle that arrived or left.
Explains how the guns disappeared.
Right.
And now we have a shoe print on the back of the female victim's leg that was not processed.
Yeah.
And what's with the chicken? Everyone in the chat
don't know.
chicken.
There's a dead chicken.
What the chat said earlier is that according to, there's an inconsistent assertion of his presence somewhere, and it involves this chicken. He said he's in one place, but it turns out there's video of him arguing with his wife about this chicken, which shows that he's not where he says he was at the time of the argument about the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently. I don't know that automatically translates to he's there and shoots her to death and his son later. Like, that doesn't, to me, I get that it's an inconsistent statement, and Andrew's right. He said this earlier. You don't want any inconsistencies in your story that can be devastating for your defense. However, like, I wasn't around them at this point in time, and like, oh, it turns out I was, because there's video of me arguing about this chicken. I
mean,
thought
was it a hen or a rooster? I can understand killing someone over a rooster. Roosters are awful, but a hen.
All right, I'll give you a new theory. He got into a fight with the wife over the chicken in front of the son. He kills the wife. Son gets into a fight with him over it, and he ends up killing the son. And then he tries covering everything up. So maybe the son had his own gun. He ended up taking the gun away from him, killing the son with his own gun. But that to me is sounding, and this is the chicken theory. This is based on everything I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing about the chicken. But that would explain why there'd be two different guns and why he would end up killing both the son and the father. I mean, he seemed to be working as recently as 3 years ago. He was breaking the law to protect his son, and now he's killing him. So
well, another thing is that everybody was all impressed with the state's opening statement. Now, looking back now, boy, that was a very bad opening statement, because now we're all confused as hell. It's like he did not lay out a path to guilt.
Mm-mm.
And now we're left like, well, how does this fit in? What's this? There's a lot of questions. And this defense, the investigation by the police agencies was quite sloppy. I want to talk a little bit about the shoe print evidence, because that can be compelling evidence or it cannot be compelling evidence. It depends.
So walk me through, what is the shoe print evidence? This is good. I'm able to vet you guys as like somebody walking in right now. So what is exactly the whole issue with this shoe print? Can you explain it to me? And
Nick, you're the good summarizer.
Well, so the officer who was just testifying at the end, they, in the hangar where the mom and the son were killed, there's a set of shoe prints that go basically from one end of the hangar to the other and then back. And so they observed these shoe prints. He claimed there's no pictures of these shoe prints from when they observed them, but he and another officer are on opposite sides of the shoe prints. They walk down the line and they walk back, observing the shoe prints. However, there is a picture taken by somebody later that has another shoe print laid over the shoe prints, Oh, the shoe prints are also consistent, even though they didn't measure. They appeared to be consistent size and shape of the mother's foot.
Okay.
But then in the pictures, there's another shoe print that has a distinctive REI, the recreational recreational sports store, REI logo in the middle of it, laying over one of the mother's purported prints. So there's some contaminating footprint, and they can't account for who it is. They don't know if it belongs to an officer or an investigator or a researcher. The officer's conclusion was, well, it must be from someone who took the picture because we didn't see it when we first looked. Yet again, though, no pictures. So they can't verify that it wasn't there. Maybe they're looking at 15 shoe prints and they overlook that one. I mean,
there's another point too, and that is that they said that, well, it could have been first of all, there's a contamination of the crime scene problem. Let's assume that it is a legitimate piece of evidence. But now you have a contamination by allegedly a cop who steps on over it, right? But then he says, well, did you exclude, because, you exclude evidence. So you take the DNA or the fingerprints to exclude all the cops who may have contaminated the scene, but they don't have any exclusionary. They don't have shoe prints of the cops. They don't even, we never even did that. So
yeah, we have no idea what our people were wearing for shoes. He didn't even know what his own shoes were that day.
Yeah, so we have be able to exclude this print as being anything because we don't have the cops and they're stepping all over the crime scene.
Wow.
And so then, and then the other thing that Steve brought up just a little bit ago is there on the back of the mother's leg is a mark that could be a partial shoe impression as well. So, but they didn't bother to test it or do anything with it at all.
Or even photograph it, right? I don't even think it was photographed.
It was not. It might be in a photograph, but not photographed intentionally. You know what I mean? Like you can see a
okay, it was photographed, but I mean, there's no attention paid to that at all.
Right. It's very, very weird. So then
the tire tracks too, because also there were multiple independent people, like a fire chief and one officer, who said there's also these tire tracks. Multiple tire tracks coming in and out of the scene in the grassy area, consistent with somebody pulling in and out with a truck, right? And they absolutely, completely failed to document, photograph, or prevent contamination of that scene also. So you had possible shoe or possible tire evidence that also was not preserved. And
in two places. Yeah, so there are two separate sets of extra tire tracks, which was kind of confusing at first because the fire chief mentioned the set of tire tracks, but then the other guy saw a separate set of tire tracks. I thought they were the same at first, but he clarified that if he had been informed of the other set, he would have worked to preserve them, even though he did nothing to preserve the set of tire tracks that he did see, which is very strange. But yeah, the whole thing's just a giant mess of the investigation. And the other problem they have, Joe, is based on what is could presumably be the ballistic testimony. So these people's heads are like
shattered.
They're gone. Like and the conclusion is that these are close range execution shots to the head, one with the shotgun and one with the rifle on each of the two victims. There's no blood spatter on the defendant.
Right.
Anywhere.
And you would think he would be covered in blood.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
I don't know. I'm confused by this, the absence of evidence, but they were also saying that he when he came on the scene, he checked to see if they were alive. Clearly they were dead. And they made this big thing about, well, he had blood on his finger and wiped it on his pants, which is consistent with him chest. And they're trying to ascribe all kinds of motives and insinuations about he looked at them when they looked at the tire prints. His demeanor changed and he reacted politely when somebody came up and he said, "Oh, how you doing?" or something. And they're trying to say, "Oh, this was sinister." They're really pounding on.
Here's the question that the prosecution can basically present to strengthen their case, though. I mean, how logical does it make to say that the son's brains were literally at his own feet, and he's checking to see if the kid is alive? I mean, what the hell does that even mean? You're checking to see. It's like you're checking to see if a decapitated body basically is still alive. Like, why? Who does that?
But you don't really know how you're going to react, and touching your loved one when they die is not.
But he didn't say touching them because he was heartbroken. He said touching to see if they're alive. That's his explanation. That's what I read, is that he was checking that he claimed that he got their blood on them when he was checking to see if they're alive. And I'm like, what are you kidding me? The dude's brains he's been lobotomized by bullet, and you're telling me that you're checking to see if he's alive. I mean, you see the brain over there next to him.
Let me minorly contest this.
No, go ahead.
My friend who's an oral maxillofacial surgeon, I mentioned this the other day, when he was in med school, part of the work that they had to do was failed suicide victims will put a gun up under their chin. But if it's a rifle and their arms aren't long enough, they reach down to pull the trigger and it naturally reaches back and it will blow out their entire face, but they'll be alive. Like, they'll actually be there breathing, gargling or whatever, not dead. And they would have to, they had to reconstruct.
But their brains are still inside their head.
Right. Yeah. But still, I mean, the idea that just because someone's, a big chunk of their head is missing, that they're automatically not alive is
true.
That's not true. And this guy's a personal injury attorney.
It could be a fight club. It could have looked like a Fight Club kind of scene, at the end there, where the guy puts a bullet in himself.
But
he's still alive.
But yeah, so I mean,
I mean, think about this guy later on. Ironically, this guy later on supposedly hired someone to kill him for his son to get the insurance money, and he got a bullet in the head and he survived. So I guess that is a strong counter to the argument I was making a few minutes ago.
And it's also not beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, how somebody reacts, I can't imagine how a parent would react in this situation. And, nor can anybody. So to ascribe, it's very projection. He's guilty. Therefore, whatever his reactions are wrong. Like Andrew always says about whatever bullet you use is the wrong bullet. Whatever you gun, you use the wrong gun. However you react, it's the wrong way.
What bothers me about the whole blood thing, though, is the state knows that there is blood on his pants. They know that testimony is likely to come in. They have a blood spatter expert. I think both sides have blood spatter experts that are going to talk about the blood analysis on the shorts. But they're acting now at this point in the case as if there isn't blood present at all. Like, well, where's the blood on his hands? They know there's blood on his pants. Like, they know that. And they know, I believe, because the state crime lab, if I remember right, looked at the blood spatter and found no conclusion that the blood spatter was consistent with a high impact shot at close range that would cause blood to come back, that the blood was more smeary, right? Like a wipe. And then they actually went to a private blood spatter inspector to get their expert, because the state crime lab didn't comport with their story, is what I was reading. So it seems really scuzzy of the state to know that there is existing blood, pretend like there isn't because the jury hasn't heard it yet, and hope maybe that they forget. I mean, the defense obviously calls them out and says, were you aware that he had blood on his pants? Like he could have wiped it off. He's like, oh no, I wasn't made aware of that. It's like, yeah, but the state knew that, and they still asked you the questions anyway. That
just in the last year, the amount of death surrounding this family has been unbelievable. I mean, and not all of it malicious, but like this defendant's mother died of Alzheimer's. His father died a short time later. His wife and son have been killed somehow. The dead son had a boating accident where a woman was killed. There was apparently some gay guy in the community who was a victim of a hit and run. They believe one of the sons was responsible for that. I mean, the housekeeper fell down the stairs too. Then she died. There's death everywhere. A lot of dead people in a 3-year period of time.
Yeah.
You're muted, Steve.
Somebody somebody just sent me, and also, where are the shotgun shells? Have we heard any testimony about shotgun shells?
No, apparently no shot. They haven't mentioned any shells being recovered.
But there were multiple shotgun shots, right? And it was a pump action shotgun.
Well, we don't know what type of shotgun it was that was used. I mean, we just know the one they recovered from him.
Right.
Now, hypothetically
is there a shotgun that doesn't eject shotgun shells?
Yes. Yes. If you had, I was just about to bring this up. If the son was shot twice, a double barrel shotgun, 1 round to the chest, 1 round to the head. If you don't pop open the chamber and eject the shells, then they just remain in the gun. That would then explain why the need for the next rifle. And Branca, you're muted.
But I thought that he was shot multiple times. I thought he was shot in the chest, in the side, and then 2 shots to the head, all with a shotgun.
No, I don't think so. Once to the chest, once to the head was my understanding. And a double-barreled shotgun would fit my theory, right? Someone came with a double-barreled shotgun to kill the kid, kills him, realizes the mother is there. The kid had brought his own rifle because he's been getting death threats. You pick up the dead kid's rifle, you use it on the mother. Then you flee with your shotgun and the rifle.
Exactly.
Leaving the shells inside the gun and taking your second shot is consistent with the chicken theory, also, which is they're in a fight and he just keeps firing every time he gets a chance to get a shot off.
Yeah, if it's a hit and he just thinks the son's going to be there, or the person just thinks the son's going to be there, double barrel shotgun's fine. But then, yeah, you got the mother. Either she comes in later or whatever happens, he's got to deal with her, grabs the rifle that belongs to the family and uses it, and then takes both guns and leaves, leaving the casings from the rifle, but not leaving the shells because they're still in the shotgun.
Right. Wow. Pretty impressive. Pretty good team here, man. We solved the crime. We got to go find that murderer.
You have to wonder if the state has considered this as a possibility, because if I'm the defense, I'm going to float this among several other plausible theories of how this murder could have taken place. In fact, my entire closing argument might just be 4 hours of story time with Uncle Nick.
Just tell him, I'm going to make up a story. I'm going to make up a story, and it's going to fit the evidence better than what the state is telling you.
Yeah. And and then I'm going to do it again with a different story. And then I'm going to do it again with a different story.
With the chicken.
Time with Nick.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great closing.
Justin emailed me on that. Thank you, Justin. Yes.
That's a great closing. Although the murderer, I mean, very likely could have just picked up the shells and walked off with them. If there was someone,
but he left all the other rounds.
Oh, did he?
He left all the other shell casings from the AR. Yeah, the 300 blackout. All those rounds are all presumably. There's a sufficient amount of shells to match the wounds on the mother that are littering the floor. Left all of those, but he still could have picked up the shotgun shells. I mean, that still could be true, but he did leave all the others.
I think there are also revolver shotguns, if I'm not mistaken. Aren't there shotguns that have a revolver cylinder?
Well, I know there's the awesome like AA-12, which I want. I want one of those. But yeah, I think there are.
Yeah, Branca's muted.
He's always muted every time he talks.
Eating that apple. There's the Judge revolvers that shoot like 410 gauge shells, very small shells. I think they do make that in like a carbine version, but that's not what would have been used here. There's plenty of shotguns, of course, that have tube magazines. There are shotguns that have box magazines. They're not common, but they're out there.
But that's the magazine. They would still eject the shell.
It would still eject, right? And even with a tube, you'd still eject one when you fired the next one.
I've seen an
but
AK
in South Carolina,
shotgun.
especially in this guy did a lot of bird hunting. I guarantee you, he's got a lot of double barrel shotguns around.
Right, double barrel shotguns. That's kind of the weapon of choice for the old hillbilly redneck, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a mystery, man. There's a lot of unanswered questions. Unfortunately for the state, unanswered questions are really bad. And you'd think on your first full day of testimony that you'd at least lay out a timeline. If you're not going to do the sandwich theory of like really strong opening witness and then really strong closing witness, if you're going to do the timeline with a crescendo, like you were mentioning, Steve, that they would lay out the timeline, and they just have not conclusively done that.
Well, I was giving them a break because that first witness, okay, here's all the body cam and here's the scene. Another thing the state's been doing that's just terrible is that they did that opening scene. Okay, here's the body cam, and they had to play it, bored us, but we got to see the scene. We got to feel where it is. We got it all laid out. But then they keep repeating the same stuff over and over again and beating that dead horse. Like, so it was raining. All right, so there's water over here. There's water over here. And there's water up here. It's like they keep repeating it, and the same evidence over and over again. Why do you repeat the same stuff? It's in evidence and it's not important. They're repeating not important evidence, which is really bad because it's like, okay, I can see bringing in witnesses. We bring in everybody. We want you to know everything that was done by everybody. But when you got one of those witnesses just repeats and talks about stuff that's not important, you ask them some questions, you sit down, you say, okay, we've showed them to you, and let this defense cross if they want. But to repeat irrelevant stuff, it's just wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, let's bring in a meteorologist who'll tell us that it was raining also. So
and then all of them identify the person that you saw there at the scene. That's him right there. Well, everybody saw him at the scene because he was at the scene. Do we really need to see that over and over again? That guy was standing there. He was upset. It was raining. Okay. The body was here and the body was there. Okay. This was the sun. I mean, it's like they keep repeating the same stuff. It's like, well, so you don't have anything else better to say?
Yeah. Well, what I need to do is I need to read a bunch of super chats and then I need to go take a nap because I'm running on 90 minutes of sleep.
Hey, Nick, before you do that, can I pop up my little class again?
Yeah.
Get one
absolutely.
last shout out for that. And then I will leave you to the super chats. If I can only find my stupid little thing. Oh, here it is. Okay.
And I will get to all super chats and Rumble rants to the stream. I will answer all of them.
All right, folks, coming up Saturday, April 15th, one of my very rare all-day law of self-defense advanced classes. We only teach this once, sometimes twice a year. This is the only one scheduled for 2023, Saturday, April 15th. Sign up this month, and there's only a few more days in the month, folks, and get 50% off your registration. Save yourself $100. Take a look, learn more, register at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. You are the best, Nick. Really appreciate that. I guess
pleasure.
we're doing it again tomorrow.
I will be here. You will all be invited. Whether or not you deign to show up is up to you. I mean, today was kind of torturous at times, but it was also fun.
Hey, just FYI, this morning I got up early and I reviewed the state's opening, but the trial proper started today before I got to the defense. I might do the defense closing before the trial starts tomorrow morning because I think they're pretty short. I think they're only about half an hour long. And I haven't seen the defense opening yet. So
real quick, the dumpster defenders trial, jury went to deliberations. And then it seems like there's someone holding out. They are going to the next day of deliberations, which is kind of which does not bode well for them. I mean, well, maybe it does. I have no idea, but yeah. So they are going to at least tomorrow. I believe the jurors have been dismissed for the day.
And we have we got two books here. Actually, look, I got the bigger book, but I don't know. They're about the same. Anyways. My grift is Ideas and Answers in Law, forward by Andrew Branca. All your legal questions answered. All your dreams will come true if you buy the book. And I would also say that I didn't mention last time, but ISBN Services, Josh from ISBN Services, has made this available on a download. So you can download it as a Kindle or a PDF. I forget what the different formats. I don't know that stuff. But if you download it, it's on you. But you can get this on a download, and also I do ship internationally. I've added that option too. So if you do want to get the book, it is only place to get it is crimelaw.net, and I would appreciate it. It's my only real grift, and thank you to Andrew for actually encouraging me to get a grift.
There you go.
All right, folks, I'm going to sign off. Nick, thanks for having me. I'll see you in the morning. Joe, take care. Steve,
take care,
have
brother.
a good evening, and everybody out there, stay safe.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Peace. I don't really have a grift besides locals, but I wanted to just come out and support my brother over here, Nick Ricada,
of course,
and Steve, who's cool. And I'm gonna try and pop in here at some point for maybe an hour or so tomorrow. Fridays are always a rough day for me, and I'm probably gonna be in Florida tomorrow, at least based on what my flight says. So, yeah, it's a midwinter vacation break kind of.
What part of Florida?
So much.
West Palm.
Did you check this out, Nick? What's your review?
I have not drank it yet.
I'm not a rum drinker personally. I'm just single malt Scotch, so single malt whiskey. But yeah, if I had more time, I'm coming back here. I'm only going to be there for 48 hours or so.
Good Lord!
But yeah, it's basically. Well, the thing is, the whole Sabbath, Shabbos thing, like spending it together with your family is a big thing. So, my kids and family all went down.
But we don't have any Jewish people in Florida.
Oh, they're down there already. So
I'm gonna be
shoot down to
popping
join
in
them.
there. I'm gonna shoot down to join them and then leave Saturday night and come back here Sunday morning. So, but yeah, so that way I'm doing my work, which is basically this right here, and locals, and obviously I'm on YouTube, Rumble, wherever you put in the words "good logic," you'll find me spelled the way I have it here in my name, Lawgic. My brother, I will try to pop in at some point tomorrow just to give you more moral support because you're fun to hang out with. So
Sounds good, man. I'll send you a link.
Take care. Godspeed.
Peace.
I'm just hanging. You got to get some
just
sleep.
us.
You go to sleep, my brother, man. I can't believe how you operate. You're incredible.
Well, when it's when I have something to cover, it's always good times. And again, I was gonna cover dumpster defenders, and I didn't think it would be a 3-day case, so I'd kind of cleared my schedule ahead of time. I do think if this thing does go 3 weeks, I might have to move something, or I might have to shift a day, but we'll see. I'll cross that bridge when we get there. But it was like, well, here we go. I've kind of cleared schedules, so, and have an expectation, I might as well do it. So here we go. The disgruntled moderate says, Danny said she only does the middle button. Picks her, it didn't happen. Meow. Oh my goodness.
Well,
Oh my goodness.
see, that's what I have to digest. I have to disinter all that dirtiness.
Yep. Let's go. Brandon says, can you please list a few, or maybe only one, idea on how to get this prosecutor's mouth too full to spit out any annoying Southern drawl? No idea. Floppy Turtle says, wanted to let you know I got my dad one of those mini chainsaws for Christmas, and it's freaking sweet. Cool. I wish their sponsorship went beyond December, and maybe they'll pick up again, but they sponsored for Christmas, but I got mine. I haven't assembled them yet. Let's go. Brandon says, if Gosney isn't doing a sidecar, someone needs to step up. Being a Mormon isn't an excuse. John Nussbaum, is the same team charging all other crimes to this defendant? Because if they're this bad with this double murder charge, I'm starting to think he is innocent of everything. I have no idea.
Innocent's the wrong word. The issue is, is the state proving its case beyond a reasonable doubt? If not, then it's not guilty. And boy, state's not doing it yet. We'll see. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and someone mentioned that there's probably a lot of pressure to prosecute this case quickly because of the family and all of that stuff. And that may be the case. But you'd think they'd put forth a better effort, honestly. But who knows? Cat Zap says, Nick, you missed the most incredible visuals during cross-exam of defense toxicological and the Hansen retrial. It was epic. Oh, really? That's the guy who is alleged to have killed his wife with antifreeze? Oh, God, that's got to be a mess. Well, I don't know if antifreeze would be a mess. I know Drano's a mess. A relative of mine knows someone who offed themselves with Drano. And like you just kind of like explode and then melt from the inside. Ugh. Okay. Ted Comet says, first time, I guess, hearing of this trial. What is he accused of? Murdering his wife and son.
Yes.
Corazolo, it's not really surprising to me that the trash trial prosecution finished quick. Besides the wife, who could they even call to testify? The mattress?
Yeah. No, that should go pretty quick. I mean, it's pretty, you got video, you got the wife, you got the body. I mean, how much evidence is there, right?
There's actually, there were several other people that came out to testify that he had threatened to murder all of them. Like the mailman.
Wasn't there like a stipulation that he's a hothead or something, I've never heard of such a thing, but I guess they said, we'll just concede this rather than having the parade of defense witnesses talking about all the violence he had.
But they did. They brought those people out, and they established, I think, not only that he had done it, but that the Millers knew that he had made these threats and that he was, a hothead, so to speak. Which, of course, that's really good evidence for a self-defense shooting. It's
consistent with the video, I would say.
Right. Stay away from me. And it almost, like, in that context, it almost reads as, I know you have anger issues, so just stay back.
See, I thought it was a more slam dunk case for the state. I thought that it was much more. I thought it was different. I hadn't seen the video before today. You showed me the video.
Mm-hmm.
After the video, and there's testimony that they were being attacked by a bat, and it was then thrown at. I don't know. I mean, now I'm thinking, gee, there might be some arguments for the defense, but I haven't followed that at all. You guys.
My opinion changed on it one day, just as a joke. I had a whole bunch of people coming in. I was doing some long stream, and then just different people kept coming in. And every time someone new came in, we would watch the video over and over, and we were just talking about it. And then it's like several watches in is when we all saw the bat. And like,
right.
At that point, I was like, yeah, this kind of looks like
that's a deadly weapon, and he's got it in his hand, and he's coming at him, right? I mean, that's deadly force. I think I don't know. That changed my mind. Of course, I didn't have much of an opinion. I was just heard a kind of third party, but I know you guys have been on top of it. So that's that.
Yeah, it was during the Kim Potter trial. I think while we were on verdict watch or something like that. And we had a bunch of time to kill, and we were just waiting around.
Can I also just put in a plug for the fact that I'm always on your longest streams, and I'm proud of that fact. We did a 10.5-hour stream on the Waukesha, Wisconsin parade murders. And I will say though, that I had a settlement case when I was in civil practice that we went to the settlement agreement at 8:00 in the morning. We did not get out of that mediation or that arbitration until 8:00 the next day. I did a 24-hour straight mediation without a break.
Oh, that's awful.
10 hours, no problem, man.
How did you?
It's a long story.
Get your clients through a 24-hour mediation without murdering the other party.
Well, I'll have to tell you sometime. It's a long story. But let me tell you, it was over $30 million estate.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
That does motivate you,
Padria says, good morning, Nick and guests. Hope you are all well. Morgan Blackthorn, I'm now glad I know about shotguns. My retirement plan is getting better all the time. No, I just have to take out life insurance on a family member.
Oh, shit.
Conserva Knitter, welcome to Paralegal Status. Goldie, how is Buster allowed in the courtroom being he's a witness? I've always thought differently. Thanks. Look, so there are exceptions made to the witnesses cannot be in the courtroom if they're sometimes direct family members. Also, and the sort of trade-off of that is the state investigative team tends to get to be in there. Expert witnesses can also be in there, but people who are part of the investigation, lead detectives and stuff, even though they're fact witnesses, they get to be in the courtroom. And then similarly, wives, kids, stuff like that, because they get to support the family member. They also get to be in there. Pinochet's helicopter tours. Like to remind the lawyers that Lee Harvey Oswald had a negative paraffin test and nothing but a partial palm print was found after Ruby got Lee. Bubba Doom 1, this guy is making me get choked up. God bless him and protect him if he's innocent. If he's guilty, ... Mr. RN theory, Paul chased and killed mom, and then Alex killed Paul. Not applicable says you make enough money to break your lease, Oh, that's to Andrew Branca. Your boy Rooftop Yeti says Branca is living the hobo dream. Let me just say though, you don't really. He may have enough money to break a lease, and I know this is a joke comment, but he lives in a smaller town, and you probably don't want a reputation for breaking leases in a smaller town, especially if you plan on leasing a different property.
And its office, I've been there. It's very nice. It's like. It's very nice. It's just that has that feature.
That damn train.
Yeah, I kind of like the train. I think it's very cool. It's like small town. It reminds me of like you're at home. The train's going by.
If he wasn't broadcasting, it wouldn't matter.
It's funny though. I love it. It rattles him. And Branca doesn't get rattled easily.
John Basinger just realized Paul was out on bond for the drunk boating death of a girl named Mallory. That could easily play into the death of Paul and his mother by someone seeking retribution. Not applicable. Just Nick is a sociopath. Lol. Just kidding, buddy. DCV Titan says, can't be as bad as crying as Amber Heard. No one is. No one's as bad as Amber Heard. Pinochet's helicopter tour says maybe the murder weapon had a boating accident too. The Joker, everybody always asks, why is gay? Nobody ever asks, how is gay? Right. Game
I don't want to know those things. I don't want to know the hows. It's enough to know the why. It's enough.
My mom had a friend named Gay.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it happens. Gay used to be happy.
My grandpa used to play golf with a guy named Fag. That was his first name, was Fag. That was not an abbreviated first name. His name was Fag. You muted yourself. Congratulations. You muted yourself. Oh, is that intentional?
Well, good. Yes. No, I love your chat, by the way. Hi, Vicky. You know, you've got such nice chat, folks. Oh, wait, by the way, you did pretty good on the grift. We were really even like majorly grifting, yet I got like 20 books.
Awesome.
Without even trying, you know, so that's awful nice. But you can get it. It is available on Kindle download and international shipping. So
Miku Huntu 4X bot says Elmo says the dog did it. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. Not your problem. I'm beginning to suspect that cops botched their job and the prosecutor overcharging him is to give him a not guilty verdict. Scratch each other's back. I
don't believe in this grand conspiracy. I think it's like sloppy police work because they're just sloppy. That's just typical. It happens all the time. And then you have the rush to like point the finger at this guy without, you know, they get, this is what happened. This is what happened. He looked guilty. And then they have sort of fragments of evidence that maybe show some guilt, but they don't have all their ducks in a row. And they jump to it too quick. And then now we've got all these holes, and a good defense team is going to blow those holes wide open.
And so there's a guy from this area, like really close to this area in my locals chat. And what he was saying is like, everybody knows this guy's a scumbag. And that can cause complications. If everyone knows that this guy's a scumbag, all these cops may know him and they may be playing nice or whatever. But if everybody thinks this guy's a scumbag and they all think he's guilty and they all think it's so obvious that he definitely did this, then that could compromise their ability to conduct a thorough investigation. V-Plan, welcome to Paralegal Status. Joseph DeMartino, I'm a simple, unfrozen caveman lawyer and do not understand your magic information boxes.
Best skit of all time.
Big Rig 0485 says, I was in charge of everything, but I have no idea what my people do. DeLeo Turk, a theory of the case I haven't seen is that Paul killed his mother and father killed him. Paul is tied to 3 suspicious deaths. I don't think it's a stretch. Kevin Dorr, Murdaugh was the county solicitor, not the state's AG. His family was the county solicitor for 110 years. CTO, why is the court reporter holding a fleshlight up to her face? This is modern voice type, text type reporting. Yes, actually, that is the answer. Lucas, it sounded like the interruption about the wipers was to distract from some other interesting things that were just said in the audio. I could hear mumbled, why are there so many shell casings and ... Could be. It's also just a really loud sound.
And the fact that the prosecutor kept interrupting the video to interject things that there's no reason to interject. Like that was a perfect example. It's like, why are you stopping the video to ask this guy on the stand, so those are wiper blades right there? And they make that funny sound? Okay, move on. I mean, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
So
Aussie Overlord is in the chat too, by the way. Aussie.
What's up, Aussie? Jim Satala says, all the ballistics evidence is tool marked from cases, right? Nothing from any projectiles. Maybe the gun wasn't a 300 blackout and the casings are from unrelated target shooting. Possible. And I think what they're trying to do is match the shell casings that were found by the mother to shell casings found elsewhere where target shooting was done and say that those are consistent with the same gun, which we discussed earlier is not something you can really do.
No, faux science, but that's what they're going to be allowed to do by the judge, which is built-in error if he gets a guilty. So that's going to be point number 1.
Sean 46, welcome to Lawyer Status. Holy sheep, 300 black nuts. The theme of Eliza Blue's OnlyFan. Oh, come on. Ryoji Mata says, dear God, the prosecutor is so butthurt about getting smashed on their first witness. Aaron Suver, on the shotgun, if that were the murder weapon with the wounds described, it'd be absolutely covered in gore. Also, 16 gauge and 12 gauge goes into the barrel and acts as a squib, blows up the gun.
I'm not sure about the blood being, what the ranges are. We haven't heard. Did they say there was going to be stippling?
So what I've heard from the ranges or read, which is very fuzzy, but the allegation is that the execution shots are from very close range.
Well, then that could be, but I don't know because basically you can determine from a firearm stippling on the skin, generally, sometimes, all these qualifiers, whether it's a contact shot, a very close shot, up to a 3-foot shot. After beyond 3 feet, you really can't tell. So if you shoot somebody and you're at close range, the question is, will you automatically get sprayed with blood or not? I don't know if that's really, I don't think you can say that. That's an open, if you're real close, it's much more likely, obviously. But the fact that he does not have blood on him, it's like, okay, well, how is the state going to explain that? Obviously, the defense is going to drive through that. But what does the state say? They're going to say, well, he was far back, but then the evidence shows it's a contact shot. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know. I've got a jumbled mess of opening statement stuff I've heard and various stuff I've skimmed through reading in like a hasty prep to do this. So it's kind of tough. I mostly just want to wait to see because none of that matters. The only stuff that matters is what actually gets brought in at trial. So it's like, I really just want to see what they bring up. SR20 Shane says it's murder. It's murder. Yeah, it's murder. Somebody tell him it was murder. Murdaugh was the case and they blame him. Oh, murder was the case. Ginger Ninja, message retracted. Thank you. Tina Lewis, show the Pope some love and hit that like button. Electric Beaver, I may be stupid, but are the cops expected to hover over the crime scene?
Well, yes.
Yeah, kind of.
Yes. No, you should. Like the guy said, my job is to roll the tape around. Yes. What you do is when you identify a crime scene, you tape that off. That's why you do that. And nobody goes in or out that zone without being checked in or out on a log. And that's why you have, I had a great forensic case, or I should say, I was the defense side. It was so well done from the police side, and it was unbeatable from the appellate side. I was so admiring the police because once they saw it was a scene, they backed off, taped it off, let the forensics come in, and were very methodical. Everybody that went in and out, they had their shoe prints. They knew exactly, they had their fingerprints, they had their DNA. They knew everybody going in and out of that zone was recorded and checked, time in, time out, what they did, videoed, everything. It was so well done. And that's what they did not do here. They let that scene just get completely trampled.
And you'd think with the high profile nature of this case that they would have been more careful. I mean, it's a prominent attorney. And again, everybody knows the family. Like all of these guys knew who he was. Like they at least know of him. And yet no one, like it's very sloppy, very weird. Big Rig says these officers need a meeting with the Bobs. Holy sheep. All the single white females are squirming with excitement to the sound of dog barking. Oh, come on.
They're talking about Danny there. What is this?
No, we're not getting into it. Pinochet's helicopter tour says, can defendant recoup legal fees? If no, it's a win. No. In theory, there is a way to recoup legal fees on an improper prosecution. In practice, it's near impossible to do. Because long story short, if you don't make enough money, you can't afford the legal fees. And if you do make enough money to afford the legal fees, you actually make over the limit for recouping the legal fees. But you also have to prove a malicious prosecution, which in this case, you've got a double homicide and this guy at the scene. It's going to be even if he wins, it's not a malicious prosecution or like a frivolous prosecution unless they really come out and biff the case really hard. But they have a circumstantial case. It just might not be great. And it might be good. We'll see later. Bass player says, why did they conduct the interview at the crime scene?
Well, see, this is the thing. See, all right, this is an important point because he was not in custody at the crime scene.
Correct.
So Miranda does not apply. So he probably invoked Miranda as soon as he was put into custody. If he did, I don't know, did they arrest him at scene? Because they probably didn't.
I don't think so.
But when he is there, he's talking. They say, well, why he wasn't read his Miranda rights? Well, it doesn't matter because he has to be in custody and subject to interrogation. Well, in this case, he's being interrogated, but he's not in custody. So no Miranda is implicated. Therefore, everything he says comes in.
Right. In theory, under a Fourth Amendment seizure analysis, which is what you have to do for the principles of Miranda, he could, as they're asking him questions, turn around and leave. He could leave the premises while they conduct their investigation. There's no one stopping him. Now, if he attempts to leave and they stop him, now he's seized for the purposes of the Fourth Amendment. Now he's seized, and any further questioning has to go through Miranda at that point.
Theoretically,
it's supposed
theoretically,
to.
you know,
In law school.
In reality, everything you say can and will be used against. So I don't care how much they screw up Miranda. Miranda is almost useless from a defense side. They will get your inculpatory statements in somehow. I've got a chart. There's like 15 exceptions. So don't rely on Miranda. Ask for your lawyer. Don't say nothing.
Yeah. Steve Luxembourg says, cameraman screwed up. I sent a picture to your email. Pains to the monitor of the body cam. Oh, he pans to the monitor of the body cam. Okay, cool. Mags Design says, #1 fan. Thank you. Eric Cecil. Hey, Nick, I didn't pass the bar exam last summer, but I'm retaking it this February. Do you have any studying advice for me? Here's what I did. Because I signed up for Barbary and then I didn't realize it had started and I missed several weeks of the lectures. And so then I decided not to do any of the lectures. What I did was simple. I just took the multiple choice exams for Barbary over and over and over until I consistently outdid 85% on those. Because I did the math. This is in Minnesota. At the time that I took it, could be different now. And I found out that the essay portion, which is the first day, was worth a total of 36 points for the 6 essay questions. Each one was worth 6 points. And you got 1 point for putting your name down on each one. You got 2 points for identifying any issues, 3 points if you identify all the issues, 4 points, if, and so on as you build up your answers. But anyway, 36 total points. Your multi-state bar exam multiple choice is 185 points. So I figured if I just do above an 80%, so I went to 85% on the practice, giving in game day jitters to get down to 80% at the actual exam, that I could bomb the essays if I needed to and still pass with a nice cushion. And I didn't bomb the essays and I did just fine on the exam. But that was my thing, was just drill those multiple choice over and over and over. Because if you have Barbary or Kaplan or whatever, when you get a question wrong, they tell you the right answer. So you start to very quickly learn the material without actually having to go through and reread all the stuff that you actually do know. So that's how I did it. But I test really well, and that method worked for me. I don't know if it'll work for you, but good luck, brother. You can do it. Kizzy says, Buster was following his father's footsteps. Paul was destroying everything. Buster has yet to show remorse and has expressions of enjoyment. Sociopath? Could be. Matt Roofer, if you're triangulating off of towers, you can basically say the cell phone is within the triangle. GPS will give you accuracy within 3 meters. Lynn Sates, welcome to Paralegal. Isaac G, solicitor, is the equivalent of DA in South Carolina. He prosecuted criminal cases. Kevin Dorr, as someone who moved down to South Carolina from the Northeast, personal injury lawyers are huge down here. State laws make that a more lucrative practice of law. That's basically everywhere. Personal injury, those are the rich lawyers, like legitimately.
Until Tesla and automated driving does away with all auto accidents, I wouldn't put futures on PI lawyers. I'd much rather be in criminal where there's a jury required.
Wait, you don't think when those Tesla trucks start running over people that you're not going to have massive claims against Tesla itself with a deep-pocketed company?
Perhaps, but that will be, if they can, they might cut down the auto accidents by 1/10. So if you lose, so all of a sudden 90% of the PI business is gone. That's great for society. Think of all the injuries that we're going to save. I'm very much for the automated driving stuff. So and that could vastly make our roads vastly safer. And the PI lawyers will be sucking it. So
good, they can get theirs. Dr. Z says, Judge's son recently died from cardiac event. Can't believe he's on the case with the guys accused of killing his son. That's not grounds for recusal in a case like this at all. Slick556 says, defense had half a dozen local and government officials testify about dead guy's violent behavior, and he attacked a mailman, threatened to kill cops and a code compliance officer. That's the dumpster defenders trial. Content of character says, Law of Self-Defense member, April 15th will be my 5th time taking Andrew's class. Always enjoy. Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell.
The names are half the fun, isn't it? You know?
His name is Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell. Says, I always choke my chicken after a family member is deleted. If you don't do the same, then you're obviously the deleter. Content of Character says, Law of Self-Defense member bought 2 copies of Steve's book, kept one and gave the other to my family attorney. Very cool.
Thank you very much. That was nice. I've had lots of nice feedback. So thank you everybody who buys the book. Now available in international shipping and on Kindle. But no, it's been fun, and I'm working real hard on my second book, which is going to be my masterwork.
I like it.
Hopefully, it'll get my damn computer crashed, and it's been out for over 2 weeks. And you know what the stupid computer place says to me? Like, they had it for 2 weeks, and I come there, I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? Like, well, we can see your data and we can recover your data, but we have to pay $100 because we're using the freeware version. We have to upgrade to Pro in order to recover your data. I'm like, you are a brick and mortar chain data recovery computer place. Give me my computer back.
Using freeware. Insane.
Using freeware. Is that sick?
It's like, it's $100. Just expense it. Like,
yeah.
Jacob McQuaid says Andrew Vices and Jeff Mindset are a cool channel. King of the North, is court like a wedding where you sit in whatever side you're backing? Notice the sun on the defense side. It's not required, but it can be kind of common, especially like the closer rows. Yeah. Texas P12 says, Nick, I remember you talking about a case in Texas where it was deemed to be able to shoot someone as far as the bullet travels or something like that. What was that case again? I don't know. It's an old case. You can shoot in this old case that is still technically good law. You can shoot a fleeing purse snatcher even in defense of property.
I don't know. No.
Listen to me. Let me finish. This is, and I checked this is still good case law. I would never recommend that you are the person to test this case law in 2023 because you will be the case in which that gets overturned. That's what I'm saying. But
I wouldn't even touch that with a 10-foot pole. My advice is do not shoot an unarmed fleeing defender and never use deadly force in defense of property. Never, ever, ever use deadly force in defense of property. Would you care to revise your comments, Mr. Ricada?
No way. I'm going with the existing Texas law and what it is. That's the law, and it stems back to cattle rustling.
I'm not a Texas lawyer, but
I'm not either. But so this is purely historical purposes. But it goes back to cattle rustling, and they would have to use a rifle sometimes to shoot a cattle rustler who's stealing property from them. And at the time, we're talking about much shorter ranges. Like now, but we did discuss the potential theory that you could have like a 50 cal sniper rifle and shoot someone a mile away because that's as far as the bullet travels. But you don't want to be testing this theory.
The historical basis for that is that when you were a homesteader out in the plains with nobody around outside of civilization, your cattle was your survival. If you lose your cattle, you are dead in the plains. You can't escape. So you need to use deadly force because they are, by stealing your sustenance, they are committing a deadly force against you. So I understand why that type of idea exists, especially in some place like Texas, which would be, out there where they do a lot of cattle. But let's just say in the modern era, don't do it.
You don't want to be that test case.
Right.
You do not want to be the case that they overturn that on or determine that that's unreasonable. That would be bad. Your advice is actually very sound. Never shoot an unarmed fleeing suspect. For your own legal defense. Now, whatever else you do in your life, you make those decisions. Just know that that's an extremely risky proposition. And importantly, I believe only Texas still maintains the ability to use deadly force on a property theft. And I think that is now limited to nighttime only. But so there's some caveats to it, but check with your Texas attorney before you shoot anybody. Reed Enright says Nick's endorsement was all I needed to buy a copy. Very cool.
Oh, thank you.
DJ Sick Rick, is this the I'm not a cat Zoom meeting guy? No, I don't think so. Etsaru, maybe the phone call is meant to show that there are not any signal issues on the property, so the phone losing signal is out of the ordinary. The phone call, the 911 call, it's very common to have a 911 call introduced in a murder case. Like
every case.
Yeah.
If you got a 911 call, it's almost always going to be used in every criminal case.
Right. One party or the other is going to introduce it because it will be beneficial to one party or the other.
Except that the defense can't introduce it because it's not a party statement of party opponent. The
Oh, that's
state is
true.
not your party opponent. So it's tough. If you introduce it, you're waiving your right to remain silent, and they can impeach you with prior convictions. So it's basically like taking the stand.
Okay, well, yeah, that's a problem for the defense then.
So the state will bring in the 911 call at all times. That's where Branca likes to modify, say, never talk to the cops. But when you have a shooting incident, you call 911, you're talking to the cops. So you do have to be prepared for that 911 call and be able to say, know how to do it. He has a very good breakdown of how to, invoke your right and what to say on the 911 call.
Yeah, very, very limited on what you say, and very, very careful. You say something to the effect of, I was attacked. I defended myself to the extent necessary. Here is the address of the incident. I will be waiting. Here is how I am dressed so you can identify me when you arrive.
Here's my lawyer's name. I want him to be contacted immediately.
Yes. American Dreamer says, is there a good way to call 911 and not incriminate yourself? Yeah, I guess. There's got to be one somewhere.
Go look up Branca. Branca talks a lot about this, and he has a whole video on this discussion about saying nothing versus saying something. Because there's a really good video from this professor that talks about never, ever, ever talk to the cops, and then he has a little qualifier, except in home defense, self-defense situations where you're calling 911, in which case, here's what you need to do. And there's like an hour-long video. Go watch Branca on that because he's got it right on the money.
Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell says, bang,
Is it
bang,
him
bang,
again?
expert. Yep, that was him again. Big Rig 0485. I observed that the victim's bangs had been removed, and that disturbed me. Not applicable. Aquafina, the end of your brain as you know it. He also says, I had half a mind to check that phone, so I didn't. Fun fact, that guy was listening to song number 2 by Blur. Flufferboy 2004 says, they keep beating a horse whose injuries are incompatible with life. William Strong, 3/4 of a mile in 7 minutes is pretty brisk walking pace. 3/4 of a mile in 7 minutes is a very brisk walking pace. That's a jog to a run. Barry Dworak says, big quail properties are usually called plantations in the South. They should call it this for the positive association with the word. Lord Vader, respect to the mad beamer rider on Highway 550. Please mute Steve's verbal diarrhea.
Oh,
wow. Kizzy says, so did the judge authorize the field trip? Oh, yeah, they want to take a field trip to the property with the jury, but I don't know if the judge has authorized that or not. Not applicable. What is that lady putting over her mouth? That's a stenographer again. Alan Rees, wow, I just found out that I am gay due to you having Runkle of the Bailey on your stream today, and he is looking so pretty. Jonathan Prezio says, the Daily Mail has AIDS. You should have just stopped at the Daily Mail has AIDS. But Daily Mail has AIDS. They have the whole scene mapped out. I don't know why they wouldn't use them. Yeah, because the state can't use something prepared by the Daily Mail. The state would have to prepare their own evidence. Otherwise, they have to.
It's not hard. I mean, it's not hard. They just need to they need to work on the demand. Just 2 of them. I want a map of the crime scenes, and I want a timeline of the phone calls.
Not applicable says Alan is lying. He's always known that. Jonathan Prezio says the 911 call was a different location, so that's what they're going for. That wasn't introduced at this point in time. Maybe
that's
they
not clear.
Will. Yeah.
The state's job is to make it clear.
Yeah, and that, to my knowledge, I don't know that that's been alleged. It hasn't been alleged today. I don't think that was alleged at opening, but maybe I missed it.
Hey, it's happening with Harper. He has a thing he sent me in my email on possible motive. And he says that there's some kind of money transaction that was going to get revealed about his wife's signature on loans papers, and she didn't know about it. And then it was basically Vices has the details, but basically the wife was going to find out about this big financial scam. And this is the thing. If that exists, it's under the state's obligation to really present that forthrightly and clearly. They didn't do that in the opening statement.
And you'd think it would be a good thing to present for the state's case.
Right.
Because
this was the day he found out at the bank that the S was going to hit the fan. And he was going home to the wife. And all of a sudden, well, you did what? I mean, it could be, this is the thing.
Unless it's in limine It's excluded in limine because it's tied to the financial crimes that are not being admitted into this case. In which case, though, then it's irrelevant. Like if they're not allowed to mention this motive because it ties into evidence that's excluded in limine, then they're screwed anyway.
I'd be surprised if that was limited out, because that sounds like a pretty good motive type of thing, and motive is admissible that goes to intent. So I haven't seen, we didn't hear all the preliminary motion practice in what was limited out, but I don't know.
Yeah. Not applicable says that's the jury ascending because they offed themselves. John Gordon says, at this point, the prosecution is proving to me he didn't do it. They better improve. Alex Sargent, lawyers using technology, add 20 minutes. Not applicable says, it's not my job to know when I stomped out evidence. Wendy Blank, Mr. Ricada, as much as I appreciate the invitation to this murder mystery event, I may have to inquire about a refund. Net and Yahoo says, if I'm the lawyer in this case, I'm definitely floating a Sam Hyde theory to the jury here. Just spitballing here, the wife was pregnant with Sam's boy. Michael Milano says, did the chicken do it? And did the defendant kill the chicken in a fit of rage? Yes. KJAB says, how reliable is BPA? BPA.
BPA.
I'm not sure what BPA is supposed to be. Otto Rommel says, are the son's fingerprints on the 300 black casings? I mean, they haven't brought that up. We'll see, I guess.
I don't know what evidence do we have? It would be nice if there was some procedural device at which the state could preview its evidence to tell us what to expect when we hear it. Wouldn't that be nice if there was something like that in a trial?
Yeah, it's almost like you would say the evidence will show this and that and this.
Right.
Coney Upstate says, which lawyer from YouTube is most likely to end up in a similar situation like Alex Murdaugh? Oh, that's a good question.
I haven't found my sheath yet.
The LawTube guy. The guy who actually owns the LawTube channel. That guy. Stephen Cooper says, hey, Nick R., the grifties are starting now. Oh, God. Lucy Lou 888. Let's not forget that he called the state's bluff when they decided to prematurely charge him and he chose to exercise his right to a speedy trial. Otto Rommel 300. If you've got a very complex case, a speedy trial can be an excellent strategic move, especially if there's lots of lab work that needs to be done because those things are backed up all over the place.
Well, what would they have done to make this case better had they, I mean, the evidence exists or it doesn't exist. What do they expect future and time to do to this case to make it better? I don't know. They charged him. But maybe they shouldn't have charged him in the first place. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the state is really failing. I mean, they need to get it together.
So BPA is apparently blood particle analysis.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you talk about blood spatter is another kind of faux science area. I mean,
but I watched Dexter.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with the two bits of science that are strongest. DNA, number one. Fingerprints, a close second. There's some issues. But the thing is, you also, even though that exists, you need to put that into the pot of where does it exist? Like in the Idaho killer, for example, the Idaho case, there's evidently DNA of the guy, of the suspect on the snap of the K-bar sheath. Now, that was found next to the body. Now, that is very, very good DNA evidence. So just the fact, like, for example, if you found the dad or the accused DNA at this site, well, that wouldn't be surprising at all because site is his property, right?
Right.
It has to be, where is it located? So it's a good crime scene analyst will look around. I had a case. Let me see if I can talk about this. Yeah, I think I can. Very good eye. There was a murder in a room of a single girl, and this was a very tricky crime scene. And they noticed that the toilet lid was up. So they got a thumbprint on the bottom of the toilet seat from the accused who said he'd never been in the place.
Wrecked.
So the door is locked. She's dead. She lives alone. And there's a thumbprint of the accused under the toilet seat. Now, see, there was a very good eye detective who saw the toilet seat was up and said, wait, she lives alone. Why
Yeah.
is that toilet seat up? Brilliant. And so the location, the locked room, the circumstances made that a very high value. Now, if it was somebody that lived with her, well, you'd expect that, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Otto Rommel, 300 BLK is normally subsonic and easily suppressed. Okay. Panzer Dude says, sup, Nick, Raid, Sitch, and Adam to support the late. Not applicable says, don't even be friends with people named Miranda. Schweety P says, there's a 3-part docuseries on HBO Max outlining a lot of the craziness leading up to this. Low Country, the Murdaugh Dynasty. Right. And so for everybody who watches that, it could be a very interesting docuseries. Please remember that the only thing that matters in a trial is what is presented in court. And remember the other thing about documentaries. Everyone making a documentary, no matter what they claim or say, has a motivation and an editorial narrative in that documentary. They are not pure recitations of facts. They are a narrative story that is meant to be compelling. That's how documentaries work. They can be factual. They can be accurate. In criminal cases, they can be very, very skewed. And if you want to look, just go look at Serial. Now, Adnan Syed did eventually end up walking free. However, there are plenty of people who do not believe the Serial narrative, and it very much is a narrative. Same thing with Making of a Murderer, Stephen Avery, and the prosecutors in that case took massive issues with what was done with that documentary as well. So I just want to caution people, like, what matters in this case is not what comes out in a documentary. It can be informative. What matters is what happens in the courtroom. Corazola, what if you're having an asthma attack and your inhaler is in your purse and they're running off with it? Shoot them. Shoot the bastards. 200-watt studio.
Don't shoot the bastards. That's a joke.
200-watt studio said, shoot them twice. Kill them with a sword.
Yeah.
Who was tapping their keyboard here during testimony? Shopping online, perhaps. Actually, I think that was through the court. That loud clacking was from the court at one point. It sounded like someone clicking a pen almost. Rob Price says, I think so far the worst thing that has come out from what I've seen is the fact that the cops didn't mention or even try to preserve the tire tracks, just walked all over the scene without a care. Corn Pop says, Steve, where's the knife?
I'm working on it. I tell you, I have turned this place upside down. I have 2 more places I got to look, but it's not looking good for the guys.
The Nerdist says, Ricada Law, they should have just called the mattress eating lady to take care of it. No! The dumpster defenders.
Do you know this? Do you know this meme that's going around about my lost K-bar?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, well, I was trying, like, we were covering, I think it was Megan Fox and I were covering this Idaho killer thing, and he said they found this Marine K-bar leather sheath with the DNA on the snap, but no knife. So he accidentally left the sheath back at the crime scene, right? Very good evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, oh, I've got a K-bar. I've got a leather sheath Marine K-bar. So I went around, I started looking around for it. I thought I could put my hands right on it.
Can't find it.
Cannot find it. I've been looking for it for weeks. I can't find it. I might have shipped it to Idaho mistakenly.
I lost a knife for a year, and TSA found it in my bag, which I had flown with 4 times without TSA finding it. So I've flown internationally with a knife in my carry-on bag. And then I went one time and they pulled it aside and the guy goes, you want to explain this? And I said, oh, you found that. Wait, that sounded really bad. Let me explain. I have lost this knife for like a year and I've been looking for it and couldn't find it. It was in this weird pocket in my backpack. And I was like, I don't want it. He's like, do you want to call someone and have them come get it? I'm like, no, it's like a $30 knife. I don't care about it. You take it, keep it. It doesn't bother me. I was just surprised that it exists, and now I don't have to worry about my kids finding it somewhere. So thank you. Screech Powers says, Kevin Brennan just got the boot from Compound Media. I don't know who Kevin Brennan is. Cassidar says, thank you, Stephen and Gosney and Law of Self-Defense, and our love, Nick of Ricada Caw.
Oh, thank you.
Couple more. Faith Still Matters says, Maggie also made enemies due to her treatment of the boat victims, mother after the crash, attempting to pressure Mallory's family to not seek arrest of Paul. Just Jen T says, hey, Nick, so glad to be able to throw my hard-earned money your way. Thank you, as I can never catch a live night stream. Love your breakdowns of the Crowder's Daily Wire situation. This trial is an odd one. That it is.
I need to watch that. You did a breakdown of the Crowder thing?
Oh, it's like several live streams. But I've been uploading edited down versions of the of each day. So those are shorter. Kenzie67 says, so disappointed. Rumble allows creators to mute people. Fine for sex bots, etc. Rare, but muting a comment to read the article dismisses Rumble's claim for free speech. I'm pissed at Rebel News. I don't know what muting a comment to read the article. Wait, so someone else muted you? I don't know. MR, I didn't mute. No one on the channel muted
Who
you.
has time? How could you ever like follow the chats enough to mute things? Although
Yeah,
thank God for the mods, because the your moderators are great.
Well,
Let's put a thank you.
There aren't
to
any on
moderators.
Rumble. There aren't any mods on Rumble, just
No?
me. But yeah, my YouTube moderators are great. I follow 3 chats. I do not have time to like go through and mute comments. Something would have to be really egregious to do so. So I know I didn't mute you, but someone might have individually muted you, I guess.
I don't know.
We'll see. Imorsk says, when my mom died, didn't cry. My dad died, didn't cry. Had to be stoic for the family's sake. 2 years later, my dog died. Cried like a baby alone in my truck. That's the only time you can cry is when you're alone as a man. Only cry alone. Red1777 says, hey, Nick, do you think Alex was born a mutant retard frog baby? Yes. Elgonzo 1000. Hey, Nicole, according to Reddit, he did it because he's a rich white man that knew he could get away with it. That's a good theory. Yeah. That's what all rich white men do, is they kill their wife and son.
Yeah, sure.
Elgonzo 1000 says, it's called shock, Joe. He may have known they were dead, but the cognitive dissonance prevented him from processing it.
Yeah, right.
Elgonzo 1000 says, if the shotgun was his and the rifle was the family's, only the shells could potentially be linked to him. Smiley 0007 says, why has the judge not yet ruled on whether the prosecution can bring up the attempted suicide by hitman 6 months later? Because it's a really complicated question, I think, is the short answer. It's technically a separate act, but it's not a prior act.
Right. Yes, I had this very issue on a case. I know you've heard this many times. I really did. We had a case of it was actually a self-defense case where a father shot the son in the chest. And then 4 weeks after that happened, the son at the same house shot and killed another person. And we were trying, because we represented the dad who shot the son, right? And then the son here, he's killing somebody in self-defense, supposedly, that 4 weeks later, we wanted to bring that in because we're like, well, if it's good for you, it's good for our guy, right? And we figured out, we tried so hard to figure out how we could get that in front of the jury, and we just couldn't, because it was after the act. It has nothing to do with the act. Your crime occurs. What happens afterwards in some independent event, we couldn't bring in. So that's a tricky legal question and a tricky legal problem that I wasn't able to solve in that fact pattern. Now, maybe in this fact pattern, maybe it shows he feels guilty or something. But
what I was thinking of was, is it akin to, we saw this in Theodore Edgecombe up in Wisconsin, the flight. Is it, I mean, it's not the same as a flight, but does it show him trying to escape justice or something like that through this thing?
It's the evidence of flight. It has to be, if it's equally consistent with innocence as it is with guilt, it's not admissible. And so, for example, you could also argue that him wanting to kill himself for money is he's so distraught that his life is nothing. So he wants to pay everybody back and get himself killed for the insurance money. So therefore, it's consistent with his trauma and his PTSD and his suicidal nature after he can't live without his family and his son. So there, to ascribe guilt to it, again, that's, I don't know what his motive was doing for that. So I don't think that should be brought in on this case.
I don't think so either.
I want to hear the legal theory very carefully explained to me before anything like that would come in.
Yeah, and that one just seems, that's really risky. It's extremely prejudicial. The jury is obviously going to infer that he's guilty, that he feels guilt over his kids, or that he's just scummy in general and untrustworthy and all of that stuff. And I just don't know. Although it's technically insurance fraud, but he's not been convicted yet.
Right, and it's charged. it's not similar crime, so it's not like a similar.
But it could go to his character for truthfulness.
I don't know. No, I don't think it's admissible. I think it's not. Post-crime activities are generally not admissible unless there's statements that you make on jail phones. Oh, wasn't there something that he might have some jail phone stuff on this case?
I have no idea on that one.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, that's the last chat, though. Thank you to everybody. 9 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know. I was planning on doing a show tonight. I don't know if that's going to happen. But there will be a Friday show for sure. If I get a nice nap and I wake up and things are good in a couple hours, I'll do a show tonight. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Definitely will be a trial stream tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So make sure you tell all your friends who are all watching trials with you, you weird people with your weird friends. Make sure you tell them where you can watch it, because some people are stupid enough to still be watching Law and Crime. And that really is a travesty. Make sure they know they can watch it on YouTube and Rumble here on Recato Law. We've got the best panel that exists. We've got Steve Gosney. We've got Andrew Branca. We've got a rotating cast of other people. Joe will be here tomorrow. Danny may be back. Sean, potentially criminal. Me, of course, but I am I'm just here to be the jester. So,
I've forgotten how much fun your stream is. Thank you for letting me out. I mean, it's really, you're so entertaining and so much fun. So thank you for the brightening of my day. See, murder trials brighten my day. What can I say?
Steve, we're going to get you a therapist.
I probably needed to.
All right, guys. Thanks a bunch for watching. We'll see you guys. I think you'll be on tomorrow, right? You said maybe?
Well, we'll see. It's so much fun. I can't resist. It's like moth to flame, Maybe. We'll see.
Well, if you pop in for a little bit, we'll see. Otherwise, I will see you all tomorrow. Hope you have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed,